Is this our new Thursday morning anthem?
It's fine with me.
Fine with
Little
me.
Aldo Nova. Huh? It's a great start. I don't care who you are. That's a great start to a song right there. I need a swig of coffee to start the day off right.
So do I. Yeah, should we do a
Mm-hmm.
Let's both do the coffee gulp here.
That's good. That's a good way to start the day.
Good way to start the day. Good morning, Mark Schlereth.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing?
I'm good, Michael. How are you?
Well, the Rockies have done it. All it took was 2 summer camp games.
Uh-huh.
Both efficient, tidy, well-pitched, good hitting performances, and I'm excited and ready to go.
You ready to roll, right?
Let's do this.
Let's get her done. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't at this point. Nice 7-3 victory yesterday over the Texas Rangers. I mean, come on. How you going to go wrong with that?
I know. They've already beat him twice.
Yeah. We're going all the way, guys.
Should have no trouble beating him 3 times this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Bullpen was efficient.
Yep.
Right? I mean.
Wade Davis came in, got out.
Yeah.
Ryan McMahon went yard.
How you go wrong with that? I'm ready. Now, here's the question. Because those do count as spring training games.
They do.
They do count on the spring training
right.
record.
Right.
So is this going to be one of those situations where the Rockies win spring training, but Friday night when they start, right? Because tonight's the start of baseball, Mike.
Yes, baseball
Tonight
starts.
we got Yankees, Nationals.
Yep.
And then we've got what? Dodgers, Giants, right?
Dodgers with their newly signed Mookie Betts. We get to look forward to Mookie in the division for the next 13 years. Now I'm not going to paint him as the boogeyman like Mahomes.
No, he's not the Mahomes character. But I did see something, and I don't even know if it was real. They had a Mookie Betts star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Already?
Now, I don't know if somebody, you know, the photoshopping skills of the average, you know, millennial who doesn't actually have jobs and they just work in that millennial stuff in the basements of their parents, you know, and they don't pay bills. Those guys have developed unbelievable skills. So it may just be a spoof, but it certainly looked the part of a Mookie Betts star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Great. Mookie Betts. Next 13 years. Him and Cody Bellinger. Dodgers. Jeez.
Mookie, yeah. But Mookie Betts, I will say this. Getting Mookie Betts out of Boston, it doesn't have the same. If Mookie Betts, I don't know that you can say that Bostonian like you can. There's no better name than Xander Bogaerts.
Xander Bogaerts.
Right?
But no, Mookie Betts is just, that's actually more L.A. sounding.
Yeah, Mookie Betts, you just had to move him.
Oh, by the way.
The name didn't resonate with Bostonians.
By the way,
yeah.
we did mention Patrick Mahomes, so.
I mean, it speaks volumes to this team and, like, how much heart and determination that we have.
Phenomenal. Like a contract.
Yeah, this is part of the contract we've made with you, the listener. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good contract. It's a binding contract. It is something that we are committed to, committed to providing you.
If we're going to be talking a lot about Patrick Mahomes,
volumes to this team.
We might as well just soften the blow a little bit by having that. So
you don't need that for Mookie Betts though.
No. So the Rockies win, and Antonio Sensatella, strong 5 innings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's bring it on. Here we go. Regular season starts tomorrow. 60-game sprint. Herman Marquez on the mound, and away we go. Bull mania. Sweeping the planet. No, that's not Bull.
No, that's not. That's not Garrett Bull.
Not
mania.
Garrett Bull. Yeah. It's not Garrett Bull. It's Bull.
Bull.
Boy, did he shine yesterday in their scrimmage win over Washington? Blocking shots, dribbling the ball up court. Pull-up threes.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of
Bowl mania.
We'll see a lot of that come
Sweeping.
playoff time.
Will we?
Bowl. Bring the ball up and pull up for a 3. That's not gonna happen. Bowl.
So what are we supposed to make of
nothing?
This
you make nothing of this.
Nothing.
No, this is nothing.
Well, I mean, it's not nothing. It's intriguing for 2021, but as far as thinking that he's going to be some sort of secret weapon unleashed on the NBA for these playoffs.
Well, that's what Nugget.
That's far-fetched.
That's what Nugget fanboy has thought about. What's the kid from Missouri's name?
Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, Michael Porter Jr.
Well, and that's the thing.
MPJ.
Yeah, that's the thing. And don't make this sound like, oh, Evans, you're being negative about Bol Bol. I'm just looking at the evidence. I mean, let's just look at the facts here. How did Michael Malone treat Michael Porter Jr. in his rookie season? He used him with he was very cautious in using him. Didn't show much patience in his rookie mistakes. Didn't seem to trust him. And so while fans and Nugget media were calling for more Michael Porter Jr., Michael Malone, who knows a little bit more basketball than the rest of you, felt he wasn't ready. So if Michael Porter Jr., in the eyes of Michael Malone, wasn't ready.
Right. And by the way, Michael Porter Jr. has a full-grown NBA man-type body.
Yeah, Michael Porter Jr. is
Bol has giraffe legs.
Is more advanced right now, and Michael Malone didn't trust him.
Yeah.
So you think he's gonna suddenly trust Bol to play meaningful minutes as you start this, almost immediately jumping right into the playoffs?
No.
I don't even know if he's going to trust Michael Porter Jr. come.
I don't think. I think that here's what I think. I think he is it's the Wizard of Oz. There's nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. They're not going to play him. And as far as Michael Porter Jr., I always think when you say Michael Malone, I always think of Michael McDonald. I keep forgetting. Not in love. He's like, I keep forgetting to put Michael Porter Jr. in the game. I keep forgetting. Every time you say it, because I just like the one game. Remember the one game where he had a bunch of points and all Nugget Boy was going, I told you,
right.
He's in now.
Right. And then the next game he played like 9 minutes.
Yeah.
No, that's what I base it on, is just how Malone is treated MPJ. So I can't imagine it's going to be that much different for Bol. But hey, look, you got the scrimmages, you got these 8 games, which, come on, are virtually meaningless. They're just being done to satisfy TV contracts around the NBA. They're nothing more than a glorified tune-up for the playoffs.
They're D-League games. Or G-League. What do they call it? G-League?
G-League. Well, last night was more G-League. But I think once you get into the games, these 8 games that they're finishing up, but they're all just tune-ups. They're tune-ups.
Yeah.
Your seeding can change, but since there is no home court advantage, really, what does the seeding matter?
I am going to make a prediction on Michael Porter Jr. for the playoffs.
Okay.
All right, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
PBJ will have more of an impact on the playoffs than MPJ.
Well, based on the reports on the meals that they're getting,
that's what I'm saying.
PB and J would be a delicacy.
Right. That snack is going to have more of an impact on the players' protein intake.
But these eight games give Bol a great opportunity to get a lot of work for next year.
Right,
that's what this is all about for him.
I mean, the work is good. I mean, eventually, it's not 8 games, these 4 games. Because eventually the players have to play, right? The guys who are going to play are going to have to play.
Right.
So you get to be a star for 4 games. And then you get to put on a suit that has really long pants and sit on the bench.
Coming up.
Really long pants.
Really long pants.
Super long.
Broncos rookies reporting today, sort of. We'll explain next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. They do a phenomenal job in the Denver community. Right now, mortgage lending is still an essential business, so they're here to help you during this critical time. We're all in this together, and I know many of us are struggling financially right now. Most people here in Denver have lived in their homes long enough. The market has still been good enough to have developed equity in their home. You can use that equity to your advantage. Take advantage of these incredibly low interest rates right now. Refinance your home. Credit card debt is a big deal. The average homeowner here in Colorado carries about $22,000 worth of credit card debt. See how they can take that credit card debt, put it into a home loan, refinance your home, and have you saving hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars a month. And let's face it, who couldn't use an extra 100, 200, $1,000 during the month? Everybody. That's Ideal Home Loans, guys, serving Colorado since 2001, where first they listen, then they lend. Call them, 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000, or find them online at idealhomeloans.com.
All right, so Broncos rookies report to training camp today, sort of. So here's what's going on. The Bronco rookies will report today just to be tested. They will be tested today. Those players will then self-quarantine Friday and Saturday. On Sunday, they'll take the test again. Those players who have 2 negative tests can then enter the Broncos headquarters for the first time on Monday. The rest of the Bronco players will report Tuesday for their first COVID test. They will then quarantine 2 days, take their second test on July 31st. Vets with 2 negative tests can then enter the Bronco headquarters for the first time August 1st. And then it's on. Then we go.
They've got a plan. It's approved.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yesterday they had all 32 plans were in place. 8, I think, as of yesterday, had been approved by their, NFLPA representatives or whatever it is, however they approve those things. So Broncos being one of those teams that has approved the plan. Obviously, they're coming into camp also with less bodies, 80 total players coming into camp. Usually they have, 90? They can come in with 90 now because they have some exemptions and things of that nature. So 80 guys.
Broncos, by the way, have been rolling out the announcements of rookies signing. They agreed last night with Cush.
Yes.
So all the rookies are signed save for Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler.
All right. Those will get done, right? Don't you think? I mean, it's so slotted nowadays.
Yeah.
What's taking the
all the do you miss the days of will he sign on time? Will he not? What's the holdup?
Right.
What are they haggling over? Is he going to be there for the first day of camp? Is this a holdout?
Nobody holds.
Do you miss those days at all?
No, I mean nobody holds out anymore, right?
No, nobody holds out.
I mean it's all pretty slotted. I saw that that Chase Young from I don't know what their name is anymore, the Washington football team. I saw that Chase Young signed yesterday for the Washington football team.
Yeah, it's all slotted.
Yeah.
But since it's all slotted, kind of wondering, why hasn't the Jeudy deal been announced yet?
Well, the guys probably around him haven't signed yet. But yeah,
well,
I mean, somebody's got to sign, right?
Ruggs signed.
Yeah, you get a couple of, Ruggs signed, and then you go, well, he was drafted higher, right? So you go 10% or whatever the percentage is, 5%, 7%, whatever it is, higher than the last year's draft slot, and you ink a deal.
Yeah, I'm not too worried.
Maybe I oversimplify.
No.
But I think it's pretty.
It is. It's not gonna be. It's not an issue. It's not an issue. What is the question? Is this rookie class? I mean, are you? What words would you use to describe how you feel about this rookie class?
Ooh, just one word to describe how I feel. Just one word.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I was struggling, and that's pretty much it. I feel
Vance.
Yes.
So wise.
So he is.
So wise.
So just such a man of just few words, but they just hit the point. Like, I don't want to be negative, Mike.
You negative?
Yes. I want to be
talking about the Broncos. No,
I want to be honest, though.
I know you are honest.
I just like there's a lot of it. Is there a word that means I'm both excited and apprehensive at the same time?
Okay, why apprehensive? That's an interesting word.
Well, because you're relying so much. I mean, the whole nation has anointed the Broncos like almost winning the draft. Because of the fact that Jerry Jeudy fell to you, and because they have loaded all these weapons up for their young quarterback, and they have seemingly have said, hey, we're putting it all on our young quarterback, and everybody and their brother's uncle has gotten so excited about these picks that you're putting a ton of pressure on young guys to come in here and be the difference makers. Remember last year, this is very much this way with the New England Patriots last year on a lesser degree, but everybody thought that kid they drafted out of Arizona,
N'Keal Harry,
was just going to come in and he was going to be the rookie of the year. Remember? I mean, that was the talk. Oh, what a tremendous pick at 31 or 32 or whatever he was. And this kid's a dynamo and he's going to make a huge difference. And, you know, he screwed up a couple of routes. He didn't do the right thing. And then all of a sudden Tom Brady was like, you know, I'm done with you. And I think he got hurt. And so you're asking, like, I have walked in for 12 years and I was a rookie at one point, but I walked into a locker room, bebopping in the locker room week 8. You know, like, woohoo, week 8. Yeah, we're going to get close to the downhill slide. And every rookie is asleep, curled up in the fetal position in their locker. Like, oh, my God, I can't believe how long this season is. We start, you know. And yet, here we are. We're counting. Hey, these guys are going to be the difference makers. And I'm just saying, pump your brakes. Crazy offseason. Crazy world we live in right now. There are going to be some serious growing pains for this offense. I'm just saying, I am apprehensive.
Well, there is a lot of expectations for this class to make an immediate impact, and it goes well beyond just Jeudy and Hamler. Cush is expected to be a plug-and-play starter from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Ojemudia he was drafted with the idea that he could be your other starting corner.
Right? Yes.
I mean, they do not have – the idea is Boye on one side, Callahan in the slot, Callahan-Otto. In the slot. And then fill in the blank. Is it Ojemudia? Is it Yadam? You know, who's your other opposite starting corner? And so they drafted Ojemudia with the idea he could step in and start. So so you're looking with the expectation on paper that at least 3, perhaps 4 of these rookies are going to start.
Yeah,
this year.
Yeah, that's a tall task. That is a tall task. I was impressed with your Ojemudia, though. Do you have the tight end guy? Do you know his name?
This might be one of the most challenging.
Yeah, rosters.
Rookie draft classes from a pronunciation standpoint. In my over 20 years of covering this team,
right?
I mean, it's.
What's the Albert O? What's O's name?
I'll tell you what. I need to practice it a little bit.
Do you?
Okay, I'm not ready to just do that right now.
What is that Hawaiian?
I'll try it in the brew. How about
what is that Hawaiian fish? You know, hukumuku. You know that Hawaiian fish? They make T-shirts on it. You've never gone to Hawaii and gone to like Crazy Shirt and got one of the humu naka naka
No, I have not made a trip to Hawaii yet.
You haven't been to Hawaii?
I have not been to Hawaii, no.
Oh, my word. Really?
Yeah, sorry. Not all of us can just pack up the family and
I've got this
jet across the ocean to some 5-star hotel on the beach.
You've never played in the Pro Bowl?
I've never played in the Pro Bowl, no. Still waiting for my
I just have this vision of you
18th alternate invite.
Being like a buoy, just floating in the ocean, just your head hanging above just enjoying the water.
Do I get to have a little bell on it?
Yeah, it's like a beacon. Beep. The glass bottom boat comes
like,
hey, whoa, watch the buoy.
I don't want the beacon. I want the bell, like in Jaws or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's got the buoy with the little bell on it.
Put the buoy out
very
there.
Very foreboding. So.
Guide the glass bottom boat in.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Speaking of the morning brew, it is coming your way. And what do we make of the Rockies sweeping their 2 wins in Texas as they get ready for the real games to start? That's next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Apple Air, and let me tell you guys, I'm talking about Christmas in July. It's hot right now, but they've got their famous Christmas in July promo, and it is going to be absolutely great. If you're thinking about replacing your AC, stop right now and listen to this. 0 interest for 60 months. That's right, 60 months or 5 years interest-free financing available now on select systems during the Christmas in July. Guys, they always say cash is king. Well, keep yours in your pocket. Who doesn't love this? A free humidifier. It saves money on heating costs in the summer. Great for your wood, your floors, your furniture, your skin, everything. And oh, by the way, during the wintertime when things get really dry, keeps the air moist so you're not shocking yourself every time you touch the light switch. That is Christmas in July. Free humidifier, 60 months, interest-free financing. Guys, it doesn't get any better than that. And I'll tell you, Apple Air, a proud member of Mark's All Pros referral network at marksallpros.com. Check them out. You can trust them. They are awesome. That's Apple Air. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, 303-733-2813, or find them on air at appleairinc.com.
Let's get it on.
Yeah, it was a good one. I think you saw a lot of good things tonight. Impressive showing by a lot of Rockies. I thought it was a good overall team win. We pitched well. We swung the bats, a couple big swings, a couple big individual nights, right? So it was another good one. Day off tomorrow, and it starts for real on Friday.
Yep, it does, Bud Black. But the Rockies went down to Texas, went down to Dallas, Arlington, and did what they had to do. A couple of tune-up wins. Now they get ready to take on the Rangers for real with a weekend series starting tomorrow. Mark, did the events of the last two nights change your outlook at all about what you think this 60-game sprint could look like?
No, I mean, there's no pressure. I want to see how they perform, how the bullpen performs, how the hitters perform when there's actually at pressure at bats, pressure situations, leverage situations as a pitcher. Like that's what I want to see. It's a must-win series.
Look, I think the two games
Did you hear that? Must-win series.
Must win. You got
It is kind of
right.
It
is. We are in. Yeah.
Must-win territory.
If you want to make the playoffs,
you gotta win 2 or 3.
You got to win series. Yeah. I don't think that's
this is one of the things I'm
hyperbole. No,
this is one of the things I'm excited about. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but this is one of the things I'm excited about this baseball season. Every series to me is a must-win series.
Yeah, you just can't take that. Well, hey,
it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Wash this one off and come back tomorrow because It's a marathon, not a sprint. You're only as good as tomorrow's starting pitching. I mean, all that. Throw that stuff out the window.
Yep.
There's a football-like urgency to this baseball season, and I agree with you. I love it. Next on the Morning Brew.
Extended playoffs, to me, are something that both sides could like. It's more TV revenue for the teams. It's more chances to make the playoffs for the players. And very importantly, the more teams that believe they've got a chance to make the playoffs, they will spend more money. That has been proven time and time again. That's what drives the spending of teams.
JP Morosi, Fox Sports baseball analyst. And baseball right now, even as the season is ready to start tonight, still discussing the possibility of expanding the playoff pool from 10 teams to 16 teams for this year.
Right.
Sign me up.
Yeah, me too.
Immediately.
I mean, why is it not done right now? Because your playoff pool going to be more he's 100% right. Not only more television revenue from the playoff standpoint, more opportunities for each team, meaning they're going to spend more money. More guys are going to get signed off the street that could help a team. And then the playoff pool money. When you get into the playoffs, you get a share as a player. It's not your regular salary, but you get a playoff share. So more guys are going to get playoff shares. Like what's holding this up? Like what's there to negotiate? Really, honestly,
I can't think of a downside.
I want more. I mean, honestly, it comes down to what's the playoff share split? I don't know. I don't know the intricacies, but get this done yesterday.
Yeah, I've never, and I know the old school, the traditionalists. Oh, you water down the season. No, give me more NFL teams in the playoffs. Give me more baseball teams in the playoffs. Heck, in the NHL and NBA. Half the teams in the league, basically. You play 82 games, still only to eliminate, a handful of teams in each conference.
Right.
They all go to the playoffs, basically. So why not do it with those other sports? Why not do it with baseball? I think it should happen. I think it will happen, and that's a good thing. Next on the Morning Brew.
He has really good IQ, so he's the one that actually told me to set the screen, and I just noticed someone smarter was on me, so I decided to slip. But we haven't really been together too much in practice, but we kind of figuring it out as we go.
Bull, hysteria, sweeping the planet. After he went out last night, played 32 minutes, scored 16 points, had 10 rebounds, 6 blocks in the Nuggets 89-82 scrimmage win over Washington. Mark, what do we make of the significance of this performance as it relates to Bull actually being a serious part of the Nuggets playoff rotation?
Doesn't
get much taller than that, Vance.
I make nothing of it. He'll be on the end of the bench watching the playoffs like us. But I mean, hey, this is great, and it's great experience and good for him, and that's like when the playoffs start, you shorten the bench, and there's no room for really long players on a shortened bench.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. How about that? It's just not like he's not going to play.
Look, it's exciting. His potential is really exciting. This is a 7'2" man who is blocking shots on one end, then dribbling the ball up court, pulling up, stop and pop from beyond the 3-point arc, and knocking it down. You don't see 7'2" players do this. He's a very intriguing prospect. But let's pump the brakes just a little bit. This was a scrimmage. It was against Washington. The Nuggets played without Jamal Murray, Gary Harris, Torrey Craig, Will Barton, Monte Morris. These are all guys who are going to be part of the Nuggets rotation come playoff time. And the Wizards, come on, the Wizards are just playing out the string. And that was like a summer league game last night. That was like a G League game. And he excelled, which is great. But that's a tall, well, he is tall, but that's even taller than Bull leap to think that he's going to be able to do it when the real games start and you're playing against real NBA players, real men. But put me down as being really excited about his prospects for 2021. I just don't see how he can be taken seriously as a big-time contributor for what's coming up here in the next few months.
He's not. That's the answer. He's not.
Also, Michael Porter Jr. didn't play either last night. Next on the Morning Brew.
Saving him, secret weapon.
What you do have is my word, and it's stronger than oak.
That's a good one, man.
I love that one. Cush's dad. Played by the great Lloyd. Not Lloyd, no. Which Bridges was that?
One of the Bridges.
Bo.
Yeah.
Bo.
Was Lloyd the father?
Was Lloyd the father?
I think Lloyd is the father.
And that's the guy from the airplane movies?
Yeah.
Oh, I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Yeah. I think that's the father.
That's the father.
Then you have Bo.
And
Jeff.
Yeah.
Is there another one?
I'm not sure. Anywho, Bronco rookies reporting today, sort of, as they have to begin a couple of days of testing for the coronavirus, and then a couple of days of quarantine, and then testing negative again. And then beginning next week, Monday, they'll be able to start working out. So it's all the old rules have been put aside. I mean,
right.
it used to just be Bronco rookies report, get on the field. Here we go. But you're looking at a whole process that they and then the veterans next week. So you're not going to have the whole team working out until August 1st.
So once the rookies pass and then you go into the veterans going through all their stuff, will the rookies be will they be doing Zoom meetings? Will they be on the field at all? I mean, I don't know. Like, what do? They just sit around for another 3 days?
No, they'll be doing something. I'm sure they can start getting out on the field and working out. Yeah, I mean, once you've been cleared.
I would think,
yeah,
right?
Let's go. Let's get to work. Come on. They need as many reps as they can get. It's time to get to work. Let's go. That'll do it for the Morning Brew. Bring that to each and every morning at 6:30. James Marilat's going to be joining us here in a second.
I'll tell you a funny story. Back when I played in Washington for the football team that has no name. It's like Voldemort. You can't say the name. The Washington Football Club. Right? But
I'm just going to call them the Generals for now.
You are?
Yeah, the Washington Generals.
So we used to bring in the rookies, and the rookies practiced for a whole week. I got my rookie year. I practiced every day, 2 a day, had scrimmages against the Steelers twice, and I was the only center in camp. Every snap of every practice, every day. And so my second year, we come in. There's a couple of young guys that come in. They ask Russ Grimm and Joe Jacoby to come in because the lines need to be lengthened a little bit, right? And so Russ and Joe go, okay, yeah, great, we'll be there. 3 days to drive 2.5 hours from Washington, D.C. to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Took them 3 days. Nobody could find them. You know, it was before cell phones. stopped at every bar on the way, drank, got a little bed and breakfast.
I think back to what camp was like when I first got here and started covering you guys back in the Super Bowl years, and I can understand why, as veteran players especially, you guys must have. I mean, once it got to be maybe within like a week, 2 weeks of the starter, you must have just had a pit in your stomach. I mean, training camp sucked.
Oh, it was.
I mean, just sucked.
Walking out the first day, we always used to sit in Greeley. We would sit in there and in the weight room. Remember Greeley, how that worked? And we'd sit down in the weight room, and everybody would be like, you'd have your shoulder pads and your helmet on the side, and everybody would just be slowly taping up their wrists and their fingers. And it'd be the first day of you're about ready to go out there in full pads, and we'd all be looking at each other going, this is the best you're ever going to feel again until the season ends. Like, you are going to feel like absolute hammered poop from this point forward. And then you're willingly to put one foot in front of another.
And you know what? And you know what? When you guys were having camp, it was easier than how it used to be before that, when they used to play 6 preseason games, and camp would go on for like a month and a half.
My rookie year was 5 weeks of camp.
Oh,
2-a-days every day, and a scrimmage on Wednesdays.
Oh,
like 2 scrimmages on Wednesdays and 2 scrimmages on Saturdays.
Yeah,
and it was full. It was full pads. We never took our pads off, and we beat the snot out of one another.
Shanny never liked it when I would refer to his camp as a country club, but comparatively speaking, it was.
Right.
But to his credit, he was ahead of the curve as to what was coming down the road.
But
players loved him for it.
Yeah, but we were still real. I mean, we still had physical football camps.
Yeah,
physical football camps.
Compared to what you,
he took. We have those 10-10-10 practices. We'd have days where we didn't go, double days where we took our pads off and didn't beat each other up. So he was much better, but they were still physical.
Well, there was a time when little James Marilat would make the trip up to Greeley and watch his Bronco heroes and
right. He probably asked me for an autograph.
Probably
asked
Stink for an autograph.
Like, get out of here, kid.
Yep. Standing there on the ropes, just waiting all day for Stink, and he just
blow
brushed
right
me
past
off.
You.
Yeah,
I'm too important. Sorry, kid. James, I got a meeting to get to.
James was the kid that was going, Stink, 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 and I come over and goes, can you get TD to come over here? That was James.
That was James.
Yeah, that was James.
I made that drive a few times. I got a ticket or two on 85.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Yep, absolutely. All right, James Marilat joining us, and James, have you caught Bowl Mania?
Well, kind of. Look, it was fun to watch yesterday. I think he's an intriguing prospect for the future, but I think the notion that he's going to all of a sudden step in the 8-game regular season that they have left and in the playoffs and be some sort of a secret weapon, I think is a little bit overly optimistic. Well, actually, a lot bit optimistic. It's not going to happen. Last night was a scrimmage. It was like watching a game at 24-hour fitness. I mean, they weren't playing any defense. They weren't they weren't getting after it. So, in playoff basketball, when it's half court and it slows down and it's more physical, that's not. I don't think Bowl's ready for that yet. The other thing is the Nuggets. One of the things they have going for them, and Tim Connolly's been preaching this for over a year, is this cohesiveness. This is the same group that essentially they had out in the playoffs last year that got to Game 7 of the second round. If they're all healthy, if they're all there, and they're coming back, even the Lakers are trying to work in J.R. Smith and, some other guys. The Nuggets have this group that they're used to playing together. That's really the strength of this team. So I think to mess that up with Bowl wouldn't make much sense. But, hey, it was fun, and he's intriguing. And down the road, he's a unique talent that could be, could be something that makes the Nuggets, a tough team to defend. But, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen this year, but, hey, it was fun to watch basketball, and it was fun to watch a guy go out and have a big night, that's for sure.
At what point do they start taking these games a little bit more seriously to tune up for their regulars when the playoffs start? Like, how many do they need? 2, 3, 4?
I was thinking about it. They have the 3 exhibition games, and then they have the 8 games that, quote-unquote, count.
Right.
But I don't know how much those really count because seeding doesn't matter all that much, right? Because you're not trying to get home court advantage. So if you're in the top 4, it's not that big a deal of whether if you're 5. I think you want to avoid the 4-5 seeds so you don't get the Lakers in round 2 if you're just thinking ahead and being optimistic. So To me, I think you just want to look at if it was a graph, you just want the trajectory going up the whole time. And you want to try and peak and be playing your best basketball in games 7 and 8 of the regular season. So how many they win, I don't know if it matters all that much. They just want to be, kind of hitting their stride and playing like they were in February, because they weren't playing very well when the season went on a hiatus, but maybe right before the All-Star break, if they can kind of hit that point about game 7 or 8 right at the end of the regular season and go into the playoffs on a roll, that's the goal. How they're doing, in these games and right out of the gate when they start counting, I don't think it matters all that much.
Visiting with James Marilat, speaking of takeaways, what do you take away from these two Rocky wins?
You know what? I'm optimistic about the Rockies. Maybe it's because I've been writing these timeline 25s, and I'm on 2017 and 18, and those were 2 years the Rockies went to the postseason, and essentially the same guys are here. I love their everyday lineup. I don't think there are many holes in it. They're not very deep. That's always the case with the Rockies, right? Even though their payroll is respectable, it's very top-heavy. So they can't afford to have bad years or off years from high-paid guys, and they did last year. I mean, Ian Desmond and Daniel Murphy were not very good. Charlie Blackmon was so-so. They have to have good seasons from, I know Desmond's not there, but, Arenado, Blackmon, Story, Daniel Murphy, those guys, they have to have, and David Dahl, he's also on that list. He needs to stay healthy. Okay, that's it. I don't think that's a bad bet. They've got the 4 starters that they've never had a guy that, is going to go out. That Freeland have 17 wins a couple years ago. They had Ubaldo in 2010 that had the 19-win season. But typically when they make the playoffs, they have 4 guys who win like 10 to 13. Well, it's the same 4 guys. I mean, Marquez, Gray, Senzatella. Freeland's the big question mark. He has to bounce back. If he does, that's a decent rotation. It's going to keep him in most games. And then the big key to me is Wade Davis. Every time this team has made the postseason, going all the way back to 2007 with Manny Corpus and Brian Fuentes, and then it was Houston Street, and then it was Greg Holland a couple years ago. They have a guy coming out of the bullpen that slams the door shut. If they can get to the 8th inning with the lead, this year it's going to have to be Oberg and Wade Davis. Then I think they've got a shot. So it's really Kyle Freeland, Wade Davis, and Daniel Murphy that need to have bounce back years. I think all 3 of those things are possible. So I'm optimistic. I'm also the guy though that's like, man, do you really want to? Nolan Arenado hits a home run in the first game out in Texas. I'm like, can't you save that for Friday? Like, part of me is a little worried that they're winning the 2 games that don't matter, and then it's going to count on Friday, and they're going to start falling apart. But I am optimistic about the Rockies. I think it's a above 500 team. I think they're going to be 35 wins or so in this season, and they have a shot at competing for the playoffs.
How do you feel about the expansion of the playoffs? I don't know why it hasn't already happened. I don't know what the negotiation's all about, but to expand the playoffs just seems to make sense to me. What say you?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's look, the more we can have in there, and the better the Rockies' chances are. So I'm always for that kind of thing. But it's such a quirky season of 60 games, and so, if you have a couple of bad weeks, it can really put you behind the 8 ball. So I think if we're truly trying to find the best team, and it's not the same measuring stick that it normally is of the marathon of 162 games, but I think you want to get as many teams in there as possible without it being a joke, right? You don't want to have it to where teams that aren't above 500 are getting in there, where you've seen in the NBA and the NHL sometimes. But yeah, adding a little bit extra, having some more playoff games. There's nothing better than October baseball. So the more of it we can have, the better for me. I'm on board with that.
James, give me a word or 2 or 3 that you think best sums up this Bronco rookie class that's reporting to work today.
Boy, the best word. Promising. I actually just posted Cecil's article about the guys who signed yesterday, the 7 who signed. So 8 of the 10 are under contract, just Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler to go. As I was reading it, I'm like, well, not all these guys are going to be good because they sound great in the little paragraph write-up. But I think there's multiple guys who are going to contribute this year. Jeudy and Hamler, I think for sure will. I think Cushenberry's a day 1 starter. I think they need him to be. I think Ojemudia has a chance to be that number 2 corner opposite A.J. Bouye. So I think it's going to be impactful. There's the word I'll pick. I'll go with impactful. I think they're going to have a big influence on what happens in 2020. I think it's a good group, and I think it'll be a ton of fun to watch. Unfortunately, we don't get preseason games. I never would have thought I'd say that sentence that, it's unfortunate we don't get preseason games. But it would have been fun to kind of see these guys in preseason, see them develop, and see them, compete for those starting jobs. So it may take a little longer than normal, but no, it's a good group. I think they're going to be a ton of fun.
We were talking yesterday, real quick, last thing for me, talking yesterday about Kansas City's run here. And since 2013, they've drafted 9 Pro Bowl players. And obviously, in John Elway's run, we've picked 2. I mean, we had, from a draft standpoint, Von Miller and Philip Lindsay. And so Mike and I were talking, hey, 15, 16, 17 they're terrible drafts, okay?
Yep.
There's no other way to put it. They're horrible. So from 18, 19, 20, is it fair? We said you got to have 5 Pro Bowlers out of those 3 drafts if this team is really going to turn around. They've got to have that kind of production out of this draft. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. I think you get the 2 out of 18. That's what Sutton and Chubb that I think have a shot. I think Reisner and Fant and Locke have a shot from last year. And then I think there's multiple guys from this year's class that can get in there. So I think 5's actually the right number because maybe Chubb doesn't reach that 12 sack total again, so it's just Sutton out of that group. Maybe Locke is just a pretty good quarterback and not great, but it's still Reisner and some other guys that can make it and Fant. So I think 5's a really good number, and I think if they get 5 out of those 3 classes, they're going to be pretty good. Are they going to be Kansas City good? Hey, that's a high bar, but I think they can be a playoff team if they can get five Pro Bowlers out of that group. That's a good number.
All right, we've covered a lot of ground. Last question for you. Are you disappointed that the Colorado Rapids had to settle for a 2-2 draw with Minnesota?
It's funny you asked me about the Rapids.
Oh, God.
Because last night I'm clicking around and I'm like, I haven't watched sports in 5 months, and even that can't get me to watch MLS. I can't do it. I have no interest in it. I got the app, and I'm, putting a little something on a horse race in Australia where they're riding around in a little cart behind the horse.
Yeah.
I'm doing that instead of watching the Rapids. I don't know anything about these horses. I'm just picking numbers, picking names, and asking my kids what they like. So, if this can't get people, including me in that group, to watch MLS, I don't think anything is. And
good news, James. Good news is Real Sports starts tonight.
I know. That's
Real Sports is back.
That's exciting, but and I tried to be optimistic. I think I mentioned it to you guys sometime in June of like, hey, Rockies are back Rapids are back July 8th. Got MLS starting up, and you laughed at me. You guys were right. I have zero interest. I just can't do it.
All right, James, thank you. There he
You
goes.
bet. Thanks,
James
fellas.
Marilat, 1043thefan.com. Also been filling in this week for Sandy, doing a great job with Sandy and Orlando. All right, plenty to react to. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. And coming up next, should I be surprised that my man DMac came after me once again, start of his show, even more evidence that I have taken up residence in his head, rent-free. The latest example, next. Siltar Motors in Broomfield, family-owned business for over 60 years. You think about all the things that a company has to do right over and over again to be lasting that long and to be so nationally acclaimed. I mean, it is the place to go if you are looking to get that car during these challenging times. They'll take care of any type of customer, regardless of their financial and credit history. They will customize a payment plan that fits your situation. And if you have hit the hardest of times and have had to declare bankruptcy, Siltar has the solution. They have their very own bankruptcy specialists. This program has been in place for over 25 years. It's called the Zero Down Program. Contact the Zero Down team. Their name says it all. Zero down payment and no payments for 45 days, and you drive off their lot in a car. Go to sthmotors.com. Siltar Motors is 5 dealerships in one, offering Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, Volvo, and Maserati, and is conveniently located right off Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield. And if you have declared bankruptcy, please call the Zero Down team, 720-446-9222, or visit them online at sthmotors.com. Mark, I got a question for you.
You got to go on when this song plays.
And this is something that as guys especially, I mean, ladies feel free to join in, but I think this is kind of tilted more towards the guys. Because guys tend to do things that women look at and go, really? Like, that's just stupid, right? But guys are like, well, that doesn't sound stupid at all, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can give you a few, but...
All right, so here's the question. Are there rules as to what kind of food you can eat and can't eat at a particular time of the day? For example.
Yeah, please.
Okay? So yesterday I had a very busy day.
Yes.
Was running around all day, culminated with some adult co-ed softball last night, in which I played shortstop and was just picking it.
Oh, were you?
I mean, I was like, I don't know, fill in the blank. Trevor Story, Bogarts. Francisco Lindor. I mean,
how's your range?
Range is limited.
Okay.
Okay?
Got to hit it right to you.
But operating within the phone booth, stellar.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, as I'm tired.
Right.
I'm driving home, game in at about 8:50, and I'm tired, right? I just want to go to bed. My wife sends a message to me. She says, she goes, hey, I made tuna fish sandwiches. If you want one when you get home. Now, I love tuna fish sandwiches.
Right.
Love tuna fish sandwiches.
Okay. How do you like your tuna fish?
I definitely I don't want too much in it, but I definitely like some onions.
Oh.
Some green onions in there.
Green onions.
Oh, yes.
Scallions.
Like scallions, put it in there. So anyway.
Oh, scallywag. I like thick, like the red onion, thick red onion.
Ooh.
And a little hint of sweet relish in there. Oh, yeah. It's almost like a sweet and sour type of thing.
No.
Yeah.
So anyway, I get home. I'm like, oh, man, I'd love a tuna fish sandwich, but I'm tired. So this morning, I got up. And at 5 o'clock in the morning, right before, actually it was 4:55 before I left, I made myself a tuna fish sandwich.
Yeah.
With bread, glass of milk, and I ate it for breakfast. And it was delicious.
Sure. Of course.
Is that against the rules? I mean,
no, there are no.
Is there anything that says, come on, you can't be eating a tuna fish sandwich at 4:55 in the morning? Why not?
Yeah, no, I don't have any of those type of rules. I mean, if you have a hankering.
Oh, I had a hankering.
For a tuna fish sandwich. It doesn't matter what time of day.
I almost made two. I almost made another one.
The only thing about tuna is it's hard to pack with you. You know, you can't make one because it gets squished out. And then you get the little sandwich bags full of tuna, and then the bread gets a little soggy.
See, I love tuna fish that gets soggy. I love it. I love a soggy tuna fish sandwich.
Really?
Like I bring a tuna fish sandwich to school, put it up in the locker, get to sit there for
let it ferment for a while.
Sit there for about 4 hours,
right?
Then take it out for lunch. Soggy.
No, I don't.
Oh, so good.
I know.
So good.
But I am with you. Like I will eat whatever I feel like eating at any time of day or night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we clarified.
So my man DMac, once again leading off his show yesterday with Tyler Polumbus, invoking my name, further proof that I am living rent-free in his dome. So he's all upset now because I won't go gaga over Bol. And that is so typical DMac. I mean, you want to talk about the champion of the underdog or the champion of the little people, although this guy's not so little. I mean, he's like the squirrel, you know, like the moment a shiny new object comes into the Denver sports orbit, he's like, oh, this is going to be the next big thing.
Right.
I mean, this is the same guy who wrote a manifesto on Tim Tebow and claimed, seriously, that Tim Tebow would win multiple Super Bowls as quarterback of the Denver Broncos. So it should surprise absolutely nobody that he thinks Bol is going to be the Nuggets' secret weapon and will lead the Nuggets to NBA championship glory this summer.
I like that. Like, when you said he's like the champion of the little people, I thought about the movie Willow. You remember the movie The Willow?
Yeah.
Willow movie? Matt Monaghan, you really are great. You know? He was like Willow.
Right.
He's like the little Lilliputian guy.
Yeah.
Willow.
Yeah.
just champion the underdog.
It's classic DMac. Somebody new comes in, makes a little initial burst, and he is just like all over it. And then when that person ends up failing or gets traded or gets cut, he's just like, I never liked him in the first place. It's so classic.
What do you think what do you think the odds? If you had to say, okay, here's the delineating line on a guy with two first names, Bobo. All right, and the delineating line is super, like, NBA, like, full-time contributor starter or bench player, role player. What would you say Bobo?
His upside is?
No. What would you say, like, you had to pick? He's going to be a full-time, like, starter, and a guy that plays for a long time as a starter, or a full-time, full-career bench player. What would you say his role?
Oh, I think he's got the potential to be a full-time starter.
Whoa, sorry.
God bless you.
Thank you. So if I had to put, okay, so you had to put money on it. He's going to be a full-time NBA regular. Like, he just is like, when free agency hits, he's got a chance to go somewhere else and start, or a full-time bench player.
No, I think this guy could be a starter in the NBA and be a good, solid, 15 and 8 guy.
I look at Bobo, and you know what I see? I see full-time role-playing bench player. And I know he knocked down some shots and he blocked a shot, and I see a career on the bench. 7 minutes a game, that type of player.
See, people think I'm like down on Michael Porter Jr. or down on Bol Bol. I'm not. I just think that the crowning of these guys and the immediate impact that they're going to make, that's where I think that the hyperbole gets carried away.
Let me ask you this. How many of those guys, and by those guys I mean those big gangly dudes that everybody gets excited about. What was that? What's the guy, the marsupial guy, or what's his name? The big
marsupial guy?
Yeah, what's his name? Marchant or Marchant or marsupial man, or what, the big
Boban?
Yeah, Boban.
Marjinovich?
Yeah.
Boban.
Yeah, how much does he play?
Yeah, but Bol Bol's a lot different player than a Boban.
I don't know. I think a Boban and a Bobo.
No, they're different. Boban and Bol Bol are different kind of guys.
Give me another big gangly.
Well, there's Manute Bol was big and gangly,
and he didn't play. He was
Manute Bol had a nice NBA career,
but he was.
If you tell me that Bol Bol is going to be Manute Bol, sign me up.
Was Manute Bol a full-time starter ever? Like, was he really a guy that you looked at like full-time starter, NBA, like all-star potential?
Look,
at some
all
point?
I'm saying about Bol Bol is I do like his potential. I love Michael Porter Jr.'s potential, but not for this year.
I think Michael Porter Jr.'s got a lot more potential than Bol Bol.
Yes,
because he's got the right body make.
But it's just this rush to say, well, Michael Porter Jr. was going to be the guy that put the Nuggets over the top this year, and now Bol Bol's the guy that's going to put them over the top for this imminent playoff run. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, just show a little bit of understanding of the game, will you? And be excited about their potential. Be excited about their prospects. I am very excited about what these guys could do in the future.
You know what Bol Bol reminds me of?
But for this year, especially Bol Bol, he hasn't played, and he's going to step right into the NBA now and make an impact.
You know what Bol Bol reminds me of?
Who does? How about Mutombo?
Dikembe Mutombo? No, I mean, come on, Mutombo.
No, he was a big man.
He's a big, thick.
How about Sean Bradley?
There you go. Sean Bradley.
Sean Bradley.
You know what?
Sean Bradley made a lot of money in this league.
Let me tell you what Bol Bol reminds me of. Magnum P.I.
Okay.
When I look at Bol Bol, I think Magnum P.I.
All right, stop right there. Stop right there, because I gotta devote more time to this.
Okay.
Why Bol Bol reminds you of Magnum P.I. I can't wait for this, and neither can you. Next.
Hey guys, you thinking about selling your house? Now might be the best time to sell your house. The market, it's in full swing. The interest rates are super low. Every day you wait to list your house might be costing you valuable time and money. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals is the guy I recommend you give a call to. Troy is so committed to getting you the most money. He's the only agent anywhere I've ever lived to guarantee to sell your house at your price. If he doesn't, he pays you $5,000. Troy can make that guarantee because he has so many approved buyers that want to close on a house this summer. He simply doesn't have enough houses to sell. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. There's absolutely no risk, no reason you should wait to call. Call Troy right now, 720-900-4433. No risk, no obligation. Call Troy and get your house sold, 720-900-4433. That's Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Do yourself a favor. Call Troy today, 720-900-4433.
Okay. Color me very intrigued here. So, when last we left you,
Yes.
You said that you had an analogy that Bowl compared to Magnum PI.
Well, I said it reminds me of the show Magnum PI.
Okay, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Which Magnum PI, by the way, we talking about? We talking about the real one or this terrible knockoff?
I like the terrible knockoff.
At least you said it's terrible.
I really like it. So, anyhow, but either or doesn't matter because you're going to relate to this. So when Magnum, because he's a PI, goes into a house to investigate, he doesn't have a search warrant. It's not like, the cops. He breaks in. And how does he break in? He breaks in like every other PI or spy with that little thing that has like two little long things with like a key lock breaker in there. I think that's the technical.
Key lock breaker inner. Okay.
Yeah, it's like two long little.
You mean
things.
like a lockpick?
Yeah, and it's got like little things that stick up,
like a little skeleton key.
Yeah, exactly. But they're two separate, independent things. That reminds me of Bobo's legs. Like if you were a giant breaking into a giant house, you'd take Bobo by his two skinny little slender legs with his little stick-up things, which are the feet, and you would stick in the lock, and you would never so graceful, and it would unlock, and you'd open the door. The next thing you know, you're stealing giant stuff. Bobo, Magnum PI. You're welcome.
You know what? That actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you think about it,
sure,
makes perfect sense.
Sure. Okay. Bowl mania. By the way, some quick reaction to the fact that I ate a tuna fish sandwich for breakfast this morning at 4:55. Brent and Thornton, no problem with the tuna fish sandwich. Just about puked when you said you had milk with it.
I did find that curious.
Well,
a curious
it's more.
choice.
It's more the bread part. Milk goes so well with any kind of sandwich because of the bread. So it might not be the perfect accompaniment to the tuna, but
I don't know that milk does go great with any kind of sandwich.
What? You wash your mouth out. Somebody else said they just had a bratwurst on toasted cheese bread for breakfast. Sounds delicious.
Yeah, that to me sounds like a breakfast thing you pick up at the brat.
Is donuts at night okay, people?
Yeah,
of course.
I made waffles last night for
donuts.
The kids.
Yeah.
Breakfast for dinner.
Yeah, there's a reason now that you can get breakfast at any time of the day because breakfast works. Breakfast has game.
Yeah. Do you remember when
breakfast has length?
When you were like in college and you'd be like, "Oh gosh, it's 10:56. We got to get to McDonald's right now before they close down breakfast," or whatever the time was. Whatever time. Did they close it at 11 or 10? You swing over to get some egg and muffins or maybe the big breakfast, a couple pancakes, eggs, hash browns. Those hash browns are delicious. Exactly. Anyhow.
Let's see. DMac got excited about Bowl like Schlereth got excited about Trevor Siemian.
Still stings a little bit.
Yeah, I think that every once in a while,
T-Sim would have been okay.
I just think that every once in a while, we just need to kind of reset and remind everybody that you came on this show one day and said, "Look, I think Trevor Siemian has established himself as the Broncos quarterback of the future.
Well,
I'd sign him right."
They were 4-0.
I'd sign him right now to a deal what was it?
Okay.
7 years, $50 million.
It was a reasonable deal. They were 4-0. And
you just lit up the Bengals.
And you goaded me into saying, you got to make a decision right now. Is he your quarterback? Like you did with Nick. And I learned my lesson not to go the full Ferguson. I'm not going the full Ferguson with you anymore. I'm not going to let you bait me. It was early in my career here, and you just go.
See, look, I'm good, but I'm not. So I'm personally responsible for goading Nick Ferguson into a 12-4 prediction and goading you into Trevor Siemian 7 years, $50 million?
There is no way, Mike. There is no way, and you know it. Without your little badgering techniques you use, there's no way Nick Ferguson would have gone 12-4 last year on the Broncos. There's no way. But you badgered him into it. That's your little badger. And the next thing you know, you're just like, yes! 12 $50 million! Yeah. So, anyhow. But, hey, touche to you, because you're good, my friend.
I'd forgotten about it, though. That was the texter bringing that up.
You've forgotten about, oh, yeah.
Well, no, I haven't forgotten about Trevor Siemian.
He's not in the league right now.
T. Sim is not in the league?
No.
Well, he had that bad
ankle break, right?
Ankle break. Is he?
Well, I mean, it's.
Is he healthy? Trevor Siemian's not in the league.
No.
Now that's a travesty.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm not. I'm being
Right.
serious about that. You look around the NFL at the different kind of veteran backup quarterbacks that are in place.
Right.
T.
Yeah.
Sim can't be a backup somewhere.
No, he can. It's just that his bones are made of peanut brittle.
That's true.
That's the problem. You got peanut. I'm one to talk. Peanut brittle bones.
Corey brings up an excellent point. Why is Mark talking about Bull's skinny legs? Isn't his legs toothpick skinny? I mean, I feel sorry for his legs having to hold up that upper body. You do have. I wonder, is your fascination with Bull's legs sort of are you projecting a little bit about the shame you feel about your own legs?
Wait. Before we, go full in on my skinny little pins, okay? One, I'll put my skinny pins up against anybody in the world that has had 20 knee surgeries and multiple back surgeries, and let's see whose pins are skinnier.
How many surgeries have you had, Mark? Gee, I forget the number.
A bunch. I'm saying, give me anybody else, and I'll put my little turkey legs up. Listen, my legs.
Folks,
have
I know
always
you've been listening to the show for 5 years, but I know you're not aware of this. Mark had a lot of surgeries when he was a player.
So you're going to bring up my skinny legs, and I can't bring up the reason, one of the many reasons that my legs are this skinny? The hatred that spews from you.
Coming up, yet another reminder of how things have changed in this new normal in regards to the NFL and how it could affect the kind of football you watch week 1. That's next.
quiet. I'm answering the question.
This is 4 Down territory.
Let's talk football.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
That guy's pretty good. If you like 6'5", 230-pound quarterbacks, laser, rocket arms.
It's my quarterback. And if you guys do that, man, it's unfair.
On Sports Radio 104.3, The Fan.
Chicken parm, you taste so good.
Ready, break! First down.
What you do have is my word, and it's stronger than oak.
Cush's dad. No relevance whatsoever to this story, but we just like to drop. Cush would have been a rookie once he got to the team he ended up being drafted by.
Yes.
So.
And his name was Cush.
And we got a Cush.
All
right, now I'm starting to see the relevance here. Okay, so Bronco rookies report today. Sort of. All right, follow me on this. They're reporting today they'll take their first COVID test. Then they will go into a 2-day quarantine. Then they'll be tested again on Sunday, assuming they pass both tests. Then they get to check into Bronco headquarters on Monday. And then the veterans begin that same process where we would then end up with everybody ready to go by August 1st.
Let me ask you a question.
Whew.
Can Jerry Jeudy and Hamler, who don't have contracts, take their COVID test? Or does it get pushed back?
Don't you think? Would you be, what, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would your surprise be if those deals aren't announced today?
It'd be a 10.
It'd be a 10.
Yeah, I'd be shocked.
There's just no more intrigue anymore. All these contracts, they're already done in advance. They're slotted.
Right.
There are no holdouts, really. I don't even know why a guy would hold out. I mean, what would he be trying to get more of?
I don't.
There's really nothing. So, no, I wouldn't worry about it. I think it's just a matter of they're just kind of, staggering the release of all these.
Unless the Huff was negotiate the contract.
How so?
Well, they'd be holding out for more vacation time.
Ah, yes. Good point. More sick days. Next in 4 Down territory.
Second down.
Bailey with the coverage.
And not a very enthusiastic flag either.
Yeah.
Almost apologetic. Champ Bailey didn't get his head around on the play. I think it's the reason he got the flag.
Yes, there are penalties in the Pro Bowl. Pass interference. Defense number 24. The ball is placed at the 1-yard line. First down.
Was that that sounded like Hockey League.
I don't know who it was.
So as part of trying to keep officials safe, we will not see NFL officials on the field until week 1 of the regular season. Now, typically, officials will come out to different training camps, practices, just to kind of get their work in and allow the teams to practice with officials throwing flags. But that won't happen. No preseason games. So there's already enough scrutiny and questions when it comes to NFL officiating. Mark, what's it going to be like when these guys get 0 reps before they step out and start calling NFL games for real?
Actually, I think it'll be better.
How?
Because they'll hopefully hold their flags, question themselves a little bit, not throw the flags. Be less flags. What do you think?
So that moment of hesitation
will actually
lead to
I don't need to throw the
flag
on
staying
that.
in the pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right. I hope that's the case.
Or will it be, man, I've missed throwing flags. I'm going to throw a bunch today.
Right. Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Man, my arms never felt better.
Man, where is that 72?
Yeah, I'm chucking this one.
Man, I got my eyes on 72.
Yeah, it is an interesting aspect of what's going to go on this, the first 4 games of the season. What kind of officiating are we going to actually get? I need to take that note down. Be a good game note. Just to watch these officials.
You got your schedule yet for Fox?
I have tentatively talked to them, but nothing is official as of yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Not official.
Very curious to see some of the games you get for Fox early on in the season. Next in 4 Down territory.
Third down.
3 wides to the left. Empty set for Ben again. Gets the snap. 4-man rush. He waits. He fires it for the end zone. Marker down. Touchdown, Antonio Brown.
Well, remember 2 days ago
Uh-huh.
when Antonio Brown tweeted out that he was done with the NFL and time to call God and all that, and we debated whether or not this is the last we've heard of Antonio Brown, and both of us agreed, we haven't seen the last of Antonio Brown.
Right.
He's like a cockroach. It won't go away, right? Well, free agent wide receiver Antonio Brown wrote an Instagram post yesterday in which he indicated that he wants to play in the NFL again and urged the league to resolve its investigation into his conduct. Well, that didn't take long.
Yeah. And it is unfair. I will give this to Antonio Brown. It is unfair for the league to shuffle its feet. Like, they're waiting for somebody to sign him, and then they are going to levy the infraction, whatever the suspension is. But teams are reluctant. Like, what if you sign him and then all of a sudden the team gets a 6-game or 8-game suspension? You're like, well, what good did that do us? So it is unfair to Antonio Brown. I'm going to give him credit. It is unfair to Antonio Brown for them not to say this is the suspension that he will have to pay, that he will have to, what's the word I'm looking for? He's got to adhere to.
Well, here's what he wrote, and actually,
well, he didn't. Here's what his attorneys wrote.
Okay, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I demand you provide me clarity on this situation immediately if you really care about my well-being. Yeah, clarity, well-being, you're right. My legal team continues to ask, and you provide no answers. How is it that the league can just drag its feet on any investigation it chooses on players, and we just have to sit there in limbo? And then he said, they're waiting on you, NFL. Let's get this thing moving. We've got history to make.
Right. So he wants to, and again, I'll give him credit. He wants to play. He said he retired because he was upset. He was going to take his ball and go home like a petulant child. But the bottom line is, I do believe the NFL needs to give some clarity. Here's what you're going to get. Here's the suspension you're going to have to serve when you come back. And then let's see if a team wants to sign him based upon those parameters. That's fair, right?
Next in 4-down territory.
4th down.
I love these players, this organization. The owners have been outstanding to me. So I believe that there'll be conversations here in the near future, and whatever happens, I'm happy with it.
Well, Mike Zimmer is getting a contract extension with the Minnesota Vikings. When you think of the hierarchy of NFL coaches, where do you put Mike Zimmer? Ably assisted by Gary Kubiak.
I think Zim's a really good coach. I think I think if you put the tier system in, like if it goes elite and then tier 1, the elite guys to me that every year are going to be like, it's the Belichicks of the world, maybe the Sean Paytons of the world who've done it for a while. Maybe even Andy Reid to a degree. And then you go to the next tier of guys, he's in that tier of guys.
I look at a guy like Mike Zimmer and I follow his career or this kind of story with some interest because he's old school. This guy is old school.
Yeah.
He's gruff. He doesn't take a whole lot of nonsense. And when I think of a guy like Vic Fangio, who was at least presented as sort of, well, he's an outlier for what you're typically seeing with coaches being hired these days. They're all young. They're offensive-minded.
Right.
They relate to their players. And Fangio's gruff old school. Well, so Zimmer. And
but
to have Zimmer having this kind of success is, it shows that it can still work for those kind of guys.
The interesting thing is it doesn't have to – old school doesn't eliminate you from being in today's world. Like guys want discipline. Guys want to know where they stand. Guys want – all you really have to be – all your players have to know is that you care, that you want them to be the best players that they can be. Zimmer's got a great relationship. These players love him. Now he can splay out. You know, he can be. I've seen him in practice. You know, I just seen the way he operated. But his players, and this goes all the way back to his coordinating days. This goes back to, his positional coaching days. I know guys who have played for Zimmer. I've known multiple guys who have played. They love him. They absolutely love. It's like Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips is old school, but he's like old school, new school. He's got a great relationship. I always say this: you're either in the relationship game, or you're either in the relationship game or you're going out of business type of thing. And he is. He's got that great relationship with his players.
That'll do it for Four Down Territory, our tour around the NFL. Bring that to you each and every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, we like to say you're always a smarter football fan after you listen to this guy. The great Brian Billick joins us next. Well, we say this every time we have this gentleman on, and it is not it's not by any means a joke. You are always a smarter football fan after you listen to Brian Billick, former Super Bowl winning coach, NFL Network analyst. He joins us now. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Coach, how are you, man? It's always great to catch up with you. Kind of crazy these times we live in right now, but we're really looking at the Broncos in general and looking how this is going to affect with a new offensive coordinator, new system, young quarterback, only started 5 games, young receiving core that, they're bringing along here. Like, when you assess the Broncos and you look at all those factors, what do you think about their opportunities to really increase as an offensive football team after struggling for the last 4 years?
Yeah, well, there's great opportunity, if for no other reason, because of the changes they made, the people they've added to it. Their first 2 picks, those 2 wide receivers, Judy and Hamler, are certainly going to make a difference. And obviously, this is different times. Mark, as you know, I don't know how really to approach it, and I'm not sure the coaches. There's no one you can talk to. There's no manual you can go to say, okay, how do we do this when we have no OTAs and no preseason games? I know the players say, great, we don't have to deal with those preseason games, but this is going to be a long 6-week process, and it's clearly going to change the teaching curve. And the teams that are new, whether it be new coaches and obviously with all the young players coming in, it's going to test you. The fact that you don't have the preseason game, you don't have scrimmages, which heightens the interaction. You're going to have to do more hitting within your team to kind of get into football shape, get into hitting shape, and to go through these process. So, and the fact that it was just, guys reported and it's, oh, by the way, we're not going to have any preseason game. I can't imagine how many iterations of practice plans the coaches have gone through based on the ambiguity of, were we going to have a preseason? Are we not going to have a preseason? And when do we get the players? So it's going to be interesting to see what that teaching progression is going to be.
What would you do? I mean, you made your bones as an offensive coach, so what would you do if you were placed in this situation?
Well, my guess is that most teams, and you have a long time, that's the other challenge, 6 weeks now, and that's a long time. It's going to feel like the Bataan Death March at some point, because normally you come into training camp, you got a couple weeks, you get through that, and now we get into the preseason games. At least now we're preparing for an opponent, and that breaks it up. And then we have the regular season. Well, now you have 6 weeks of basically just facing one another. My guess is that the coaches will ease into it. They'll have what kind of looks like mini OTAs to start, to get the players, because there's 3 types of conditioning that have to take place for your players. There's the cardiovascular, and that'll come pretty quickly. The players are probably in pretty good shape. But then there's the muscular or the football, what I call the football shape. That's the large muscle groups, the hamstrings, the quads, the calves, the groins, in the dramatic movement and push and shove that you have when you play football. And you'll go through the normal soreness of that of a week or so. But then the key is getting into hitting shape. And hitting shape is very real. And so now I viewed, when I was a head coach at training camp, watching every practice, deciding how much hitting can we get away with at the end of each practice. And that's going to change a little bit, because the body has to get used to the hits. And now you don't do it against other teams, you do it against each other. That increases the amount of hitting that you're actually going to have within the same team. So the coaches are going to have to be very vigilant about how much do they have to hit one another to get into hitting shape.
Yeah, it's really interesting you bring up the thought, because when the preseason game started, you had a walkthrough the day before, a lighter practice 2 days before, a walkthrough the day before, and then if you're a starter, you're playing 7-8 snaps, maybe 12 snaps, and you're out. It was like a day off, and then a day off after the game. There was a real recovery aspect to that, which you're not going to have. It's interesting that just to manage that aspect of not having preseason is interesting to me.
Yeah, and I imagine coaches will take the same approach, because you're clearly going to have to go at one another more than you typically do, to supplant the fact that you're not going to have a scrimmage time against other teams, and you're not going to have the preseason games. And just what you're talking about, Mark, you're going to have to be very vigilant and communicate with your veterans and maybe work in waves. I mean, you do have 6 weeks. So I imagine you'd kind of use the same prototype of kind of have the mini OTAs, work into a training camp mentality, and then the last 3 or 4 weeks actually prepare at a pace and work your team up to a full-on hitting session commensurate what would be like a preseason game, and then back off it for a day or so to get the recovery, to get into that rhythm, because that's what you're really trying to do at training camp. You're trying to get the players into the rhythm of the regular season, which is just what you say. You begin light, you work your way up until you get to the game, and then you have a couple days off, and then you start the whole process again. So I imagine some coaches, and I've talked to a few that are going to take that approach where it's this build up, big hitting, and then back off a little bit. Build up, big hitting session, then back off a little.
Visiting with Brian Billick. Brian, a lot of excitement here, understandably, about Drew Lock for what he showed in those 5 games. Knowing what you know about this league, what does the league have in store for him? What are they going to throw at him to test him as he settles into his first full year as a starter?
Well, the toughest thing for Denver and for Drew Lock and new coordinator Pat Shurmur, who was a great hire. You talk about a veteran, experienced coordinator that's going to bring some, I think, stability to the offense of what they're doing there in Denver. But the biggest jump in improvement and knowledge of the game for a young player typically happens between the first and second year. I mean, you come in and it's just a blur the first year. And now you get to the off season, you can go back, go through the film, and kind of process what really happened. What did you see? What did you think you saw? And kind of progress through it. Well, that's obviously been altered to a degree. I'm sure Pat Shurmur has communicated with Drew and gone over the films and done the things as best as you can virtually. But now, in the next 6 weeks, it's going to be a lot about that. It's going to be a lot of time between Pat, getting Drew Lock used to what Pat Shurmur wants to do, and them going back together and analyzing what happened last year and trying to see if they can build on that, and that Drew can now have a better recognition of, okay, this is what I saw, this is what I thought I saw, this is what it was, and then obviously learning the new offense and continue to integrate these new players like the 2 new draft choices.
Real quick, concerns and things that concern you about Drew Lock going into his second year and things that excite you about Drew Lock from what you saw in last year's 5 starts.
Well, the good thing was, and that's all you can really hope for coming out of the rookie year, the game didn't look too big for him. Yeah, it wasn't perfect. There were times. Daniel Jones was the same way in New York. There are times it looked spectacular. There are times that, oh, boy, you got a little bit to learn here, son. But for either one of them, it didn't look like the game was too big for them, and that's a good thing. So there is going to be that improvement. Certainly there's a certain level of athleticism. It really comes down to the growth in his efficiency from the pocket. And I'm sure that's what Pat Shurmur will do. And that comes from recognizing, you hear young quarterbacks all the time saying, well, the game slowed down for me. Well, it didn't physically slow down. It's just that you are seeing it much more clearly for what things really are. And so the key is going to be how quickly will the game slow down for Drew Lock. He clearly has the physical skills, and for some guys it never slows down. It just doesn't add up. They improve to a degree, but they really just don't see the game. They don't see the whole board, so to speak. And so that's going to be the challenge as quickly as you can to see how quickly the game will slow down for Drew Lock, because teams are going to do a lot of different things and throw a lot of different looks at him, particularly with a new offense and a young group. You're going to test that group, whether it be checks at the offensive line or adjustments with the receiver and the quarterback. They're going to test you early, particularly with it being a new offense, to see how well you actually have integrated it into your system.
Coach, we got a lot of parents listening whose kids are getting ready to go back and play football, which means they got to go out and buy football equipment. Tell us about X-Tech shoulder pads.
Yeah, we've been talking about for a while. I'm really proud of my association with X-Tech, and for not the least of which, we're the number one team in the number one pad in the NFL right now. People like George Kittle, Matt Ryan, Saquon Barkley, colleges replete like Oregon, Auburn, USC, Ohio State, Notre Dame, and of course available to the high schools. And the key thing right now, particularly in this age of COVID, where it's difficult, even in the pro level, these new players coming in, it's hard. You haven't been with them. You haven't been able to fit them for pad. Well, X-Tech are obviously crafted pads that we have a huge database based on our NFL and NCAA experience that we can fit a pad to a player based on age, level of play, position, injury history, height, weight, shoulder measurements, and we've had no disruption. It's 100% American made, so we have no supply issues coming from the outside. So X-Tech pads more than ever is where the young people, high school players, need to be. And they go to xtechpads.com, and you put in the promo code COACH, and you get 10% off.
That's awesome. Hey, Coach, always great catching up. Really appreciate the work you do in the NFL and making us smarter. So we appreciate you, my friend.
Sounds great, guys. Stay safe.
All right, Brian Billick, Super Bowl winning coach, who, it's funny because he was the coach of arguably the greatest defensive unit ever, the Baltimore Ravens, that won that Super Bowl, and yet he became a head coach based on how great of an offensive coordinator he was with those Vikings teams.
Exactly.
So, this is a guy that everyone thinks about for that defense, but this guy was a brilliant offensive mind. So I found his commentary on Locke and what's in store for him and what he's looking for in him to be right on. That's good stuff.
Yeah, and one of the things I didn't really think about, I guess, is, and this is why it's important to have different people on, different opinions on, and educate yourself from that standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, is the monotony of how many weeks they're going to be in camp. They come into camp, right? They come into camp August 1st,
yeah,
actually.
once everybody passes their test, August 1st, yeah.
And the first weekend of games is like September 13th, something like that, right? So you're talking about literally about 6 weeks before your first game, and that is, Mike, that's an eternity.
That is.
Think about college football. I mean, I know you line up against Blind Sisters of the Poor, but your first week you play a non-conference game. You always play some smaller school or whatever that's getting, a big paycheck for it. But like they go 2 weeks and then they're ready for their first game. 6 weeks of working. Now, you haven't had anything in the off season and all that kind of stuff, but there is going to come, like the games break up the monotony. The preseason games break up some of that. Another day of practice. You can get to the point where I can see a team getting to the point where they just lack focus because there's nothing new. There's nothing exciting. There's nothing to look forward to. There's nothing that inspires you. It's just the same. It's like the movie Groundhog Day.
So that's interesting what he said. This is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We'll get to that in just a second. Sponsored by Brakes Plus. But I found that interesting what he said, that you might want to break the camp up into almost 3 different camps. And like that first part of camp is really just like, hey, we're just kind of getting back. Let's do OTAs.
Right.
Let's just do a bunch of skill work, a bunch of conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to feel or look like what you expect training camp to look like.
Right.
Because it is 6 weeks. You're right. No matter how much, and we talked about this the other day, I believe that all the rules need to be thrown out, especially for the Broncos on offense, because you have to find a way to microwave this whole thing they're trying to do. And with not having any kind of offseason and no preseason games, you just have to do a bunch of like inter-squad scrimmages. It's just got to be football. You just got to be playing football, and that runs the risk of injuries and all that. But you have no choice if you want to be ready for the start of the season. As much as I want that, you can't do that for 6 weeks.
Correct.
You can't do it for 6 weeks. That part, I kind of, with everything going on, I kind of overlooked the fact that that is a 6-week training camp we're talking about with no preseason games. You are going against the same guys for 6 weeks.
Yeah,
you can't just do 6 weeks of camp.
No, you gotta have you have to have the game. The other thing is your body just wouldn't hold up. I'm telling you, those preseason games for the veteran players, Mike, those are a chance for your body to recover. Like I said, if your game's on Friday night. Okay. Wednesday is your last your last physical practice. Thursday is a walkthrough. Friday, you're playing 12 snaps. Now you're playing full speed, but 12 snaps is 12 snaps. You're done. And plus you've got the added benefit of the adrenaline that courses through your veins. So it doesn't feel like, the regular practice. And then the next day you're getting the day off because it was the day after the game. So really it's 3 days in the way I looked at it was 3 days of recovery with 12 snaps in between. Day off, 12 snaps, day off. And it's amazing the difference it made on your body from just a healing standpoint, how much better your joints felt when you came back. Like you just can't keep going day after day after day after day after day after day practicing and doing the exact same thing. There's got to be some, like you at some point you got to go down to the stadium and have a night scrimmage. You got to break some things up. You got to be able to do that. If you don't do that, it is just going to be disastrous.
All right, let's get to question mark presented by Breaks Plus, and this question comes in from Justin, who asks, Mark, why aren't you buying in to the bowl hype? Dude looked amazing last night.
Against who? Who do you look amazing against?
The Washington Wizards, who are one of the worst teams in the NBA, and they played
nobody.
Bradley Beal did not play. I mean, they I'm looking at their roster. I mean, it is just a skosh above G League caliber here. But these are still NBA players out there. And as you like to always say, they get paid too. I mean, these are the
yes, correct.
This was not a very good team, but there were still NBA players out there, and Bol Bol's never played in an NBA game.
NBA players that won't play in the NBA games, the real ones. There's a different level of competition. Now, I'm not saying that Bol Bol won't progress and won't become, a contributor or whatever. You just know how like Texter. If you came to the studio right now and we did one-on-ones, I'd whip your ass. It's just the way it works because I know what I'm doing and I'm stronger than you. And I don't even know you. I just know that I'm stronger than you. But if I went over to Dove Valley and did it against NFL football players right now, I'd get my ass whipped.
Would Garrett Bowles whip your ass? That silence there was very telling.
Like in just football drills, you're just talking about I mean, I can't move anymore. Well, I was working out with my daughter. We went and ran the hill the other day together, and she's got some video. I actually posted it on. I don't know how your Instagram stories work. I just repost Instagram stories on my Instagram stories, but I don't know how I actually post an Instagram story. But watching me try to run up a hill and how my left leg has to flip out, like I have to because it doesn't bend enough. Like I just look.
Your left leg flips out like Seagal's arm.
Yes.
Flip out.
Yes. Yeah, I got some flippy doodle.
Yeah.
On my
very Seagal-esque.
Yeah, and it just looks really bad, but your body has to compensate for what it cannot do. Yeah, so from an athletic standpoint, there's no question. He just absolutely runs circles around me.
Right. But what about just mano a mano? Strength against strength.
See, I'm still really strong, but I don't my joints hurt. Like if you just bent a finger back on me, I'd start to cry. Like I'd tap out instantly. Well, there'd have to be a lot of rules. Like you can't.
A lot of rules.
There's got to be a lot of rules to this battle. You can't touch my fingers.
Can't touch my fingers.
You can't.
Don't go near my left knee.
Don't go near my knees. Do not, under any circumstances, try to push my arms above my head. My shoulders hurt. So don't do that.
Yeah, by the way, can I stand up for the big fella here? So you posted video the other day of you playing catch with your son, which was hilarious, by the way.
Right.
Because, you were
hilarious.
in
It's frightening.
It looked frightening.
It is frightening.
It looked frightening. You were playing long toss from about what? 80 feet? 80 feet. And, it was just straight Ched. right? And
he's taking it easy on me, so he's throwing probably about 80-85%, and it's that what he was throwing right there, because he's throwing in the mid-90s right now, consistently 94, 96.
Yeah.
That was probably 92-ish.
Yeah.
Because he took some off for me.
Right. And you were in full defensive mode trying to catch the ball, right?
Scared to death.
So,
first off, I can't pick it up until it's halfway at me.
But then you were throwing it back to him.
Right.
And your throwing motion, can I be delicate about this? It isn't the most manly looking of throwing motions. But
Correct.
you have a valid excuse. You can't lift your shoulder. You can't lift your arm above your shoulder.
My AC joints are so, like, I've separated my shoulders so many times, and just years of lifting and everything else. My AC joint, it just doesn't work, so it hurts to throw it. So I kind of give a little, like, it's almost like a little wrist thing.
Yeah, and people are saying, oh, wow, Schlereth, you throw like a girl.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, hey, first of all, we don't need the sexism, by the way. Plenty of girls throw the ball really well.
Right.
Secondly, my man here has real issues keeping him from being able to throw the ball like you'd normally throw a ball. So lay off him.
I tell you what, there are very few people who are stupid enough to stand on the other side of somebody who, has that kind of arm talent and actually catch them. It is frightening.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pure. It's pure. I'm just defending.
You know what?
Defending myself.
I don't know how. I honestly don't know how Major League Baseball hitters can do what they do.
I don't either.
I don't know how they can hit 90, 95, 96 with movement. So my daughter plays softball for Green Mountain.
Okay.
And so I've been, just kind of helping out with some of the practices, right? So they have a pitching machine, jugs machine set up. And so we were just kind of messing around before practice yesterday, and the coach turned the jugs machine up to 70 miles an hour, which is what elite college softball pitchers throw it.
They sit around 65, 68. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the big timers will throw 70, 72. Yeah.
So 70 from a softball mound,
which is what, 45 feet?
Right, is the equivalent of 95 or so from a big league. So we just stood in against it. This was a softball.
Yeah.
70 miles an hour. But it looks like 95. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact that it's 95 with movement.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, by the way, you got to be prepared that 95, the next pitch could be a, 84 mile an hour curveball.
Right.
Or a 89 mile an hour slider.
Right.
I don't know how they do it.
I don't either.
It's the single hardest thing to do in all of sports. Am I right?
Yeah, I believe it is.
In all of sports.
You know what they say about a big league hitter? The average big league hitter's vision, 20/20 is considered right, like the perfect vision, right? The average big leaguer has a 20/12 vision. I mean, they're like eagles. The way they have trained their eyes to be able to pick up they pick up the spin on the seams and all that kind of stuff, You ever hear the term the guy threw a cement mixer? You ever hear that term, a cement mixer?
Yeah.
It's because when you throw the ball and you get under a curveball, it spins and the seams make a circle. So it's not actually breaking. It's not actually spinning right. You kind of got underneath it. You didn't get you didn't stay on top of it. So it spins and makes this circle, and it's not going to break. So it's just like a BP fastball. And guys just turn on those and cry, but they're picking up the seams. They're like, I saw the seams right out of his hand. I knew he missed it. Like, I knew he couldn't stay on top of his curveball. I knew that thing was going to hang. And I absolutely deposited it, 456 feet into the stands. They're incredible. Their ability to discern strike versus ball, fastball versus off speed, and then put a swing on it and hit the ball and square it up, unbelievable. Unreal.
On the RummelsLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, of course Garrett Bowles could hold his own against Mark.
That's good.
I like this one. Of course he'd whip Mark's butt, but he would still hold.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't. I'm old. It's just like all of a sudden I got old. You know what happened? Well, what happened?
You got old.
How did it happen, though? I mean, I still look in the mirror and see 23. I'm like, you ready to roll? Unless I have my clothes off. Then I'm like, ooh.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's just
we
this.
need to put that visual in people's head. I'd rather you just talk about turds.
Well, I am talking about turds. Saw myself naked. I told you what poolside my dad used to say.
Poolside has so many sayings. Yeah. He really ought to write a book. What was this one?
This was just his thing. Like, hey, take your clothes off and stand in front of the mirror. He goes, if you look fat, you are fat. It's pretty simple, right?
I mean, the man
boils it right down.
Yeah, write him down.
Right.
He needs to write him down.
You are fat. How brilliant is that?
What are some of the other great poolisms? He has
no right way to do something wrong.
I love that one.
Right. You say that to me all the time. No right way to do something wrong.
Yeah, love that one.
Luck has a smell of perspiration.
I love that one, too.
You say that to me all the time, too. Luck has a smell of perspiration. The harder I work, the luckier I seem to be.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Write them down. Everybody, write them down.
Right.
All right? Nuke, write them down.
Mm-hmm.
As Gary and Golden mentions, well, you are as old as George Carl.
About the same age. Not the same age.
Let's say. Here we go. Question for you, Mike. Mark played football and had a lot of surgeries, right? What position did he play? Don't tell me he has a Super Bowl ring, too. If you say he was tougher than today's players, I'll lose my mind.
Oh, yeah, I'm way tougher than today's players. We all were. How could you not be? Seriously, do you think
you were tougher?
Absolutely.
Than today's NFL players?
Absolutely.
NFL players today are bigger, faster. The collisions are I wouldn't say much more, but they're more violent than they were when you played.
The number of collisions that we had far more collisions during the course of a season. The way we practiced, the way we beat the snot out of one another. Come on, the way we played, it was a badge of honor. You got a concussion in my day, you were soft. You weren't allowed to take time off. I mean, come on, of course. I'm not saying me, individual. I'm saying the players.
Yeah, but how many players today that get taken out because of a concussion, it's not that they're willfully, giving out that information, unless you're Ben Roethlisberger. Then you let everybody know what your ailments are. But
right.
I'm saying,
and you're playing on your left foot. You got a big clown shoe.
Right.
Look how bad my ankle looks.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, just in case you were wondering which ankle hurts, here it is.
Yeah, I got the clown shoe on it.
If you want to get down there and take an extra shot at it, just aim for the clown shoe.
Yeah.
But, no, seriously, I mean, today's NFL players, they're not volunteering that information, just like you guys didn't either.
Mike, we played for way less money. We were way less pampered. Of course they were. Everybody was tougher back then. And the players that played before me were tougher than us. I don't have any problem. I'm like, this is not like a puff my chest out type of thing. Of course. It's like saying the generation that fought in World War II isn't tougher than the generation sitting in their mom's basements right now.
Fair point. That's okay? A fair point. That's
to me. There's no real difference. That's the greatest generation, mentally and physically, were tougher than today's generation.
Correct.
It's just the way it is. I'm not saying we're not smarter. We're not more talented. We're not none of that. I'm just saying they had a tougher mentality than today's generation. That's all.
On the text line, I saw that video of Mark running with his daughter. Not going to lie, I laughed a bit.
Yeah, it looks bad. And the thing is, Mike, You know how they post those videos, what I think I look like and what I actually look like? Like, I thought I looked like Apollo Creed running on the bench or the beach, excuse me. Like, I thought I looked good. Like, my form was great.
Right.
And I was, like, really digging.
You're like, I want to see this in slow motion.
Yeah, and then I saw it, and I was like, please don't post that. My daughter posted it anyway because she doesn't care. Bad. It looked bad. I'm bad.
Regarding you being able to throw a baseball, Mark may not be able to throw much these days, but chances are he could throw a PlayStation controller farther than Paxton Lynch could.
Oh,
it's so easy now.
That is beautiful.
We don't even have to do it anymore.
No, the listeners actually do it.
They take care of us now. Day number 2029 of the Paxton Lynch smear campaign. Really, for like the first, I'd say like 1,993 of them, we had to do them all ourselves.
Yeah.
But since then, we've just put it on cruise control.
Right.
Listeners take care of it for us.
They know, especially the 8 o'clock listeners. I mean, they can't wait to smear him, right? They wake up angry and go, oh, we got to come up with a smear.
Yeah, you're right, because they wake up angry.
Yeah, they just wake up angry. What can I be absolutely livid about today?
You would never see a guy cry in Mark's Day like we saw Paxton cry.
It's a good point. That is a good point. What would we have done back in the day if a guy cried like that on the field?
Ooh.
I mean, think about it. Guy would have been taped to the goalpost for 3 days. Right? Honey smeared all over him.
Would have just been left there.
And then we'd have just it would have been like Jackie Moon. We'd have put some bears in there. Like, come to the ballpark, see the bears. Do bears actually eat the honey? They like the honey, right? The bears eat the honey.
Yes, boo-boo, they like the honey.
Maybe we, instead of honey, we put some picnic baskets out there.
I like this text, sorry. Mark was in that video? I didn't see him.
You ought to.
Touche. Good job. Good job.
I see what you did there. It's actually, these texters are actually good. They're good today. I like this. At 8 o'clock, you know what? You're picking it up. 8 o'clock.
The 8 a.m.ers are, or is it just 6 a.m.ers sleeping late these days? I don't know.
Yeah, 6 a.m.ers that are working from home that have the ability to text in.
This is in regards to your spindly legs that we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
This must be from one of the female listeners. Mark is like a gorgeous Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
Spindly legs, but the rest is gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah. I think my legs look a lot skinnier because my upper body is just enormous. You know what I mean? It's just as thick. Like, I haven't lost the upper body. The legs just continue to whittle away. Eventually, I'm not going to be able to hold myself up. Unless I lose some weight.
See, now the listeners who are, now when we're using your line for the Paxton Lynch smear campaign, now it's becoming like an honor. Like we just heard from the person, it's like, yes, from a dedicated female listener. Been listening since 6-ish.
Yeah. Oh, and she was the one that came up with the Paxton Lynch smear?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, good job. Put your name on it.
Yeah. Well, I think some of the texters don't want to put their name on it because they're actually supposed to be working.
We're not asking you to put your full name out there and your address. Just
yeah, that's a good point.
Give us your name.
This is Barbara from Initech.
Make up a name if you want. At least you know it's you we're talking about.
Well, you know, Barbara from Initech doesn't want
right.
Lumberg to get mad at her.
Right. All right, there's a question.
Okay.
Do you really think today's players could handle the old school two-a-days?
No.
So, especially since this is what they've gotten used to. Like, you know, grueling two-a-days means the second practice is a walkthrough, right? Do you think if all of a sudden Vic Fangio came out and said, look, guys, these are unique times. We did not have an off season. We don't have preseasons. We need to get this offense up to speed. And the only way to do that is to go out and literally put the pads on, scrimmage, hit, play football twice a day for the next week, do you think these guys?
There'd be a mutiny.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You think there'd be a mutiny? They'd all go running off to Brandon McManus, their player rep.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. They
I mean, now what I'm proposing here would be against the.
It's against the rules.
CBA rules that have been collectively bargained. Blah 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 blah. I'm saying that if that was waived, and coaches could coach this preseason however they wanted to, you really think the players would mutiny?
Oh yeah.
Wow, then
because they're just not. But they're just not used to it.
Soft.
That's not what they've ever been asked to do.
I don't care. I mean, you don't think they could adapt?
I'd
like to think that athletes are athletes, that they have that same sort of genetic code, DNA, whatever, wired into them. It doesn't matter whether they're playing in 2020 or 1920.
I think that all the players, obviously could have played back in the day type of thing. I don't think all the 30s players could make a roster today. Is ludicrous, right, to think about that. But I think all the players they're great. They're not, this is not what they're used to. So it would just be, it'd be culture shock. I'll tell you culture shock real quick. When I got drafted by the Skins, by the Washington Football Club, and first minicamp we had 3 days, 2-a-days, and I'll never forget, we got to one-on-ones, and all we had on was helmets. We didn't even have those little foam pads on our shoulders, right? And it was, Mike, it was full speed, full contact, bull rush, the whole 9 yards. And I was shocked. I'm like, oh, okay, this is what it is. And it's just that's the way it worked. I mean, you did full contact, no pads, full contact, 100% full go. And guys take off their, they go out in helmets today, and it's like, let's just fit up, I mean, it's just different.
But you don't think they could adjust, though?
Well, no, I think they could adjust. No, there's no question.
Without crying and whining about it.
There's no question they could adjust, but they wouldn't adjust simply because it's not the way it's ever been done. If it was done that way from the start and the rules weren't in play. Okay, so let's say that they just said, here, there are no more rules. The player safety thing is bunk, it's garbage, and we're not adhering to it anymore, and you signed up for it. Would they adjust? Yeah. Would there be some complaining? Absolutely. But could they adjust to it? Yeah, because they're NFL football players, and they're super tough. But because there are rules, and because they're used to those rules, and because, I mean, if we shipped them off to Siberia and said, hey, you're going to practice in Siberia, and there are no rules, they would play that Rocky music, and they'd adjust to it.
Hearts on fire.
Hearts on fire.
Let's go lift some rocks. Chop some wood.
Yeah. Roll a tire over.
Lift a wagon with Adrian and Paulie in it.
That's a good point,
Actually,
Paulie.
Adrian wasn't there. Paulie and... Oh, no, Adrian showed up later.
She did? Paulie and Carl Weathers.
No, it was no.
Was he already dead?
Carl was already dead.
Oh.
Didn't throw the damn towel.
Well, I'm just saying...
It was Paulo's little trainer.
Oh, the guy who wouldn't throw the towel and got Apollo killed?
Oh, geez,
Shouldn't he be in jail?
Well, I don't know if that's the legacy we want to pile on the guy, but yeah, I guess.
In today's world, he'd be in jail.
Well, no, he was telling Rocky to throw the towel. It was Rocky that got Apollo killed.
Rocky did?
Yes. He had the towel. He held it. He was getting ready to throw it. Apollo went, don't do it, and meanwhile, the other guy's going, throw the damn towel.
Apollo told me not to throw the towel. Is it too good?
We haven't heard you do Rocky in some time. I've been missing that. All right. Just when we thought there was nothing but good news for the Rockies, we got some bad news to pass along. That's next. Hey, over the years, I've done mortgages and refinances with Brent Ivinson from Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen and then they lend. His salary-based specialists are great to work with. It's just so much easier to work with a local Colorado company. Use Ideal Home Loans to take advantage of these historically low mortgage rates. We're talking low 3s, high 2s, Refinance to a lower rate while keeping your existing term. Use the equity in your home to do that special project you've been putting off. Refinance so you can get rid of that pesky credit card debt. And Ideal Home Loans is doing all of this digitally. It's done efficiently, securely, it's organized, and most of all, it is safe. Ideal Home Loans has been serving Colorado since 2001. And I also want to thank all of our first responders and those on the front lines helping us get through all this. So call Ideal Home Loans and take advantage of what you can get out of your home right now. Call them at 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000, or apply online at idealhomeloans.com. That's idealhomeloans.com.
Hey guys, you live with constant back or neck pain. It's debilitating. Whether it was a car accident, a sports accident, just a, sitting around your house accident, doesn't matter. It can absolutely ruin your life. A day can become a week can become a month can become years. And the next thing you know, you've checked out of life. If that sounds like you, don't hesitate. Call my friend Spine One. They can see you today. 303-367-2225 is the number. Their doctors take a comprehensive approach to spine care. Now they're offering no-cost MRI reviews. That means they'll look at your existing images at no cost to you and then provide a treatment plan to get you out of pain. I can honestly say they changed my life. That's simple. I dealt with back pain for 20 years to the point where I quit working out. I quit playing golf. My whole day was managed around taking care of my back pain, making sure that I didn't do anything to make it worse. A few short visits to my friends at Spine One. I was back on the golf course, back in the gym, feeling great. They can do the same for you. Like I said, they can see you today. Call them 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or find them online at spineone.com.
Well, just when you were starting to feel, hey, maybe the Rockies got something going on here. 2 training camp, summer camp wins over the Rangers, the team they'll be opening up against tomorrow. And then comes the news that Scott Oberg is going to begin the season on the injured list with a bad back.
Bad back.
So now...
When did it happen? About a week back.
Mark's going to be sitting out the rest of the show as he laughs at himself.
That's a good one. That one never gets old. Hurt my back. When did it happen? About a week back.
Even got a little bit of the Snidely whiplash.
Yeah, I
laughs
did.
there.
I did.
We haven't heard one of those in a while.
It's you go from dad jokes to popo jokes to grandpa jokes, but they're still funny.
Well, that puts a lot of pressure. I mean, Oberg's their best reliever.
Yes,
that's the downer about all this is that even though Wade Davis was going to reclaim the closer role, at least to start,
he was on a short leash.
He was on a short leash with the idea that Oberg would be there to replace him.
Right.
But now everything gets changed now. So who slides into that Oberg 8th inning role?
You trust Daniel Bard there?
You go Bard there?
Diaz? I think they really like Diaz.
They like Diaz.
Estevez? Emilio. Whenever I hear Estevez, I can't help but think of Emilio Estevez. Isn't that the actor?
Yeah. Young Guns?
Yeah. Isn't he Martin Sheen's like?
Yeah, that's his dad.
How's your name Emilio Estevez if your dad's Martin Sheen? You got Charlie Sheen. How do you get to Emilio Estevez?
There's an easy answer to it that I don't have right at my fingertips right now. I'll turn to my own Google machine. Google, RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Why is it Emilio Estevez?
Yeah, what do you want to name our son?
Martin Sheen is his dad.
What do you want to name our son? Let's name him Emilio. Okay, that sounds great. Emilio Sheen. No. I want to change his last name too. Emilio Estevez. Sounds good
I know. No. I'm sure there's a very rational answer. I just don't know it right now off the top of my head. But yeah, so Oberg's out.
Right.
So now you got Diaz, you got Estevez, and you got Bard to go along with Wade Davis. All of a sudden, if you put Oberg in there, and I know Wade Davis had a lousy year, but he is a big part of the BB.
The Bridich
bounce back theory. BBBT.
BBBT.
Bridich bounce back theory. Was Davis a big part of it as well?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy does have a proven track record.
Well, the guy's got great stuff. Remember, he's a former starter, so he's like a 3-pitch mix guy. He's not just a 2-pitch mix, reliever. He's a 3-pitch, maybe 4-pitch mix guy. But the problem with Wade Davis last year was, I mean, how many times you look up and the count was 3-1 or 3-0? I mean, every at bat. And if you're pitching behind the count like that on a consistent basis, you're going to get lit. You got to push one down the middle. You got to groove one down the middle, and then somebody's going to hit a seed off the damn thing. It's just a matter of if anybody catches it or not. You walk a couple guys, and you know how this league works. You walk a guy or two, man, unless you've just got legit punch-out stuff. You walk a guy. Like the walks always seem to score. Have you seen his home splits here from last year? He had like an 8 last year
at home. Yeah,
I mean it was his.
And as bad as his year was, his road numbers weren't bad.
No, his road numbers aren't terrible. But he was really bad. So I mean, I'm with. Boy, I hate to say this. I'm kind of with Bridich on the bounce back theory with Wade Davis. He can't be that bad. His stuff's too good.
And I'm actually with Bridich as well with the idea that Daniel Murphy has to be better than he was. Right?
Right.
Are we buying into the BBBT?
Is Jeff Bridich a doctor? Some would say it's so.
Yeah, no, I'm not ready to do that just yet.
Some would say it's so.
Sorry. A whole off season spent doing nothing. I mean, doing nothing. You're a Major League Baseball general manager, and you did nothing during the off season. I mean, what a cushy gig.
Well, you signed Daniel Bard. You cut Jake McKee, and you cut.
No, he did
Brian
all that.
Shaw.
He did all that recently. I'm talking about during the when there was a real baseball off season.
Right. Well,
back during December,
okay.
They did nothing.
There's two things.
Nothing.
Mike, he was saving lives. He's a doctor.
You know how a lot of times we sit back as fans and go, I could do that.
Yeah.
Right?
I could do nothing.
Right? In this case,
as a matter of fact, I've done it all
in
off
this
season.
Case, I could be the general manager of the Colorado Rockies. I could do what he did.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be that hard. What's your mission statement for the offseason? I'm just going to sit back, do nothing, and count on all the guys that I've brought in here over the last couple of years to go back and have match the career year that they had somewhere back in the past. It could be 2 years ago, it could be 6 years ago, but that's my plan.
Right.
They'll get back to that level.
I'm not going to hurry to get where eventually I'm going to be.
You stole that from somebody. I know who it was. Who was that? That was was that Satchel Paige right there?
No, that was my strength coach back in.
Well, he got it from Satchel Paige. Then.
When I played for the Washington football team.
No, that's a Satchel Paige line.
Is it?
I think it is.
No, don't be in a hurry to get where you're eventually going to be.
So apparently there's a little bit of a controversy here. So Estevez is actually is Martin Sheen and Charlie Sheen's legal last name, but they use Sheen for Hollywood.
Oh.
But then others say that Estevez is the mom's name, and that's what he went with.
With the Estevez?
Yeah.
So we got a little controversy.
Bo says, can you be optimistic about any of our teams ever? I'm very optimistic. I think the Avalanche are on the short list of teams that could win the Stanley Cup. I think the Nuggets can get to the second round of the playoffs. And I actually am somewhat optimistic about the Rockies because what these last two games showed was they have the kind of lineup that potentially in a short season can get hot enough that, over the course of a couple of weeks, they can get hot enough that they can go out and win, 10, 12 games over the course of a couple of weeks just because they're hitting the ball lights out.
All right, I want to do this.
And in a 60-game sprint where you're basically trying to get to like. By the way,
I want to do something when we come back.
Okay.
All right, I want to do this.
You tease it.
I want to go level of optimism per team. Real sports teams.
Real sports team.
Yeah, not soccer. The real sports, like the level of optimism you have for the real sports teams.
By the way, while we've been doing this show, MLS soccer's been on. Chicago and Vancouver. Hazard to take a guess as to what the score is right now in the 60th minute?
I have not watched any of it. I have watched somebody slide and really, really hurt themselves. Boy, they were really limping. I'm going to say it's 0-0.
It is 0-0.
Oh, crazy.
All right, we'll find out what Mark's big reveal is. That's coming up next. Hey, shopping for a vehicle these days can be, to say the least, challenging, but not at Siltahar Motors, where they have perfected the car buying experience. Let's start with the fact that there are 5 dealerships in one, offering Ford, Lincoln, Mazda, Volvo, and Maserati. And if you're looking for the best options on trucks or SUVs, they have the model you want, including the popular Ford F-150 to the highly sought-after Lincoln Aviators. They have buying options that you can't find anywhere else. They offer one of the only used car leasing programs in the state. And they can bring the dealership to you with free delivery on vehicles for a test drive or after purchase, all while maintaining a safe environment through cleaning and distancing practices, including pickup and delivery for sales and services. It's a local, family-owned business for over 60 years. And over that time, they have perfected the car buying experience. It's why they have 19 President's Awards as a national top 4 dealership, making them in the top 3% of all dealerships in the country. Find out for yourself. Visit sthmotors.com, chat with a representative directly, or get a direct quote on the trade value of your current car. It's all going on at sthmotors.com. Siltar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Wills and Wellness Estate Planning, a proud founding member of Mark's All Pros Referral Network. Check it out at marksallpros.com. And I understand that times are crazy right now, but if something should happen to your family, you should be confident in your plan going forward. Like what happens to you, you should be confident in what's going to happen to your family going forward. That's where Will's Wellness and Estate Planning comes in. They're prepared during these unprecedented times to make sure that you can get a plan in place, an estate plan in place, without ever having to leave your home. Guys, it's your responsibility. I tell you this all the time. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. We've learned that over these unprecedented times. Take care of tomorrow today. Call my friends at Will's Wellness and Estate Planning, 720-266-8190. Go to willsandwellness.com, watch their free video on planning for your family's future, and then give them a call. Let them know you'd like to set up a video call to get your estate plan in place. Don't procrastinate any longer. Do what's best for your family today. Call them, 720-266-8190. Or, as always, find them online at willsandwellness.com.
All right, we got clarity. The whole, why is it Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez? Martin Sheen is the dad.
Right.
Martin Sheen, it is a stage name. He was born Ramon Gerard Antonio Estevez. That's Martin Sheen.
Ramon
Gerard Antonio Estevez is Martin Sheen.
Okay. So he went with the original.
He went with the original, not the family stage name.
And still made it.
Yes, he did.
Huh. Yes. You can still make it even if you don't use a stage name.
Soccer fans mad at us.
Oh, gosh.
You clowns. Soccer's much better sport than baseball. Not even close.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is.
What's the difference between soccer and baseball? When you look at the scores, at least in soccer, there's action. Oh, God. Okay, you had something you wanted to say.
Oh, yeah. If you were doing a confidence rating.
Yes.
Like it's just a confidence rating from because somebody said we're negative. So, I mean, I want to give you an opportunity to be positive.
Okay.
So, if you gave a confidence rating based upon the real sports teams in this town,
the four of them,
I should call them real, the major sports teams in this town,
right?
Where would your confidence rating be? How would you rank the teams in confidence of what they have, their ability to accomplish something special?
Okay, so we're talking about the confidence rating to win a championship.
Well, yeah, I mean, to go deep in,
or to go deep
where
into to the playoffs and go deep in the playoffs. How about that?
Okay, that's great because everybody's like, well, you guys are just negative. No, we're pointing out some of the things that are concerning, like the concerns. But we're being honest about our evaluation of the team. So give me your confidence rating.
Let's see.
Rank them.
Okay. I would say my confidence rating when it comes to the Avalanche would be about 8.
8 out of 10.
Okay.
Okay.
High confidence rating in them. Oh, Grubauer, please be up to it.
Right.
That's the big case.
You will put a video tribute in a heartbeat.
Oh.
On your social media page.
Hey, if Grubauer leads him to a Stanley Cup, put his number up in the rafters. I'm not even. Do not pass go. Straight past the video. Put the number up there. So I put an 8 for the Avalanche. Nuggets I put at about a. Go deep. Get in and go deep in the playoffs. 6, 5, 6. Rockies. I put the Rockies actually ahead of the Broncos only because of the unique nature of the season, 60 games.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it was 162, it would be really low. But since it's only 60, you can kind of capture lightning in a bottle. I'll put the Rockies' confidence level at about a 3. And the Broncos make the playoffs and go deep at the playoffs. 1.
Okay.
Would you disagree with that?
No, I am waiting to see if the playoffs in baseball are expanded.
Okay, good point.
Because if they're expanded, I would actually
from 10 to 16.
Yeah, I would actually put the Rockies above the Nuggets from a confidence standpoint.
Really? Well, the Nuggets are in the playoffs.
I understand that they're in the playoffs, but I think do they get out of the first round? I'm not 100% sure. Do they get out of the second round? I don't believe so.
No, they get out of the first.
Okay,
they better get out of the first.
Well, but here's what I'm saying: is if it's an expanded,
Bull won't let that happen.
Oh no.
Okay, Bull.
Well, when you were reading
Bull will make sure they get to at least the second round.
When you were reading Silterhar, like this is how my mind works. My mind is just cluttered with stuff that doesn't have any relevance at all. It's all my mind thinks about. So you were reading your Silterhar ad, and you said, they had the great cars, like some of the cars that you mentioned, and your
Ford F-150, Lincoln Aviator. Yeah.
But you said Volvo, and I said, I wonder if Bobo drives a Volvo. That's all I could think about.
You would think
the whole break. I was going, would Bobo fit in a Volvo? I don't know. Hey, here comes Bobo. He's in a Volvo. Maybe he should be a.
Really? That's what you think about?
Yeah, that's what all that popped into my head was you said Volvo, and I was on. Well, I wonder if Bobo drives a Volvo.
Huh.
And I sat in my little hot room, the sweat box in here, thinking about Bobo and Volvo.
That's interesting.
Yeah. That never crossed your mind?
No.
Not one time,
Not one time.
Weird.
Huh. Man, I'd love to crawl in there and spend about 10 minutes, see what that's like.
I wonder if that crossed anybody else's mind on the text line.
I doubt it.
Yeah?
I don't think so.
It's the first thing I thought about.
Bobo and a Volvo.
Bobo and a Volvo.
You put the Rockies just because if they expand the playoffs, which, by the way, folks, if you haven't heard, they're looking to expand the playoffs from 10-16 for this season, which
I might split it. I might split it 5-5 confidence rating. 5 for the Rockies, 5 for the Nuggets.
All right, I'll tell you what. If they go to a 10, if they expand the baseball playoffs, I put the Rockies confidence meter. Where do I have them at? Like
you had them at 3.
3. All right, I'll bump them up to 4.
Okay. I mean, I think it's fair, but I think I like.
I mean, because if you put a confidence rating at 5, it tells me you think that they're at least going to be in the playoffs, and then above that becomes how far you think they can go in the playoffs. That's why I got the Avs as an 8 and the Nuggets at like a 6.
See, here's what gives me. I think they lack depth from a roster standpoint. They lack depth, but they're starting infield. They've got some ability at the dish.
Yep.
Like that is going to be. There are tough outs littered. There's no real
especially
deep
now
holes.
being able to add a DH to it. So thank God. By the way, I mean, oof.
And then
no more pitchers.
You have to have the bounce
Glorious.
back. You have to have the bounce back by Wade Davis. I'm assuming that Oberg eventually his back that he hurt about a week back. I'm assuming that he is going to be the back sooner than later. A lot of backs in there.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to acknowledge it.
Okay.
You guys are going to eat your words about Bull. Well, what do you mean we're going to eat our words? About this year? Okay. I'll tell you what. If Bull ends up being an integral part
of this playoff run, Mike will get a tattoo.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't. But I'll eat my words. Now, if you're saying that Bull will turn out to be a good player in the NBA years from now, maybe even in starting next year, well, that's I'm not going to eat any words there because I think that could happen. Very intrigued.
I'm the one that thinks he'll be a bench player.
You think a lot less of him long term than I do. I'm very excited about the promise and the potential and the futures of Bull and Michael Porter Jr. Very excited about him. Just not for this year. That's all. I just think it's asking. Not only is it asking too much, but forget about your own personal opinion. Just look at what the head coach. Look at the actions of the head coach, Michael Porter Jr., who is more advanced right now when it comes to being NBA ready. He can't get consistent minutes all throughout the season, the long season. Michael Malone clearly doesn't trust him. And there's no evidence to suggest he's all of a sudden going to start trusting him come playoff time. That's Michael Porter Jr. You think a guy like Bull, who literally has not played one NBA minute yet, is all of a sudden going to be trusted by Michael Malone to go out and play significant minutes in this accelerated playoff push? No way. That would be totally against Michael Malone's MO.
I find it hard to believe that a guy like that is going to have an impact in the NBA when he's built like he's built like a popsicle. Like he's like a freeze pop. Like he's the same size from the top to the bottom. He is a freeze pop.
All right. On that note, we're back again tomorrow morning at 6 for Is It Just Me Friday. We turn things over to Sandy and the Big O with James Marilat. In for Sandy. Coming up next.
Happy Thursday morning, everyone. James Merlett from 1043thefan.com, filling in for Sandy Clough. Orlando Franklin is here, however, in his usual spot. Oh, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, you jinx.
Jinx?
Yesterday you were talking about how the power got shut off in your neighborhood
Yeah.
the night before, and last night the power was shut off in my neighborhood. So
Wait a minute.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
So it was your turn to not be able to watch the Rockies. Did you get to catch the Nuggets, though? Or did the power go off after that, or did you miss all of it?
I caught a little bit of the Nuggets because I was watching the replay that started at 3 and the power went off around 4 o'clock. So caught a little bit of the Nuggets and just was on Twitter getting my information from there. The Bobo hype, huh? What's your take on the Bobo hype?
Oh man, it's funny you bring that up because that's the number one thing I had written down here on my sheet is Bowl Mania is here. I guess I'll start off not being the wet blanket, which is a sign that I'm going to turn into one. But it was a lot of fun. I think he's a very intriguing prospect, just because he's a guy that at 7'2" can do a lot of things that normally people that are 7'2" with that kind of wingspan can't do, and that's primarily shoot from the perimeter. So that was cool. Again, it was fun to watch and it was kind of exciting. And, you start thinking about the future and oh yeah, okay, maybe Bowl at the 5 and you put the Joker at the 4 and Michael Porter Jr. at the 3. You kind of like that front court of the future. But this notion that Bowl is going to step in and help the Nuggets during the 8-game regular season finish here, and particularly in the playoffs, it's just silliness. I mean, it's just it's not going to happen. I was on with the morning show today, and I would describe that scrimmage as similar to something I see when I go to 24-hour fitness. So I mean, it was they just run up and down the court. They weren't playing a lot of defense. There was no intensity. I mean, playoff basketball.
It looked like the All-Star game.
It did, exactly. Exactly.
Just out there, nobody's really trying. You're just hanging out, It looked like guys were just working to get back, conditioning. Let's play a run and gun style offense, where it's, hey, let's get as much cardio as possible and not a lot of guys playing defense.
Yeah, exactly. It's the equivalent of in football, you're out going through a walkthrough and somebody's going full speed and he looks good. Well, yeah, of course, because Bowl was taking it like it was his audition, as he should have. But, when he's kind of the one guy out there taking it serious and going all out and everybody else is, you're right, just trying to get in some cardio and get used to running up and down the court and seeing somebody on the other side. It's just, I think we have to take it with an enormous grain of salt. I really do. And I think it would be foolish for Michael Malone to all of a sudden think Bowl is going to be part of his normal rotation come playoff time. Look, should he be in uniform and be on the bench? And if a game isn't going your way, you put him in there and think, heck, maybe he can, spark something. Sure, I think he's a better guy at the end of your bench than perhaps some of the other options on this roster. But he's not going to be taking minutes from, Paul Millsap or Mason Plumlee or Jeremy Grant or whoever else. So I think that part of it is kind of nonsensical. And, as much as I enjoyed seeing all the excitement on Twitter and rewatching all the highlights and all that kind of stuff, I wouldn't say it spoiled it for me, but it did kind of sour me a bit on it. Of man, can we pump the brakes? Can we be a little bit realistic? Can we be a little less desperate for someone to come in and help this team? And can we worry about now? This team legitimately has championship aspirations.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick them to win it, but the group they've got can win it, and they've got this continuity that, they're going to be down there playing with the same group essentially they had last year in the playoffs, all this regular season. They're going to know each other. Let's worry about today instead of tomorrow. That's the part that bothered me about it.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you, James. For me, I look at the situation and I'm saying, even with what I saw yesterday, I still think that he's at least a year away, with that body frame. I mean, he looks so skinny over there. I don't know what at the center position, if he's in the game and you go to that lineup with him and Nikola Jokic, you're saying that Bobo's going to be down there in the paint. And I think that in the course of an 82-game season, it's going to wear him out, that body frame. I think he still needs to gain some weight. I think if the Nuggets were to ever put him in a game this year where you're trying to a race to the finish line situation that's getting ready to start here in a little bit, it's going to be because some guys on the team tested positive, and they're not active. I
Sure.
don't think that Coach Malone is even thinking that, hey, Bobo is a part of the plans here with coming in. But I love the way that he went out there and he did look at it as an audition, because you never know, and you get that time in the spotlight, and now you could change the perception of coaches, and now you're on their mind for next year, and they might be taking a deeper look at you next year because of what you did in this first exhibition game, where if they didn't see you at all, right? I mean, you talk about the course of an NBA season where, some of these coaches don't really pay attention to guys that are not going to be up, that are not going to really be practicing with the team, that are not really around the team on an everyday basis, where now you got an opportunity where you see Bobo. He's been down there in Orlando with the Nuggets. He's been working his tail off. You saw yesterday him go out there and be able to be productive. But I think when the game is on the line this year, and which it's going to be on the line, like you're playing for real and you're trying to sprint. It's not a marathon no longer. I think because of it being a sprint and not a marathon, that he gets no playing time at all.
Yeah, and I think what he did yesterday probably earned him the opportunity to get a little action in some of these first regular games once they get to the final 8 games. But I think it would be a mistake on the part of Michael Malone to give him significant minutes and not get the guys that are going to be a true part of their run, however deep their run goes, as many minutes as possible, and to kind of get them back into that cohesion that I think is their big advantage. So it was fun. It was exciting. Bowl Mania has hit us. But it's kind of like the there's that meme that people use all the time of the guy walking down the street with his girlfriend and he's looking over his left shoulder and
you're a meme guy? I thought that was a millennial thing.
Well, I just see it all the time. They turn it into everything. It was that was Nuggets fans yesterday, right? So Michael Porter Jr. has been the player they're all excited about, and man, they turned their attention from MPJ to Bowl in a heartbeat. That was Nuggets fans on social media yesterday. I get it. We haven't had a lot to be excited about. He certainly, it was fun. He looked good. I think it's something down the road that could be a piece for this team, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be this season. All right, we're going to change gears. Broncos signed 7 of their rookies yesterday. Training camp is around the corner. Our 7 News insider Troy Rank joins us next. Broncos training camp gets underway next Tuesday. Orlando, they're starting to get the rookies in the fold. They signed 7 more yesterday. That makes now 8 out of 10. Just first-round pick Jerry Jeudy and second-round pick KJ Hamler remain unsigned. It's all kind of happened fast and furious here. Do you take that as a sign that, you know what, they'll have everybody in camp ready to go by Tuesday and they'll get the last 2 contracts done?
Yeah, I think that it shouldn't. You look at yesterday, right? 8 out of 10, or I think they signed 7 guys yesterday.
Yep.
But 8 out of 10 guys are signed right now, and it's the first and second round pick. I think KJ Hamler should be locked up today. I'm wondering I'm questioning the Jeudy deal. I can't wait to have Troy on because I saw him tweet out a little while ago that, hey, he kind of expects Jeudy to sign today. But for me, I'm looking at it as does Jeudy want a little bit more, because you look at Henry Ruggs III going before him, and everybody was talking about, Jeudy being the number 1 wide receiver, Jeudy being a generational talent. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of back and forth with that situation as far as why he hasn't signed yet. But as far as KJ Hamler, I think KJ's probably going to end up signing today. I hope that Jeudy signs today, but I could see a situation where guys looking at it and saying, hey, you guys know that I'm better than this guy. Let me get a couple more dollars. Let me get a little bit more of a signing bonus or whatever the case may be.
Well, let's find out what is going on. We'll go out to our Broncos insider from 7 News, Troy Rank, presented by Tranny Law. Troy, what is the status on the 2 remaining rookies that haven't been signed for the Broncos? Do we anticipate any hangups with Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler?
I love how James just took my question, Troy. But go ahead.
That's what we were talking about. It's the transition.
Yeah, I don't expect any issues. Judy's at the facility today, so that would indicate he's likely to sign. I mean, he wouldn't be reporting with his other rookies if his agent was telling him we weren't close. Or, again, these things are pretty cut and dry. They're guaranteed for the first 4 years with a 5th-year option. You can try to sneak out a few more dollars, but the reality is it slots. You can be upset that you didn't go higher, but it's slots, and the Broncos aren't really prone to giving guys extra money before they play it down. So I don't see any issue. They've got 8 done out of the 10. Rick Hurtado, their new cap manager guy, he's been doing work the last 48 hours, so I wouldn't expect any issues. And again, Judy's there today, which is an indication that there's progress being made toward a deal.
Where do you want to go, Troy, real quick? Do you want to go baseball or do you want to go basketball? I mean, just a quick question to you, because I love talking to you. I love your vast knowledge, but I know you're more of a baseball guy. Let's go to baseball. I want to ask you about Arenado real quick, right? With the 4 RBIs that we've seen in the last 2 preseason games for them and the 1 home run, with the short season, is Arenado now a legitimate candidate for the MVP this year?
He would be if they reach the playoffs. It'll be very difficult for him. He'd have to put up, like 22 home runs, 20 home runs, 50 RBIs to be an MVP if they don't reach the playoffs. And their over-under for my friends at Superbook is 27.5. That's fair. I think they have a chance to be 500. But for him to get MVP, they would have to do something special in terms of making the playoffs. Now, they're talking about expanding the playoffs even for this season. They're negotiating that again, which we thought that was over. If they were able to add an extra playoff team, and the Rockies sneak in with 30 wins, then that would give him a chance. That would certainly give him a chance. But Arenado is the best for me. There's very few players that impact the game on each side of the ball every night the way he does. I mean, he's the best defensive player in the National League on most nights. He's certainly in the top 5 as a hitter. So, let's enjoy it, because this year and maybe half of next year it might be over here in Colorado for Nolan.
A little breaking news while we're talking to you, Troy. According to Adam Schefter, the Broncos have reached a 4-year deal with first-round pick Jerry Jeudy. Another first-round pick has a deal. So that just came down. So just to let everybody know, it was the first question we had for Troy, and the question has been answered. The deal is done. Hey, sticking to baseball, Troy, I've been doing these Timeline 25 pieces where I look back on every year during the 25-year history of the Fan. And this week it was 2017 on Tuesday. Today I did 2018. Those were playoff seasons for the Rockies. And as I'm writing them up, I'm looking at it and going, it's essentially the same team. Like, in the last 3 years, they had 2 playoff seasons, and then last year was just a disaster. But I guess I look at that and I just don't quite understand why virtually no one is giving him a chance, because this roster, this core group, this, group of 4 starting pitchers that are kind of the main guys in the rotation, they've been to the postseason twice before. Isn't there a chance that 2019 was the aberration and it just was kind of everything that could go wrong did go wrong?
Well, there's certainly that chance. It's just their pitching is so questionable. That's the issue. If you're going to be good in baseball, you have to pitch. And it's hard to create an argument when you look at their entire staff that they're going to be a playoff team. Now, the one way they could is, and we've talked about this, if Kyle Freeland bounces back, if he's anything close to what he was 2 years ago, they'll be in the hunt because you got Marquez, John Gray, and Freeland then. You got 3 starters, gives you a chance to win most series if you got 3 frontline guys. Even if Kyle got back to his rookie form, that would be huge for them in terms of stabilizing their pitching staff. But the problem, James, then goes to the pen. They got rid of addition by subtraction, Jake McKee and Brian Shaw. Yep. But now who closes? Wade Davis? I like Wade Davis. I mean, he was god-awful last year by any metric. And 2 years ago, he was pretty good. He set a Rockies record for saves. Can he bounce back? And Scott Oberg's now starting the year on the IL. He's probably not going to be ready until around their home opener. So that's a huge hit. For them to contend, James, they've got to have Kyle Freeland pitch really well, and they've got to have between Daniel Bard, Carlos Estevez, Jairo Diaz, those 3, Philip Deal, those 4, 2 of those guys have to pitch lights out. I mean, lights out, to where they are in games and have ability to finish games. And they're going to hit. They're going to outslug some teams, but to get to 30 wins, they're going to have a couple relievers pop, and for me, that's probably Estevez would be number 1 on that list right now. And you're going to have Kyle Freeland bounce back. I mean, I talked to Kyle yesterday about that. I mean, he knows. He's embracing the pressure. He feels like he's ready. So if he bounces back, they could make it very interesting.
Joy, is there anybody on this Rockies team where you look at them and you're saying, man, this guy has to play in order for the Rockies to even be able to contend?
Well, for me, Arenado and Trevor Story have to play all 60 games. And I'm not even being sarcastic about that. I mean, they've played those kind of stretches throughout their career. I want them in the lineup every night. Then you can rotate Blackman through as DH to give him a spell. And the one guy, let's go off the beaten path just a tick, would be David Dahl. If you look at their lineup, if David Dahl's healthy, their top 4 guys can match up with anybody, and maybe even anybody in the baseball, but certainly been in the National League. If you go Dahl, Story, Blackman, Arenado, I mean, those are 4 all-star type players. If they're healthy, and Dahl's usually the question mark with this, they're legit. Murphy looks better. We'll see. I'll reserve judgment, but he certainly is much better physical shape than he was a year ago. If they could have Murphy's functional, their top 5 can give teams fits. Yeah, but it really starts for Dahl for their lineup to have a chance to be special, because he's an all-star when healthy. He's just had major issues staying on the field for whatever. A lot of that's been bad luck. But if he can play 55 games, with Story, with Arenado, with Blackman, now you're talking about a team that can can be dangerous.
Troy, let's bounce back to the Broncos here real quick. Now that Jerry Jeudy is signed, he'll be there at the start of training camp. Is there any reason why the first rep on the first day in the first practice, he's not lined up opposite Corlett and Sutton and running with the ones? Is there any reason why the coaching staff would decide, hey, let's put Tim Patrick or Deshaun Hamilton or somebody else out there and quote unquote make the rookie earn it? Or is he going to be a starter from day one?
I mean, the only reason he wouldn't be out there is if just familiarity with the offense, because they had 0 reps, on-field reps in OTAs, James. So that would be the issue, is you just want him to watch it for a couple of days to see what it looks like on the field. But for me, there would be no reason that come opening night that he's not your starter. I mean, I think I've been as bullish on Jeudy as anyone. I watch a lot of Alabama football, a lot of SEC football. I mean, I joke this guy's routes have more polish than Pledge. He gets after it. He is so unique for a college receiver in the way he runs routes. That's why I think he can have an impact early. Most kids that come out of college have trouble getting off press coverage. They round off routes, and they realize, oh, my, this is a timing league. You can't do that in this league. You can't be a yard off. You can't be 2 yards off. Everything's on timing, and that's why I think Jeudy has a chance to make an impact. So first practice, second practice, I mean, with rookies, he'll certainly be starting when it's just rookies. when those first couple of days when the veterans finally practice in early August, maybe it's a day or two as he's just watching, but there would be no reason in my opinion, for him not to start opposite of Sutton. And with those two, with Sutton and Judy, the guy, everyone talks about third receiver. And listen, I'm intrigued by KJ Hamler. The guy who will be their third receiver is going to be Noah Fant. The middle of the field is going to be open because they have to figure out these defenses, make choices with Judy and Sutton. That's not going to necessarily mean Hamler is a big star. It's going to open up the field for Noah Fant, in my opinion.
Troy, when you look at these times, they're very uncertain times. It's very unknown with this whole pandemic. A lot of teams are saying that they're going to allow fans to the game, but they're going to require them to wear a face mask. But it's right around 15,000 fans. I don't know if you know anything about this, but if you do, can you touch on kind of what that looks like for the average fan? Because with the Broncos, you have so many different season ticket holders. Do you know if it's going to be just all going to it's optioned up to season ticket holders, or is there going to be, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 tickets now where fans that have never been season ticket holders could still buy tickets to go watch the Broncos play?
Yeah, right now there's no clear-cut definitive answer on whether those outside of season ticket holders would be eligible to buy tickets. The way it's set up now, is that, and listen, if I were a season ticket holder, what I would do is those are the season ticket holders are the only ones eligible to buy tickets this season, and it's going to be a limited capacity. I would opt out for this season and then buy single game tickets because season ticket holders, even if you are one of those, you're only going to be allowed to go to like 2 to 3 games. You're not going to be able to go to all 8 of your games because they're trying to appease all of their season ticket holders. So this family gets 3, this family gets 3, kind of do the math here. And so if it were me, and I'm not a season ticket holder, obviously, I would opt out for this year. There's no penalty. You don't lose your priority number. And then I would just buy the purchase single game tickets. Now, some are very loyal to their specific seats, but even that's going to be different with the social distancing. But for now, there's no answer yet, definitive answer on whether single game tickets would be available. If they are, it's going to be a really small number because you're talking, as you mentioned, somewhere between kind of 10 and 15,000 in the stadium. And right now it's just for season ticket holders. But again, if I were a season ticket holder, what I would do is opt out for this year. There's no consequence to that. Get my refund and then purchase a few single game tickets for me and whatever number of family and do it that way. I think that would be your probably best financial strategy because season ticket holders are not going to be able to attend all 8 games. That's not being because they want to try to be fair to all of the season ticket holders.
Troy, heading into camp, there are kind of 3 battles that I think are going to be fascinating to watch. Running back, Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay. Left tackle, Garrett Bowles, Elijah Wilkinson. And then really 5 guys, maybe more, competing for that number 2 cornerback spot. With no preseason games, how do you see that affecting those battles? Does it really kind of tilt the scales toward the incumbent? How do you think that's going to impact things?
Yeah, there's no question. It's the most difficult year ever for rookies because of the fact they didn't get on-field reps in the spring. And it's really good. The guys who are going to benefit, at least initially, are those who are students of the game. Now, listen, you have to be an athlete to play in the NFL. You just can't be smart. It doesn't work that way. But, James, the guys who, were dedicated to their playbook during Zoom and they dedicated to their playbook during the downtime, that month or so since Zoom meetings ended, those are the guys that are going to get on the field. O knows this. Guys who play are guys the coaches trust and teammates trust. If they can't trust you to do your assignment, athletic ability doesn't matter, at least not initially. Eventually, athletic ability can win out, but these kids that, I'm just going to show up and out-athlete a guy, that's not the NFL. There's about 3 guys in the NFL that can do that. Aaron Donald, Tyreek Hill. I mean, there's just Patrick Mahomes. That's a number you can count on one hand, guys who just show up and out-athlete people. So the rookies who are in the playbook and are able to learn quickly from mistakes, both on video and physical mistakes, to be able to, okay, I see it and move on, those are guys who are going to play. And to their credit, the Broncos realized that a couple years ago with their draft classes. They stopped drafting toolbox guys who were just going to make, they're going to figure out how to play. They drafted guys who were captains, who were smart, who played a lot of reps in college. So, their rookie class this year, as the last 2, has a fighting chance because they got guys who have, decent football IQ that will benefit them early on.
Troy, the last couple of days, we finally got sports back, right? And we've been able to watch exhibition game with the Nuggets, and we were able to watch the Rockies go up against the Rangers. When I'm watching the Nuggets yesterday, I'm hearing it almost sounds like a Nuggets game, like I'm watching it, and the Nuggets are playing at home. After they score a basket, you're hearing noise, you're hearing different things come over the intercom. With at the Rangers versus the Rockies and the Rangers, you're hearing a lot of crowd noise when the Rangers are doing well, right? What are your thoughts on this crowd noise and what the NBA and the MLB has chosen to do?
Yeah, with MLB, I just like that background murmur noise. I'm not crazy about the fake, cheers and boos. Now, I think that could be done. We've seen it with, video games. We talked about this yesterday with Jerry Schimmel. I talked about actually with Tyler Polumbus, having those people that run video games, getting them to understand the timing of how to do fake cheers. But baseball, I just like that background, kind of that hum, that noise of that crowd noise. I think soccer's done it the best. I'm not a huge soccer aficionado, but soccer, at least the Premier Leagues, have figured out how to have it, at least in terms of the broadcast. Now, I'm not there in person, but the broadcast hum of noise sounds like very authentic and real. So I like that. That's what I'd like to see for baseball. I thought basketball has done a remarkable job. It looks like a better version of their summer league. I thought it might look a little more like AAU, a little kind of tacky. They've done an amazing job to create a television product. And that's what I would do if I'm professional sports. Every one of these is a television show. Every one of these games is a television show. Make it the best broadcast. Now, I'm in TV, so I'm biased, but that's what you should be focusing on, is how to present it in a way to the audience on TV that it looks fairly normal. So I think baseball, I'd go kind of that background hum noise, just that constant hum of a crowd. And basketball, I think they've got it easier. I just think they're ahead of the game and how they're going to do this. It's going to feel more like a video game in the way it's polished and produced.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's a little easier in soccer, though, to handle the crowd noise because nothing ever happens. The guy doesn't have to,
right.
have finger on the button. Hey, final one for me, Troy. Sticking with the Nuggets, we kind of bounced around and touched on a lot of things with you, so we appreciate it. But are you on the Bull bandwagon? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. Why not, James? I mean, again, you're trying to surprise people. No one gives the Nuggets a chance against the Lakers or Clippers, and myself included. So prove me wrong. But if Bull can be a weapon as an 8-minute, 10-minute player, come in, even if he's a rim protector on certain, sets, get him in there. I mean, Michael Porter Jr., as far as I know, hasn't shown up. They're down bodies. Why would we hold this kid back? I mean, I saw a kid yesterday that can help in a limited role. And he really intrigues me going forward as he puts on some weight. But, I mean, I don't know that I've seen, I guess, Nowitzki and the kid from the Mavs, his name's escaping me, from the Porzingis. How many 7'2" guys can just drain threes? I mean, he was giving himself a heat check yesterday from 30 feet out. So, yeah, I don't know what it's going to look like in the next month or so, but why wouldn't you try to at least get him incorporated, even if it's as a rim protector? Get him in there to block shots. I mean, I just think you have to explore that if you're the Nuggets.
With that aspect, that defense aspect that he brings, do you think that now with Bobo that he could actually, if Coach Malone does decide to dress him and he is on that bench come game day, do you think that he can now surpass a guy like Michael Porter Jr. as far as minutes?
Yeah, I don't know. Porter, I mean, again, I love Porter's game, but he's not there. It's been a weird season where he plays, he's intriguing, then he's on the bench again. I mean, they clearly don't trust him defensively at times. Otherwise, he would play more. So, again, I think they both can be part of their future going forward. But if you're trying to get through the next, 6 weeks, 2 months, you got to play your best guys, the guys who are most ready. If MPJ is one of those guys, okay. But, I mean, as far as I know, again, he's not there. He's behind, way behind right now. So, I mean, I don't know, how do you get him ready, for the playoffs if he's not going to play in these exhibitions? I mean, Michael Malone didn't trust him during the regular season. So that's why I'm saying, like with Bull, you could put him in and just say, go block shots for like 5 possessions and then bring him back out. That's my issue. Like with Porter, clearly they have issue with him defensively. So when they put him in, and he might score, which I think he's a fantastic scorer, but then he gets beat, and you can tell the coaching staff gets frustrated. and wants him out. So, again, I hope Porter gets back and everything's good, but Bull, you could create a niche for right away to just go in and block shots. And I think they're going to, based on their reaction to it yesterday, I think you're going to see them explore it. Again, why wouldn't you at this point? It's such a unique opportunity. Why wouldn't you explore it if you have this guy available to you?
Troy, great stuff as always. Love having you on because we can bounce around and talk about everything. So really appreciate you spending some time with us this morning. Good stuff.
Thanks a lot, Troy.
You guys got a great show. Take care, man.
There he goes, our 7 News insider, Troy Rank, presented by Tranny Law. Yeah, we threw everything at him there. Oh, it was Broncos, it was Rockies, it was Nuggets. We had a little soccer that we got in there. Yeah. That's Troy. He can bounce around and do all of them.
Well-rounded. Love talking to Troy each and every week. He does such a good job of covering all sports. He doesn't just key in on one thing, and he's just very knowledgeable. Got some really great stuff as far as baseball. I know that's kind of his bread and butter, the baseball and the Broncos. But when you talk about we should have got some more hockey in there. That's what we missed, James.
It's the one thing we missed.
We missed hockey. How do we get soccer and we miss hockey? That's
well, but the soccer comments, it was more of a dig. We didn't really talk. We were just making fun of soccer. But yeah, as I had my checklist of, hey, did we hit everything? Hockey's the one with no little mark next to it. So that was the one we missed. But hey, he had some in terms of Broncos conversation. He had a lot of really good stuff there. Some things I want to get your thoughts on. I want to talk more about the fact that Jerry Jeudy signed his deal. 7 guys signed yesterday. More Bronco talk. That's coming up next. Yesterday, the Broncos signed 7 of their 10 draft choices. This morning, just a few minutes ago, it was announced that they had come to an agreement with first-round pick Jerry Jeudy, so that just leaves KJ Hamler, second-round pick, as the only unsigned Broncos draft choice. No reason to expect that won't be done soon. But, this morning on 1043thefan.com, our guy Cecil Lammey had a breakdown of the 7 rookies that signed yesterday. And I'm reading through it, and this is typical, I think, of most draft classes. If you're a fan, you're looking at them going, "Ooh, okay, I can see how that guy could fit in. Oh, okay, that's a steal. That's a good pick." Not all of them are going to pan out, right? There's 10 of them, maybe 5 of them. That would be a great percentage. And when you compare it to some of John Elway's draft, maybe 5 of them become contributors. Maybe 2 of them become, I don't know if stars is the right word, but we'll go with it. 2 of them become stars. Other than Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler, first and second round pick have to turn into guys that are major contributors. But when you look at the rest of this draft class, who jumps out at you as, hey, that guy's going to be a fixture here for years to come? He's a player that's going to be an orange and blue for maybe not a decade, but close to it.
I think when you look at the first couple rounds, obviously Jerry Jeudy, obviously I'm high on KJ Hamler. With all that speed, I don't think nobody should be able to cover this guy. I think if the offensive line blocks, he should be able to get down there. But it's a couple of third-round picks for me. When the which is not the shocker. I'm not going to go with Michael Ojemudia. Everybody keeps on talking about him. I think he still has a lot to prove. I think he has to go out. It's a different league when you get here. When you're playing against some good number ones, and I just look in this division, right? I mean, if the Broncos were to match up one-on-one, do I feel comfortable with Ojemudia going against Mike Williams for the Chargers, who's their number 2? No, I don't. Not for 60 plays, in that type of situation. Do I feel confident in him going against Sammy Watkins? No, I don't. Tyrell Williams, maybe. That's 50-50, maybe. Yeah. But Tyrell Williams still has that speed to take it over the top, and he's a big, lanky receiver. So, and that's just looking at the Broncos, the AFC West. But for me, it's Metelvin Agim, and it's going to be Lloyd Cushenberry. I think both of those guys have unique opportunities. I look at Metelvin Agim, and it's a situation where, you might not get a ton of playing time this year because of Shelby Harris, because of Draymond Jones, because of Jarrell Casey. But when you do get those opportunities, if you go in there and you are able to capitalize on those opportunities, now the Broncos have to make some decisions because they got to make a decision on Jarrell Casey next year, and they're in a great position. You bring him in, you trade for him, a 7th-round pick. He's getting paid a ton of money, but at the same time, there's no guarantees on that contract, right? So after this year, so you could make the Broncos move on from a guy like Jarrell Casey, where they're saving a ton of money now, where now they could start looking at redoing a deal for a Justin Simmons. They could start looking at maybe paying a guy like Cortland Sutton a little early. And also, when I look at a game as well, that when you go flip to the other side of the defense, well, Shelby Harris is here for a 1-year deal. Yep. So that's another thing that you could change the opinion of Shelby Harris for the Broncos if he's able to capitalize on the plays that he is out there for. So don't anticipate him going out there and playing 800 snaps on defense this year for the Broncos if they played 16 games. But I want to see him right around that 200, 250 range and just taking advantage of each and every one of those snaps. So I think he has some potential of maybe becoming a cornerstone. And every time you talk about, we talked to our guy Cecil. We talked to him yesterday. He talked about Agim having 5 different pass rush moves, right? I mean, that's what the Broncos are looking for, especially at the defensive end position, to guys to come in and be able to. Now you got to not only pay attention to the outside linebackers, but you got to pay attention to the defensive ends. And Lloyd Cushenberry, right? I mean, the other 3rd-round pick, he's a guy that he's penciled in. I would think that he's penciled in as the starter from day one. Can he go out there, make those calls, give it to everybody on the same page? But also, can he hold his own when you go up against a KC twice this year? And Chris Jones is going to be on him one-on-one with not a lot of help, So I want to see what he does in those type of situations, or what he does in the situations this year when he's going against teams that are traditionally a 3-4 defense. And now you got to go against a guy that weighs 40 pounds more than you. Are you going to be able to stop that bull rush? Because the Broncos have although they haven't said it out loud, they said, hey, you know what, with what they did in free agency, with what they did in the draft, they're saying, hey, we're going to shore up the middle of this offensive line so Drew Lock now has a lane to step up in. So tackles just funnel those defensive ends, those outside linebackers up the field, and we're going to try to keep it as flat as possible. So I look at those two guys and I say, man, if they could really get it right this year and capitalize on the opportunities that present themselves this year, they could really be a cornerstone for this team for years to come.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And Cushenberry, he's going to be, hopefully a starter from day one. They kind of need him to be for that offensive line to look as it. I think they've kind of mapped it out on paper with Glasgow at right guard, not having to move him to center. I think Cushenberry being ready to go right out of the gate, I think is big. I'm with you in terms of Agim being somebody I'm really, really interested in seeing what he brings to the table, just from the standpoint of, I don't think the Broncos have ever really been able to replace Malik Jackson from the standpoint of, man, a defense and a pass rush is so good when you've got somebody on the interior that can be disruptive and cause some havoc and get in the backfield and get after the quarterback. They've had too much, and people think I'm picking on him, and I'm not picking on Derek Wolfe, but they've had too many guys that his job is to just take up space and occupy blockers. Like, no, that's really not his job. His job is to make some plays. You're just kind of trying to defend him by saying that. And if they can get somebody with these, 5 or 6 pass moves, pass rushing moves that can get in the backfield, get after quarterbacks, man, that's going to make Von Miller and Bradley Chubb so much more effective from the outside. So I think finding that interior pass rusher to finally replace Malik Jackson, I'm not saying Agim's going to do it this year, but if he shows us some flashes, some moments here and there where he can be that guy, I think that could be huge for this defense moving forward.
Yep, absolutely. Another guy, and this is what everybody keeps on saying, is Tuska.
Tuska.
The 7th round pick.
North Dakota State.
I like him in the role of special teams. I think he's going to bring a unique set of skills. I think he's going to, give you that 110%. I think he's going to be able to come in and upgrade. I think him, and when I look at Sternad, I think those guys are going to come in and have a huge impact this year on Broncos special teams. I think both of those guys should be on 4 out of the 6 special teams. So that punt return, kickoff return. And I think because of how horrible it's been, even last year, I didn't enjoy watching special teams. I know it was a big jump from what we've seen before, but special teams.
No, they've been bad. They've been bad for a couple of years.
Special teams needs to be special, right?
Yep.
And the way you get special teams to be special is by creating depth. And I don't expect Tuska to play a ton of snaps on defense. I really don't. I think that, you got it covered with Malik Reed, Von Miller, Bradley Chubb, Jeremiah Tatru. That's your 4-piece that you're going in the game and you're saying, hey, you know what, at the outside linebacker, we're covered. And maybe if it's a situation where a guy is banged up, I think it's Justin Hollins that is going to be the guy. It's not going to be Tuska this year, but I think he could really make a difference on the special team side of the ball. With Justin Sternad, I think that with him, he might be able to carve out a role for himself on defense in third down packages. And when the Broncos go NASCAR, being able to have a fast linebacker that goes sideline to sideline in passing situations, where he just has that package. But I also think that he could bring a lot to this special teams, and that's depth. He's not going to play first and second down. So because of that, it's going to be very limited, where you're only probably seeing him for about 20 snaps a game. But now he's made a majority of those snaps are going to be on special teams. But when he does get in there on defense, he's going to be covering the running back out of the backfield or matched up with a tight end.
Yeah, special teams are all about depth. That's really where those bad drafts in 2015, 16, and 17 have kind of come back to bite the Broncos in recent years. So hopefully this draft class has some guys that can contribute on the field, on offense and defense, and how about in special teams. But definitely check out Cecil's piece at 1043thefan.com breaks down each of the 7 players who signed yesterday. Definitely some guys to get excited about. Speaking of excited, Nuggets were back on the court yesterday in Orlando. They won 89-82 over the Wizards. After the game, the head coach and the star of the show, Bol met with the media. We'll hear from both of them coming up next. A bit of breaking news, according to Kevin Ioli from Yahoo Sports. Big news. Mike Tyson is coming back. He will fight Roy Jones Jr. in an 8-round exhibition match. Heard there will be boxer versus MMA fighters on the undercard. Looks like it will be in California. Don't have the date yet. Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. Orlando, you buying that pay-per-view?
If it was 4 rounds, yes. 8, no. I'm not buying that pay-per-view. I get it. I see Mike Tyson working out. I'm watching social media, and everybody's like, man, look at him. He still got it. And you got his trainers hyping it up, and his trainers talking about, how good of a shape he's in. But the last time I watched Mike Tyson actually fight, when he was still very much a fighter, he looked like he was gassed out there. He looked like he got tired. He looked like he got winded. It didn't look like he was in that much shape. So just because of it being 8 rounds, and typically a boxing match is 12 rounds, at their age, I think that they should just do 4, maybe 5 max, where, hey, keep it interesting, keep it where if this thing does go the distance, the guys are still throwing effective punches and not bending over and gasping for air. So I will check in with social media for that one and see who won and who's doing well. I will not be paying for that at my household.
I will be a sucker. I just know it, and I'll end up paying for it. It won't be the first time that I've paid for a Mike Tyson fight that I probably shouldn't have. But and I know obviously he's not the same guy now, but the curiosity factor will bring me in, and it'll just remind me. I was in high school. I was a teenager when Tyson was at his height, when he was undefeated, when he would get into the ring and, against Michael Spinks and basically just scare guys. Like he had the fight won before the bell had ever rung. Guys were just petrified. Professional boxers, former heavyweight champions were petrified to be in the ring with him. It was a spectacle how he would walk in and he would have the black shorts, the black shoes with no socks, and just a towel with a cut in the middle of it over his shoulders, and that was it. Just like, I'm just here to kick your you-know-what, and I'm not all about the pomp and circumstance. Like, he turned into a bit of a caricature, later in his career, and with the Evander Holyfield situation and biting the ear and all that kind of stuff. Basically, once he got knocked on his butt and the aura went away, and Buster Douglas proved to people that, hey, he's
human.
Not invincible.
He can get knocked on his butt.
Yeah, exactly. He was never the same guy after that.
Yeah.
But man, up until that, it was as good a thing as we had in sports. Like I don't obviously like him, personally, and all the trouble he's had, and there's all sorts of those issues. But just for the spectacle of it, it was as good as it got. And I had the chance. I was at Tyson Razor Ruddock 2. I was 17 years old, driving cross country on my senior trip, and we stopped in Vegas and it was at the Mirage, and bought tickets from scalpers right before the fight started, and just a unbelievable atmosphere. Celebrities walking past us, and there's David Hasselhoff and Mr. T, and it was crazy, man. Mike Tyson, for whatever reason, just kind of has this place in my sports heart.
Yeah.
And I know it's going to be a ripoff. I know I'm going to be a sucker, but I'm going to pay for it. I'll be tuning in.
Towards the end of my career, I got an opportunity I kind of changed facilities of where I was working out, and I went to more of a rehab facility that specialized in just different forms of rehab and just rejuvenating the body and dry needling and stuff like that. And the facility that I was going to was out in Arizona, in Scottsdale. It's ran by a trainer by the name of Ian Danny. So Ian actually was one of Mike Tyson's trainers back in the day. There's pictures of him and Mike Tyson all around, and autographs and stuff like that. And, when you're training, especially when you're doing a lot of the rehab stuff, you start talking about different people, and you get to know people, different guys. And he tells me one day about Mike Tyson, and he's like, yeah, with this guy, he was like, Mike Tyson was grown, but as a trainer, you had to stay on top of him like he was 5 or 6 years old. He was like, because with Ian, he would come to Ian for his rehab and his weightlifting. With his other trainer, that was his cardio and so just basically his cardio and the boxing aspect. So he was at one point telling both of the trainers, like, hey, hey, Ian, I did my cardio today, but we did a heavy boxing day, so I can't come in and train today. And then he would tell the other trainer, vice versa, hey, yeah, Ian kicked my butt, today in lifting weights. And these guys are not communicating with each other.
They're not comparing notes.
Yeah, because they're just like, it's Mike Tyson. This guy's the heavyweight champion of the world. Obviously, he knows what hard work is. Obviously, he's going to be working. If he says he can't go, he can't go. But it turns out he wasn't doing absolutely anything. So it took them about 2 weeks to figure that out. So I thought that was pretty funny when he was.
That is funny.
telling
Well,
me
and that doesn't surprise me the way he kind of looked in the ring late in his career, that he was skipping some workouts. It also goes a long way to it says a lot about kind of the state of boxing that, has-beens is probably not a fair term, but kind of two has-beens getting in the ring, Tyson and Roy Jones Jr.
It'll be a big event. It will be a big event.
It will be.
I mean, when is this, James?
They don't have a date yet.
They don't have a date?
No.
Hopefully it's next year, so there's fans and stuff like that. And I guarantee it will be a packed house. They fight, and especially even the buzz that you've seen off of social media. When I'm seeing Mike Tyson hit the bags and I'm seeing him get after, I'm like, man, I don't know. What is he in his mid-50s? I'm like,
yeah,
I don't throw punches like that, Like, I'm 32.
Yeah.
So it's going to be definitely a big thing. People are going to fly in for it if it's, after we're not practicing social distancing, after you're able to pack arenas. It would be a packed arena for sure.
It will be. And, man, it's just crazy to me in the last 20 years, maybe 25, how far boxing has fallen. Can you name the heavyweight champion of the world?
I know this.
I have no idea.
I just watched it. Isn't it the big guy?
The Klitschko?
Tyson Fury? No?
I have no idea.
Isn't
Honestly,
it Fury?
I have no clue who the heavyweight champion of the world is.
I'm looking at John. John's on the computer. Isn't it? Yeah, it's Tyson Fury. I watched that. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, yeah, I watched that.
I would have had no clue. I would have thought it was one of the Klitschko brothers still. I just no guess to it. And it's one of those things that, again, back in the day where it was, when it was Ali and Foreman and Joe Frazier and Larry Holmes and all those guys, and even through the Tyson era and Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield, I mean, it was like he was the most famous person on the planet, whoever was the heavyweight champion of the world. It's just, people who think, hey, sports aren't cyclical, and if you're on top of, it's kind of on top of the pyramid there, you can't, the sport can't fall. They just need to look at boxing, because I think you're the exception. I don't think there are very many sports fans out there, let alone just the general public, who could tell you who the heavyweight champion of the world is. But anyhow,
boxing has changed, and the body types have changed as well, because I know you must have a computer in front of you. Look at Tyson Fury. He's a big boy. He doesn't look like he's going in there like it's not the traditional where I know there was some big boys back in the day too, but the guys that when you think of the heavyweight champions of back in the day, Lennox Lewis, the Mike Tysons, you think about guys that were cut up, put together, well in shape. Tyson Fury doesn't look like the back in the day boxers.
He's not ripped.
They don't at all.
Wait a minute, this guy that I just pulled up, that's the heavyweight champion of the world?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. How boxing has fallen. So, anyhow, I'm looking forward to Tyson, Roy Jones Jr. It'll just be fun to kind of, rekindle those memories. All right, so yesterday, the Nuggets got back on the court down in Orlando, first exhibition game in the bubble. They took on the Wizards, won 89-82. It was, not a full roster. Jamal Murray didn't play. A couple of guys still getting down there. Torrey Craig, Michael Porter Jr., Monte Morris, the list goes on and on. So Michael Malone had to get creative with his starting lineup. Started three centers. He had Mason Plumlee in there. He had Bol, and he had Nikola Jokic playing the one. It's kind of a video game type of lineup, as the Nuggets Instagram account called it. But it was something that Michael Malone having to get a little creative, playing a little positionless basketball.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't pretty all the time, but I give our guys a lot of credit. We had Jeremy Grant playing two guard, Bol playing the 3 and the 2. Nikola was our starting point guard, and we had a lot of guys step in and play positions that are not their natural, comfortable position. So, did some good things. The turnovers are out of control. That was an issue coming out of the All-Star break. And as we could all see today, it continues to be an issue. 25 turnovers, 22 points. Obviously, we can't have that. But, Kendra, overall, I thought our guys did a really good job. We did a lot of zone all first half, part of the second half, and that was really good at times. And then it broke down as the game went on. But the best thing about tonight is we will be able to watch film and clean up a lot of the things and to see what the areas are that are giving us the most trouble. But guys competed, guys played hard, we're undermanned, and we found a way.
They did the opposite of what the Rockets did, right? The Rockets did the small balls. They said, hey, you know what? We're going to go big out here with a big lineup. As far as a lot of zone, of course, I would hope that you would play a lot of zones when you're playing three centers, you're playing a power forward as well. You know, those big bodies, absolutely. Get those hands up in those lanes, and nobody should be able to drive to the basket in that type of situation. You got to get creative during these times. The Nuggets are still missing some people as far as, you know, getting them up to shape or whatever the case exactly may be. I think majority of the players are there in Orlando, but for whatever reason, everybody can't go. So you got to be able to get creative with these lineups. And it was nice to see different guys' mentalities. We talked about it earlier. Bobo, I think he looked at it as a job interview. That's what he's looking at, this whole experience down there in the bubble. Let me find a way to carve out a niche. And when he did get drafted, the one thing that I did like that he said was, hey, I'm going to prove everybody wrong when he went in the second round. So it was a nice showing for him yesterday. Obviously, the turnovers got to change. 25 turnovers, you're giving up 23 points. That's something that you need to get under control, especially with the Joker. I think Joker led the team yesterday with 8 turnovers. And you could see his frustration with the one that he's trying to throw the ball to Bobo, and then he's just like turns around where you got a guy that's 7'2" running the floor. I would have threw that ball right up towards the net. Like if I was Bobo, I think that pass should have came in where I'm like, man, did he just shoot the ball from right when he inbounded it? You know, where I'm hesitant to go try to grab it because it's that high, right? Let the guy go be athletic and go get the ball. I thought that was more of a line drive pass, and it was easy to get picked off. I think that was his last turnover that Jokic had yesterday. But, yeah, Coach Malone got to get creative, and you got to win. Even if it's exhibition, got to win. Find a way to get a win, and you got one yesterday. Now you get back to the film, and you clean whatever you can up.
Yeah, classic example of a coach, though, right? He has a starting lineup with 3 centers in it. He has his big man, his normal starting center, playing point guard, and he's upset about the turnovers. It's like, well, what did you expect? Of course it was going to be a little sloppy. But, yeah, I mean, you can't have that, obviously, but I would expect, you know, when you get Gary Harris and Jamal Murray and Monte Morris and some normal ball handlers out on the court, the 22 turnovers should be down. But Jokic had 16 points, 7 boards, 7 assists. Bol, though, he was the star of the game. 16 points, 10 rebounds, 6 blocks with that wingspan just in the middle, swatting shots throughout the game. Michael Malone knew that this...
Hold on, James. You know what I like about Bobo? Because typically when you see these guys that are 7 foot plus, they're lazy with their jumps and stuff like that. You know, when they get block shots, they'll stick their hands straight up, and it's kind of like, oh, I'm straight up, and then they'll just move it over, like move that wrist, like flick that wrist over in order to get a block. You know, Bobo is a guy that is constantly jumping, constantly showcasing his athletic ability. That's something that I really like about his game, though.
Oh, and I'm with you. He was out there hustling. He was playing hard. He took it as a, you know, kind of a job interview or an audition of sorts. Michael Malone certainly knew it was an important game for Bol.
Yeah, it's his first game against NBA competition, and for him to go out there and get 16-10 with 6 blocks is great. And we put him in the middle of our zone, tried to funnel everything to him, let him block shots. He did a really good job of that. I think he got tired as the game went on, which is to be expected. He played 32 minutes, which was a team high. But he's only going to get better. He did a lot of really good things out there. Proud of him, and obviously we'll have 2 more scrimmages, and he'll continue to get some opportunities to play, to grow, and to learn against other NBA players.
Yeah, that was the first opportunity he really got to play against people that are starters in this league, that are big names in this league. And it was a great showcasing. You know, you see the block shot. He comes down, shoots the three. I know he missed a ton of threes after that, but you were able to see him, you know, come down in transition, and you see the Joker like expecting the ball. He's like, no, I got this, and he just keeps pushing the ball up the court. So I like how he handled himself. Obviously, he's got to continue to prove that he could do that. You can't just be a one and done. We've seen that too many times. So you got a couple more exhibition games. You got to continue to build upon what you did yesterday.
Yeah, you know, it kind of reminded me of the conversation we had yesterday or the day before when we were talking about preseason football and how the smart coaches use it to where, hey, if a guy shines in the third and fourth quarter in quote-unquote garbage time, well, okay, then, you know, you move them up, you play them with against the twos or you play them against the ones. You see if they can shine on that stage too, because all they can do is go out and stand out against the competition that they're on the field with, and in this instance, the court. So I think it definitely earned Bol that second step, right? Like, okay, yeah, maybe he's the only one going all out, and maybe it did kind of look like a pickup game at 24-hour fitness, but he shined, he showed some promise. All right, as the games get more serious, you give him a few minutes, see if he can continue to do it. The trick of that, though, is, boy, at some point, you don't want to be spending too much time and giving too many minutes to an experiment when you're a team that's really trying to get ready for a deep playoff run.
Yeah, and that's, you got to find a happy medium, right? I mean, when you look at this team, you look at Bol now, he's playing 32 minutes, team high, right? I mean, Coach Malone just said that. So that's another thing that you got to figure out. How are you managing these other players that you're really expecting to be solid contributors? Sandy has this saying that you play 6, you trust 8, I think, in the playoffs or something like that. And then kind of the other guys on the bench are guys that they're kind of just there, you know. But in the playoffs, you're really only just playing around 8 guys because those are the guys that you really have been in your offense, but are great rotational players, have been successful with each other. And when I look at the Nuggets right now, that's a big question right now. How much do you play a lot of these guys that you're expecting now to be productive? Right now, you just saw Bobo play 32 minutes yesterday. I like what you said earlier on in the show. If he does, you know, if he's able to suit up, you know, you play him for, 5 to 8 minutes, and you could tell him, hey, go out there and block shots, and go get rebounds for us. Obviously, the offense is still what it is here with the Nuggets as far as running through Murray, running through the Joker, but nice 1-2 combination, playing 2-man games with Murray and the Joker. But Bobo could be an added weapon on the offensive rebounds and defensive rebounds, and especially as a shot blocker. So I know that he's playing a ton right now, and a large part of that is because you do want to rest some of those other players, right? You don't want to see Nikola Jokic playing 32 minutes yesterday or Jamal Murray playing 32 minutes. These are guys here, once this thing started up, they're going to be 32 minutes a night, each and every game that you play. So I think that Coach Malone's doing a great job, and when you have young players, you got young knees, young body, they fresh legs, right? Bo didn't play the 60+ games before the All-Star break, so play him as much as possible and let him try to get him as good or as close to game ready as possible for when this thing starts, because you never know what could happen. You might be able to use him down in the long run.
Yeah, and it's a real challenge for a coaching staff and for Michael Malone of the balancing act of, you got to get guys out there, you got to get them back into playing shape, but you don't want to play them too many minutes. You're trying to take a look at a guy like Bol, but then you also don't have your full roster, so you're having to, come up with these creative, wacky lineups and do some things. But, that's certainly a challenge for Michael Malone. After the game, he talked about, hey, how did the star player look, and what was it like playing with so many bigs?
Nicole, even when we have Jamal or Monte, he's like our point center anyways, and he knows. I just talked to him. Regardless of who else is out there, Nikola can't have 8 turnovers. 16 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds is great, but he needs to set the tone for us. And I know he's going to turn the ball over. He's a high usage rate player, but obviously a 7 to 8 ratio is not what we're looking for. And I know he'll be better. It's something that he takes great pride in.
Yeah, you could see the frustration on his face yesterday. You could see that he was frustrated with himself, but also with his teammates. So I love the fact that Coach Malone, had a conversation with him and said, regardless of who's out there, and let him know that. But when you get ready to really start it up and you get ready to ramp it up, those turnovers, they cost teams. And you look at just the Nuggets. I know Nikola had 8 yesterday, but 25 as a team and 23 points being scored off of those 25 turnovers. That's bad, and that could really hurt you, especially when you get into the whole thick of things and now you can't afford to be dropping games or messing up like that, where now you're going into overtime and you're playing, because a lot of basketball is getting ready to be played too, back to back to back to back, so when you have a chance to close out a series, or you have a chance to finish the team off, turnovers could kill you, and now you're playing an extra game for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. And teams, they take their cue from the best player, right? So if the top guy's out there and he's a little loosey-goosey and sloppy with the basketball, it's amazing. That becomes kind of contagious, and everybody else starts playing that way, and that's how you end up with 25 turnovers as a team. Is your best player and your arguably your best passer, the guy you run your offense through. Yeah. When he has 8, everybody else kind of takes their cue from him. So
real quick though, James, because you're just getting crushed on the text hotline. People are saying, "Hey, I don't even like boxing, but I know who Tyson Fury is," or Tyson Fury versus there was more viewers.
Deontay Wilder, that was the last fight.
Wilder, Tyson Fury actually had more viewers than Lewis Tyson back in the day. So a lot of people are getting on you, and a lot of people are saying, "Hey, you might you might have been a boxing fan back in the day, but you're not one no more." So they're calling you out. They're calling you out for sure.
And I'll freely admit it, but I just think, if you and I went down to, I don't know, 16th Street Mall and stopped 10 random people and said, "Are you a sports fan?" And if they said yes, and we said, "Who's the heavyweight champion of the world?" I'll bet you 3 of them couldn't tell you. And, there's no way of going back in the old time machine. But in 1989, I think probably 7 out of 10 sports fans could have told you who it was. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to knock it, and
I think all they're saying is, "Hey, you're on the radio, you talk sports, you better be able to talk boxing as well." I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I dropped Ali, Frazier, Foreman, Holmes, all those guys. It's just current guys. Maybe that's not in my wheelhouse. All right, we're gonna keep the Nuggets conversation going. We'll bring in our Nuggets insider, Matt Moore of the Action Network. That's coming up next. Let's head out to the Fireball Hotline and bring in our Nuggets insider, Matt Moore of the Action Network. And Matt, it sounds like most of the Nuggets players are either in Orlando, in the bubble, or en route. Are you expecting when regular games get started here, August 1st when they take on the Heat, are you expecting a full roster for the Nuggets, all the important players, all the guys we're counting on being there? Are you expecting them to all be in Orlando?
I wouldn't say I'm expecting it. I would expect that all the players they need will have been cleared. The problem is we're seeing a lot of players that have left for personal emergencies already. Zion Williamson, Rajon Rondo, a number of guys have already left the bubble because of various reasons. So you want to be able to predict what will happen, but this is a really unstable environment, and it's one of the reasons why the Nuggets were so cautious yesterday, keeping Will Barton and Jamal Murray out, is they're trying to prevent soft tissue injuries. There's a heightened risk of that. So I want to say, they should have everybody ready. It depends on a lot of things continuing to go right. Honestly, with another week to go, we're still a long way from getting there. So while I do expect everybody to be cleared and available, if nothing else happens, if we're on the current pace, I can't say for sure that, they'll all be there and ready.
Hey, Matt, I was all ready to ask you about the turnovers yesterday, but a great question just came in on the text hotline from the 970, and he talks about everybody talking about Bo, but what about Troy Daniels dropping 22? And just with the Nuggets needed a legit three-point shooter, do you think that Daniels could be the guy? Do you think that Coach Malone would use him in situations like that?
Yeah, I think for sure Malone trusts him because he's a veteran. And he's been around, and that comes out in the interviews with Malone that he's talked about his professionalism. It's nice to have a guy on the wing that really knows what he's doing, understands space, is not a great defender, but at least understands the veteran principles. It's a big deal because a little bit of this can replace what they lost with Malik Beasley, right? They couldn't afford Beasley and shipped him out the trade deadline. They needed a bench shooter to be able to come in. Shooting has been an issue for this team consistently. So having a guy like Daniels who can absolutely get high, I think is really good. His problems yesterday were all based off of turnovers because he's trying to play point guard and lead guard and set the offense with guys that he's barely played with in a weird scrimmage environment, and that's definitely not his role. Once the regular rotation is there, I think it's really good that they've gotten this time to get Daniels and Jokic used to playing with each other so that they can feed off one another's spacing.
All right, Matt, I have to ask you, it's what everybody's talking about. He was the star of the show yesterday. Bull, are you on the bandwagon? And is there a legitimate shot that he's part of the rotation as things get ramped up here and the games start counting?
So I wouldn't say I'm on the bandwagon because there was just a lot to figure out. The performance yesterday was good. It was really good. There's no way to look at 16-10 with 5 blocks and not be like, wow. And the Nuggets have been talking about him, on background a lot for the entire year. And that goes back to preseason with, I've had people in the organization say, he's the best shooter on the floor a lot of games, a lot of times when we're in these open runs. So it's not necessarily surprising to me what he did, but the context has to be considered. It's a scrimmage game. It's a weird environment. The Wizards are really just absolutely torn to pieces. There was nobody that was really going to kind of focus in on him. And you saw as the game went along, the Wizards started to figure out, once they got all adjusted to his size, they started to figure out how to play against him a little bit more. I definitely think he's going to be part of the regular season rotation in terms of the 8 remaining games. I think Malone's going to want to keep, minutes down for a lot of guys. I think the Bull has shown enough and been here and done the work and is ready to play and has obviously shown some things. I can't imagine him being in a playoff rotation without an injury forcing the hand, but it's a step forward for him just to be, getting these reps, getting minutes up, and obviously he brings a lot to the table with both incredible size and shooting ability.
Matt, yesterday we saw the Nuggets commit 25 turnovers, a whopping 13 in the first half, and Nikola Jokic had 8 himself. Is this something to be concerned about?
Not overly so. I don't think so because watching the game yesterday, Jokic was pretty definably in let's try some stuff out mode. He was just very much whipping some passes and getting used to the feel of playing in an organized environment. I didn't get the sense that this was lockdown, let's get serious basketball. And a lot of this was also the result of of guys not knowing how to play together. You didn't have Jamal Murray, Will Barton, those guys on the court together. Millsap and Jokic weren't throwing turnovers to each other because those guys have played well enough together for long enough. But there was going to be some sloppiness, and there will continue to be sloppiness in these scrimmages and things like that. The Nuggets are also going to play a little more freewheeling, but they can probably get away with it even until the playoffs, based off of how much it opens up their offense. They'll probably have a higher turnover rate than in the regular season, but Malone at some point will want to tamp down because the Nuggets have been too good. Their record whenever they keep their turnovers low is tremendous, so there will be some focus on cleaning that up.
Matt, to dovetail off that, how are you looking at these 8, I guess, regular season games? Is how they'll be counted. How are you kind of looking at these? Obviously, where they end up seed wise is important for matchups, but not, obviously home court is gone now. What do you think the Nuggets need to accomplish in those 8 games, and kind of what are you going to be looking for?
I think it's about continuity. I think it's about testing out. Malone's talked about opening up the offense more to read rather than set play calls. They run a lot of read as it is, but going even further on that. I think it's about getting some of the other guys involved. My biggest question is going to be Michael Porter Jr. if and when he gets cleared. What's his role? That's a big question mark because they're going to need him. They need that firepower in order for them to advance in the playoffs. So beyond that, you just want to see continuity return. You want to see them, reassert a team identity and get back to. They've been kind of all over the place this season. They started off the year being really messy offensively, but good defensively, and then it flipped, and then they had a really good stretch, and then they were awful right before the suspension of play. So, I still don't know who this team is, and I'm not sure that Michael Malone does either, and that's going to be – you can't really get that done in 8 games, but at least you can figure out some things about who you are in this environment, and that, to me, is what I'll be looking at.
If the Nuggets are to make a run, we know that they're going to need everybody that's on this roster and everybody to be down there in Orlando. Matt, I don't know if you've ever played golf before, but I have. And the next day, I might be a little bit sore because of my back and swinging that club. But I'm hearing reports yesterday that Jamal Murray was out from being fatigued from golf. Is that something to be concerned about?
I don't think so. I think that a lot of it is just, they're being hyper precautionary because these are scrimmages. They're not even, I would even call them preseason games. They're something less than preseason. They're on shortened minutes. They're playing, Malone starting 5 centers. I wouldn't get too concerned about what's going on right now. And I also think, Murray in particular would definitely be more cautious, I think, with his body as they get into the regular season play, the remaining seeding games, and then the playoffs, obviously. So I'm not concerned about it. The Nuggets were really cautionary about it. All their indications have been that there's nothing to worry about, and they were just being overly cautious.
Matt, it is great to have games to be talking about again. Just getting started here with the first of the 3 exhibitions and then into the 8 regular season games. Really appreciate your insight, and thanks for taking some time to join us today.
Hey, sports are back, fellas. Thanks for taking the time with me.
There you go. Matt Moore, Action Network on the Fireball Hotline. It is fun, to have guests on and be talking about games that actually took place the night before.
Yeah, right. During this whole time, I remember we looked back at all of Patrick Mahomes' losses since he's been in the NFL. We took a deep look at all the draft picks and watched those games, and it's nice to be able to sit home, watch TV, take some notes, that was interesting. I can't wait to talk about that tomorrow, and then get to come back in the next morning and get ready to talk about it.
Yeah, it was. It's definitely a breath of fresh air, that's for sure. All right, hey, time to take another look back though. Timeline 25, the series I've been putting together where we look at every year during the 25-year history of the Fan. We're all the way up to 2018, just a couple of years ago, but there were a lot of interesting stories that took place. Plus, Mark Schlereth, kind of the wet blanket on all the hype about the Broncos offseason. We'll cover both of those topics and more coming up next. Timeline 25, the series we've been putting together, looking back at each of the years that the Fan has been on the air since 1995, 25th anniversary of the station. We've taken a year-by-year look, and today, we're getting to the end of it. We looked at 2018, just a couple of years ago. Some really interesting things that happened, some of which, even though they weren't that long ago, less than 2 years ago in some instances, I had forgotten about. So I want to start at the bottom here with the fifth story and work our way up. This is one that I think I'd blanked it and kind of put it out of my mind because I'm a CU guy. I'm a graduate of the University of Colorado, so this was a painful memory. But writing it, I was like, gosh, it's shocking to even put it down, on paper again. So the Buffs start the season. Mike McIntyre, he's like a year removed from having taken him to the Pac-12 title game. He got a big contract extension. They start the season 5-0. They beat CSU, not surprising. They typically always do that. They go on the road. They beat Nebraska, beat New Hampshire at home, kind of their cupcake game, and then win back-to-back home games against UCLA and Arizona State. Start off 2-0 in the conference. They're 5-0 and they're ranked number 19 in the country. They didn't win another game the rest of the year. They're 5-0. They're one win away from being bowl eligible with 7 to play. Didn't get another win the rest of the year, and the most heartbreaking one, they lost at USC and at Washington to fall to 5-2. Both very good programs. There's no shame in that. But on October 27th, and this is one of those moments like I remember where I was when this happened. It was just kind of that defining of a situation. They're up 31-3 in the second half against Oregon State at Folsom Field, and Oregon State had like a 25-game road losing streak in the conference, something like that. I mean, they hadn't won a conference road game in forever. You're up 31-3 on your home field in the second half. They blow it, lose 41-34 in overtime, didn't win another game the rest of the year, and Mike McIntyre was gone before the end of the season. Just an amazing turn of events.
Hey, James, I'm a Miami fan, right? I'm a Hurricane till the day I die, right? I got the Miami tattoo, the Canes, all of that. Yep. And I'm going to pay attention to Miami each and every week. This was so shocking what happened that year out here because everybody knew about it. I remember watching, okay, this is the week they're going to become bowl eligible. Nope. Okay, this is the week now. Yep. Nope, it doesn't happen. Each and every week. And I was just like, oh, man, that was absolutely a train wreck on how that season finished for those guys.
Oh, it was amazing. And I was at my son's football game. First year he's playing tackle football. And I'm, checking on my phone every once in a while, and they're up big and 31-3. And I see him give up a couple of scores, but like, there's not much time left. And then I get a text from my buddy who lives in Philly. And he says, McIntyre's got to be fired after this. I'm like, what could he possibly be talking about? They just won the game. They're bowl eligible now. They're 6-2. Why would he get fired? It was just stunning that it went that direction. So, man, there have been some low points in CU football in the last decade. Really only kind of the one good season. That collapse, blowing the 5-0 start, and not even being bowl eligible was certainly high on the list. All right, number 4, and I'm not a big fan of moral victories, so this one was a little strange to write. But the Nuggets went into the season finale with a 46-35 record. They're tied with Minnesota for the 8th and final spot. And as, fate would have it, they're in Minnesota to take on the Timberwolves in kind of a, hey, winner go home showdown. They lose the game, but they come back. They're down 8 at halftime. They come back. They force overtime. I think the silver lining of this is what's important. Down the stretch, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, it wasn't enough to get them a win. But, man, they were clutch. Joker had 35 points, 10 rebounds. Murray had 20 points, 6 assists. You just kind of saw that, hey, the moment isn't too big for them. They probably need a little more help around them, but they didn't shrink, on the big stage and in a big situation. So it was a loss, but there was a lot of positives to take out of that one.
Yeah, pressure bust pipes, right? In the sports world, we hear of that saying all the time. And for them to be down and find a way to get into overtime, that was amazing in itself. So when you look at that, it was like those two players were kind of just growing up, in right before our eyes. And just like you said, the moment, knowing that the moment, hey, we got these two players, we're trying to build our team around these guys, and the moment is not too big for these guys. So hopefully with what you've seen during that game. Now it's just like, hey, we go get some more pieces, and these guys are going to be able to bring along these pieces if there's some young players or even some veteran help. So I look at that and yeah, when you look at when you go back through these different articles in the timeline 25, I think that was a big part of the Nuggets right now and where there's the success that we see, and even last year, right? And you're seeing them get to the playoffs. It's moments like that help springboard you into the next season where you're saying, oh, man, we've been through this before, or we've been here before. Now how do we pull off these close battles, or how do we pull off these battles that we're down a ton of points and now we claw and fight and get into overtime? And the more guys could experience different things, the better off you're going to be as a team.
Yeah, and they certainly have built upon that. I mean, last year they win 54 games with the number 2 seed in the West. This year they're currently the 3 seed. They're in the conversation as a contender down in the bubble. Are they a odds-on favorite? No, by no means. The 2 LA teams are kind of who everybody's picking to come out of the West, but the Nuggets are in that conversation, and a lot of that goes back to that game, the confidence that came out of it, and the fact that, hey, we've got 2 stars or stars in the making to kind of build around. That was big. All right, the number 3 story, the year started off January 1st, 2018. The Broncos shook up their coaching staff. 6 assistants were let go, including Brock Olivo, special teams coordinator, who always was good for a soundbite or two, so that was a shame. Eric Studesville, who'd been here for a long time as a running backs coach.
Survived a lot of coaches.
He did.
Eric Studesville was on Josh McDaniel's staff, Coach Fox's staff, Kubiak's staff, and Vance Joseph's staff.
Yep.
He survived 4 different head coaches here. That was interesting to me when the Broncos ultimately decided to let him go.
He was the interim head coach when Josh McDaniels was fired. He interviewed for the head coaching job a couple of times when they were seeking a replacement for whoever they had just run out. So, yeah, that was surprising. But VJ, you remember going into the season finale, there was a lot of conversation. The rumor was John Elway was going to fire him after 1 year. He said, I'm going to sleep on it. He sleeps on it, decides to bring Vance Joseph back for a second year. The Broncos did improve. I mean, it's slight, but they went from 5-11 to 6-10. Case Keenum came in. They gave him a big contract. That didn't help at all. The offense still only had 1 game where they scored 30-plus points. But to me, 2018 was more of kind of the changing of the guard, right? They draft Bradley Chubb and Cortland Sutton. They sign Phillip Lindsay as an undrafted free agent. They trade Demaryius Thomas. It's sort of, there are some of those guys still around. I mean, Von Miller's still here. Not a lot of veterans. Maybe Garrett Bowles, but really kind of the transition from that Super Bowl team, the team that was, built around that defense and Aqib Talib and all those guys, to what we've got now. That's kind of when it all started happening. 2018 was the changing of the guard.
Yeah, the Broncos have 3 players that won that Super Bowl, right? Todd Davis, Brandon McManus, and Von Miller. It's been a complete overhaul since 2015 and winning that Super Bowl. And each and every year you see guys are going out the door, or the Broncos are just, not deciding to retain those guys. So when you look at that 2018 season, I think it was a roller coaster ride. I look at different games where I'm like, man, okay, the defense is not doing anything. When's VJ going to start calling the defense constantly each and every week? When's VJ going to take over the role?
Yep.
And the Broncos, I feel, was quite foolish in thinking that, hey, Case Keenum's going to come in here and he's going to be the X factor on the offense. And, you just saw a lot of different things happen, with the DT trade. For me, I was sad to see DT go. And I know that Bronco country has mixed opinions on DT, but DT was a great teammate, and he was a guy that worked extremely hard each and every day and didn't miss a lot of games and did not miss a lot of practice. He was a guy that was going to go out there each and every day. But when you get a guy like Cortland Sutton, it changes your opinions on people. But I do look at that as one of the stepping stones where it said, hey, you know what? We're going to continue to get younger. We're going to change the atmosphere or we're going to change the dynamic of this team. We're going to change the philosophy and how guys, look at everybody. And sometimes you need to do that, just completely rebuild. The Broncos have never really used that word, but you fire your head coach, you let 6 assistant coaches go, Eric Studeville being one of them that's been a constant, right? Eric Studeville has been, at that point was the longest tenured coach here for the Broncos in the last 10 years, right? So you trade away DT and you start making these other moves. It signals that rebuild, and that's quiet rebuild at that, right? Because they've never uttered those words out of their mouth. But now you got a really young team, and this year you look at this offense for the Denver Broncos, and it's like, man, when the Broncos start off this year, you look at all the starters, all the potential starters that are going to be on this roster. The most tenured player is going to be going into his 5th year, and that's Graham Glasgow. And then
but
also you got Melvin Gordon as well.
Yeah. I mean, Garrett Bowles is on that offense. Garrett Bowles, in terms of being in Denver, he's the most tenured guy on that offense, and it's by a long shot. I mean, a very young offense, totally new group. I do think John Elway's done a nice job, a really good job of retooling, or to use a VJ term, rebooting that offense in pretty short order with, Dalton Reisner and Drew Lock, the free agent signings of Glasgow and James, and drafting Sutton, and then obviously Judy and Hamler, and signing Phillip Lindsay as an undrafted free agent. I mean, totally retooled offense in 2 years, essentially. John Elway takes a lot of criticism in this town, and rightfully so. But at least how it looks on paper, he does deserve credit for, man, he retooled that defense from 2013 to 2015, and I think he's done the same thing with the offense in 2 years here in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, complete overhaul. Got guys out. But this is my thing. When that defense was retooled, you still felt pretty confident in that defense, even when it was happening before your eyes, right?
Right.
I mean,
right.
Being able to go from an offensive team in 2013 to a defensive-minded team in 2015, you still felt really confident. That's one thing. Even those first 5 years in John Elway's tenure, I mean, it might have not – in 2013, the defense might have not been great, but it was you go look at any other team, you look at least – 20 teams in the league, they would have took that defense that was put out there on the field, the Broncos defense in 2013. So it wasn't a bad defense. I still think when I look back at my days, especially that Tebow Mania year, everybody talks about Tebow, but what about the defense?
Yeah.
The defense is the ones who gave you opportunities to win games by single digits or squeak past teams 16-13. That defense was playing lights out. Right now, I think that because of that, you saw and you were more confident. And right now, but also they proved it. They proved it that they were a good defense. Where there's still a lot of question marks offensively, even with retooling it and going younger. There's still a lot of question marks, and that defense was. A lot of those guys were bought. You bought the defense. So Akeem Talib, T.J. Ward. You bring in DeMarcus Ware. These guys are coming in, and you're buying that defense. Darren Stewart and things like that. You pay. They did not pay anybody else, but a lot of those guys, a lot of those free agents were brought in. For the Broncos this year, offensively, we had Nick Vannett, Melvin Gordon. Graham Glasgow, right?
Yep.
I mean, those are the guys that you brought in and you paid on offense, but there's still 8 other guys that are very young players. So I think there's still a lot of question marks offensively for this team.
You're listening to KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. You mentioned DT. I want to get back to him, but let's run through the final 2 stories from Timeline 25 from 2018. But we'll get back to DT because I'm with you on that. And I don't quite understand why he has the reputation he does around this town, but we'll dive further into that. All right, number 2, the Avs wound up making the playoffs in 2017-18. They went from having the second worst record in the Western Conference to...
I'm mad at you, James. I can't believe that this is number 2. This is
number
supposed
2?
to be 1.
Well,
this
okay,
is supposed to be 1.
So they get into the playoffs. They have to face the Predators, right? Which, defending Western Conference champs, that's a tough draw. They lose in 6. But they had that memorable win in Game 5 in Nashville where they came back and and won 2-1 to stay alive. But really the big takeaway from the year was the fact that Nathan McKinnon turned into a bona fide MVP candidate. I mean, he finished second to Taylor Hall, 1,264 points to 1,194 points. I mean, that is a close vote. Nearly won the Hart Trophy. You can make the argument that the Avs now have the best player in the NHL on their roster. He's in he's a finalist again this year for the Hart Trophy. That's what took him from being, all right, they're maybe this up-and-coming team that we've been hearing for years and years and years with Landeskog and Duchesne, and it was always, the young core coming up. All of a sudden, they became a legit contender. It's because Nathan McKinnon went from being a good young player to a bona fide star in this league, and it happened in 2018.
Yeah, he went from being a guy that was, at that point, most points was his rookie year, right? And 63 points. Now to a guy that's saying, hey, I could put up 90 each and every year. I could be in that discussion where, man, everybody's thinking, can I get to 100 points? Putting up 97 points that year, scoring 39 goals, 58 assists. It was definitely a star was born before our eyes right there, where it was his coming out party where it showed you that this guy's one of the top guys in the league. And a lot of people had the perception that, hey, he could get there. And even with the Avs, you look at what they did, letting Paul Stastny hit free agency, and then Stastny goes to the Blues, and just different things like that, where when you have this young player, at first you're questioning it, but now in 2018 he definitely developed into that player. And since then, you look at it, 97 points. 2018-19 season, 99 points. This past season, he had 93, and then stoppage of play. So he's well on his way to get into 100 points. I truly believe this past year, and also the one constant. He's the glue that really held this thing together. So I look at that. And that's why I say it should be the number one story, because the Avs are just absolutely reaping the benefits from it now, where you look at Mikko Rantanen getting hurt this year. You look at Kadri going down. You look at Landeskog missing time. You look at all these guys that are superstars that you're expecting these guys to score a ton of goals, and yet Nathan McKinnon was the one constant, the one guy holding this team together. And then when you look at this Avs team as far as just points, Nathan McKinnon has 93 when the NHL decides to stop play, and he is just off to the races. The next person that's closest with the Avs, it's not like they're close by 5 points or 10 points, James. It's like by 30 points. He really ran off with this thing. I don't know the exact points. I just got Nathan's stuff pulled up, but just watch. It's been so delightful to watch him play it. And that 2018 season is really when you saw him come out of his shell and really, establish dominance for the Avs.
Yeah, we were reminded what greatness looks like on the ice, right? It had been a while since this team had a player like that. I think you can make the argument, even right now, that he's the fourth best player in the history of the franchise. I mean, it's Joe Sakic, it's Peter Forsberg, it's Patrick Waugh, and then who? I mean, Nathan McKinnon finishing second in the running for the Hart Trophy back in 2017-18. He's going to finish at worst this year third.
Yep.
They haven't had anybody else other than those three guys I mentioned that has been in that kind of conversation or has been held in that kind of regard. So
and that's after this season will be his seventh season. His book is still being written in pencil.
Yeah.
This book is not written in a pen. It's not finished yet. He could definitely go out there and play another 5 years easily at a high level. And right now you're talking about him being fourth in the franchise. So I think that's just truly amazing. That's a credit to him and just how hard he works. A lot of guys that I talk to, he came in with a skill set, and everybody knew that he was gifted. But I think what he's really developed into and what you've really seen over the last 7 years is him really understanding how to use his teammates and also how to elevate the play of his teammates by how fast he skates and his puck handling and his precision passing and being able now to get shots on goal as well.
Yeah, no, he's a tremendous player, and you're right. The book isn't written. The best may yet be to come, which is pretty remarkable. So that certainly was a good story, a good development from 2018. The story I had is number one, and you don't agree with this. You don't like it. But the Rockies, they finished the regular season technically with a 91-72 record. But at the end of 162 games, they're 91-71. They're tied with the Dodgers for the National League West. They've never won a division title, so it's the closest they've ever come. They go out to L.A. They lose the tiebreaker game to the Dodgers. They have to fly all the way to Chicago. They win the next night against the Cubs in the wild card game, 2-1 in 12 innings. Then they face Milwaukee. And the way in which the Rockies' bats went quiet in a 3-game series was shocking. So in the opener, they lose in 10 innings, but they were getting shut out until the 9th. They scored 2 runs in the 9th inning to force extra innings and then lose in 10. They get shut out in Game 2, and then they get shut out again at home at Coors Field in Game 3, 6-0. So they played 28 innings in the series. They put up a goose egg in 27 of the 28 innings. They only managed 12 total hits. Nolan hit a .182 and struck out 5 times. Chuck Nasty hit .083. Trevor Story hit 167. I mean, those 3 All-Stars were a combined 5 for 35 in the series. I mean, talk about a bad time to have your top guys go cold. It was remarkable. By the end of that series, by the end of Game 3, every time somebody stepped up to the plate, you were just figuring, this is an out. You had no expectation of any of them getting a hit. It was amazing for a team that throughout its history has been all about offense. They had 0 offense in that series against the Brewers.
Yeah. What I remember about this is nothing really about the game, James, because at this point I was still boycotting baseball because of the pie in my face by Eric Decker a couple years before. But
Wait a minute. What's this story now?
Oh, you never heard?
No.
So we would always, when Peyton was here with the team, he would always set up different little things where we would get us together where we would do. Like one time we went up to Blackhawk and we had buses that brought us up there and we got to hang out, multiple dinners. But this one time we went to a Rockies game.
Okay. Sitting in the box. I remember seeing those those
sitting
scenes.
In the box.
Yep.
Before that, we got to go down on the field. Before we got up to the box, we're out on the field. We're hanging out. We're meeting players. It's amazing. We get up in the box. Obviously, we have the next day off, so we're having a couple pops. We're being responsible. We got driven to the game, having a couple pops. Somebody comes up and says, "Hey, Peyton, we want to do an interview with you." Peyton's like, "No, had a couple pops. Orlando, you should do it." And at this point, super excited. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do the interview. It's going to be on TV. Just being, a guy that's trying to capture some media. And when I was playing here, we never really talked to the media, but I was looking at it saying, well, they can't really find me in the O-line room because Peyton asked me to do it. And what am I going to say? No, I'm not going to do it. You pick somebody else or you do it.
Right.
So at that point, I was like, all right, I'll do it. So I get up there, start doing an interview. I'm talking, answering questions. And they're football related, but some baseball, talking about first time being to a baseball game, and Eric Decker now hits me with a pie in the face because I didn't know that that's like a baseball tradition.
Yep, like the shaving cream pie, right?
Yeah, so shaving cream pie. Thank goodness that when it happened that Eric Decker tried to run away, he slips. So when I turn around, I'm actually able to grab him when he slips, and then I'm able to yank him back into camera view. And now I start wiping off this shaving cream and just wiping it in his face and just holding him up with one hand and wiping it all on his face. And, definitely was pissed off about it. And the next day, that's when I got really pissed off when I saw that it was all orchestrated. It was all planned. The next day when I'm rewatching it, and people are sending it via Twitter or sending it to me on Instagram, I'm rewatching it, and you could see the cameras cut into Peyton and everybody, and they're all talking, and Peyton's like looking over, and they're all looking over, and they're all laughing and things, and they're all like chuckling, and now Eric Decker hits me, and you could see them continuing to laugh. So definitely was pissed off about it, and I just boycotted baseball ever since that. But when you do talk about this 2018, what I do remember about that, even when I was boycotting baseball, is Shelby Harris. That's when I realized that Shelby Harris had some real knowledge of baseball. And they did an interview with the Broncos, and it was all over social media, and he's just talking about there's nothing like baseball in postseason baseball, especially when your team's in it. And Shelby's from Milwaukee, so he was cheering for the Brewers. But it was nice to see an athlete talk so much about baseball, because for me, I just growing up wasn't really interested. The first time that I did go, got hit with a pie in the face, and at that point I was like, the sport's dumb, like it's stupid. Why am I watching this? I'm never going to watch it. But it was nice to see just hearing another professional athlete talk about another professional sport.
Well, you didn't miss anything with the Rockies in the postseason that year. I mean, the loss at L.A., they only had 4 hits. They, like I said, they won the wild card game in Chicago where, man, I forgot how good Kyle Freeland was that year. He had 17 wins. He's on the hill for that wild card game, and he's just dominant. He pitches shutout baseball for 6 2/3 at Wrigley Field. I mean, he just looked like an ace, like all the confidence in the world, and how quickly that fell apart just the next year. But the Rockies scored a run in the first against the Cubs, and then won it in the 13th with a run to win 2-1. So they had 11 consecutive innings in that game where they didn't score. It was just amazing for a team, like I say, that was built on their offense for all this time, to just go that much in the tank and all the bats to go cold at the same time and at the worst time. That was the number one story. It was an odd year. It wasn't a great sports year by any means. I think Nathan McKinnon emerging as a bona fide MVP candidate, certainly the best story of the year. I had it as the number 2 story, but certainly the best. Hey, as we were going through that, you touched on DT. I'm a big DT fan. I think he's the best receiver in the history of the franchise. I think Rod Smith is 2. I think there's some debate as who you want to have as 3, 4, 5. I think Steve Watson's a guy that doesn't get near enough credit. Ed McCaffrey should be in the Ring of Fame. Lionel Taylor back in the day, Haven Moses. There's a lot of guys, but I think Demaryius Thomas is number 1 to me. I think his combination of size and speed, his ability to make catches in traffic. I think he not only is he's the best receiver in the history of the franchise. He's one of the 4 or 5 most underappreciated Broncos of all time. Yeah. Why is it that people here have this negative feeling about a guy that was so darn good?
Yeah, I think the negative thoughts about DT, everybody just remembers him for the drops, and unfortunately, as a wide receiver, that's what you're going to be remembered, right?
Sure.
Nobody cares about how athletic Garrett Bowles is. Couldn't care less. Everybody just remembers Holden, right? Holden number 72. That's all everybody, whenever a flag is thrown, that's what they're thinking in their mind. I've even seen shirts when I went to Bronco games that has a number 2 and it says Holden on, and as far as the name, and it says 72, right? The jersey number. So with DT, it's the drops at the wide receiver position. It's I wouldn't say I would say actually that they outweigh the big moments. We're taking a look back at Mile High memories this week, and we're doing the podcast today and talking about that Pittsburgh Steelers game.
Yeah.
And those drops outweigh and outshine those huge moments that you see with DT. And, I think it's a little bit unfair, especially when Mike McCoy's coming back here and everybody's ranting and raving and saying DT's going to get his play back. The little slip screen that he takes to the house that you've seen for 60 yards, 70 yards. You've even seen it go for 80 yards, to the house for a touchdown, where you're looking at a guy that has had so many huge moments and has played so well that everybody just looks at it, man, it's an inconsistency, the drops, and that's what is leaving that sour taste in people's mouths. But I agree with you when you look at, DT's stats and who he's had to play with. I look at a guy like Demaryius. It's not like he's a Julio, like in a Julio Jones situation or Devontae Adams, where Julio's played with Matt Ryan his whole career. Devontae Adams has played with Aaron Rodgers his whole career. DT has played with Kyle Orton, Tim Tebow, then Peyton Manning for 4 years, right? A little bit of Brock Osweiler sprinkled in there at that same time. Then after that, now you go on to the Paxton Lynch, the Trevor Siemian, the Brock Osweiler experience, right? Then after that, you go to Case Keenum. Like he's had some quarterbacks where you're just like, what are we doing here? Why are we signing this guy? oh my gosh, why did we draft this guy in a Paxton Lynch instance, right? Or like, how does Brock Osweiler end up back here a year after he just signed this huge deal with the Houston Texans? You know,
Right.
like some real question marks at the quarterback position where I think that people don't give him not enough credit because, like I said, the drops is what outweighs the big moments and what he's done for this organization.
Yeah, and I get it, and I remember, he seemed like he was good for a drop a game, and it probably wasn't that average. That's just what it seemed like. But man, they just never seemed like they happened at big moments. It seemed like, he had a drop in the second quarter. I don't recall off the top of my head, but certainly that there was this big play where DT had a chance to change the game or to keep a drive alive or whatever, and he dropped the ball. I can remember, you mentioned Brock Osweiler in the 2015 season when they beat the Patriots. There was a couple, he just threw it up for grabs and DT went up and won the jump ball. There was the game, the Thursday night game, the second game of the year where they came back and beat the Chiefs, Bradley Roby with the scoop and score to win it. But the 80-yard drive that ended with the Emmanuel Sanders touchdown on a little post route, Peyton threw a couple of those up for grabs and DT went and got him. So
yeah, and with that, a lot of people don't know that. Yeah, okay, so like for me, right, James, we all have 10 fingers, right? I've broken or dislocated or torn a tendon in every one of my fingers. So my hands are beat up, right? I have a pinky finger that doesn't go straight. I have my right index finger. I could literally put my hand on the back and turn my right index finger to the top of it and make it touch the side and just completely turn it sideways, right? Because of all the ligament damage and all the different breaks that I've had. DT's hands were very much beat up too, I constantly saw DT with splints and stuff like that. In a wide receiver position, I know, well, in the National Football League, you can't have no excuses, but at the wide receiver position, when you have to go catch those footballs, and they come in a certain way, that you got guys that talk about, dislocating the finger just because of a left-handed thrower, and now the ball's being spun differently.
Yep.
Or when these wide receivers now are blocking and you take a guy to a ground and all of a sudden that finger's sticking a different way. I've seen DT's hands get beat up, and now when you got to go in those situations and that ball comes in a little bit different, sometimes you don't want to catch that thing. Right. Us fat guys, right? Us offensive linemen, we always used to do this thing called Fat and Go on Fridays. And that's kind of how we warmed up. We got to go in the wide receiver, the tight end, and the running backs line and get the quarterbacks got to throw us the ball. And there's been times where my hands have been beat up so bad, James, and the quarterback is just lofting the ball in there like it's a go route. It's supposed to be an easy over-the-shoulder catch, catch it in the breadbasket, where my hands are so beat up that I'm not even touching the ball. I'm just running the route, and then the ball's coming. I'm not even trying to catch it. I'm just running with it to where it's bouncing at, and I pick it up and go give it back to the quarterback just because I don't want to touch anything with my hands. So I just look at DT as a teammate, and and he was a really good teammate. I look at DT being a completely different person from a guy like a Brandon Lloyd, and just a guy that very, very quiet, but handled his business each and every day and came to work. And even when he was banged up and you're thinking that, man, this guy's not going to practice, he was always out there for practice. And the one thing that really showed his true toughness to me was Super Bowl 48. Sure. He really got beat up in that game. I remember seeing him on the bus. Well, I remember the hit that Cam Chancellor gave him in the game. It was in that first quarter when he goes over the middle.
Yep.
And I was just like, oh, my gosh, there's no way he's getting up from that. And yet pops up, keeps on going. And the next day, getting on the flight to come back here to Denver, DT has his shirt off on the plane. You could tell he's hurting. Both shoulders are wrapped. The back of one of his shoulders wrapped. Ribs wrapped. Knee wrapped. He's a walking ice bag. Yeah. And yet he was made sure that he played and didn't quit on this football team when a lot of guys could have been like, this is the last game of the season, the Super Bowl, we're getting blown out. Right after that kickoff return in the second half, a lot of guys could have been like, yep, I'm done packing it in. My body's hurting. But yet he kept on going out there. So, but like I said, with all those moments, with everything, it's the drops that, especially at the wide receiver position, that's going to be highlighted, and that is people are going to look at him and have mixed feelings about him because of those.
No, and I'm with you. I just think it's grossly unfair. And the analogy from back in the day is it's sort of like, you're dating Cindy Crawford and all you can focus on is the fact that she has a mole, right? Like, yeah, but there's so many other good things going here, and you're going to focus on the one flaw. Drops is not a good thing when you're a wide receiver. I get it, but I just don't think he had near as many as people think. And I think he had so many good attributes in terms of making big plays, big moments in big games, the toughness that you talked about, being a good teammate. Boy, the positives were huge, and they so outweighed the one negative. And again, I don't remember the negative kind of rearing its ugly head in a bad moment. It happened, and he certainly had plenty of drops.
Here, Bobby from Greeley, real quick. I mean, he says the biggest issue that he's ever had with DT was the visual lack of effort. He's never seen DT dive for a football compared to a guy like Decker, Sanders, or like Wes Welker. Those guys, making dives or just, giving it everything. So maybe that's something, because I know we never touched on that, because when I do think about it, I never have seen, but were there a lot of balls that were thrown to him that he had to go dive or go lay out for? So I think that when you look at a guy like DT, a lot of his stuff was like, hey, this guy could beat people with a jump ball if he gets a good fake and he gets open. He could beat guys with speed, so throw the ball out just a little bit in front of him. But you want him to get that reception because he's such a big body. He's going to be hard to take down in open space. Where I know, especially with a guy like Wes Welker, and playing slot, different animal in the NFL. A lot of those are choice routes, a lot of traffic. You got to get the ball and get down. So those balls get thrown lower, because to protect those guys, so they're catching the ball on the way down, So maybe that's something that we could explore.
Yeah,
as far as with DT, I'm going to go back and watch a couple games to see.
I think Bobby makes a good point. I guess my contention on that would be some guys are so athletic and they make it look so easy that it comes across like a lack of effort. And I think that was the situation with DT. I think he just is such a tremendous athlete, and he made it look like he wasn't hustling, because it just looked easy when he was pulling it off, that I think people took it the wrong way. All right, still a lot to get to. We got to get to Mark Schlereth's comments about this Broncos roster. He's not as high on him as people think. We got an article on 1043thefan.com about a role for Noah Fant. And during this show, there was an announcement made that may be the worst team name in the history of sports. We'll talk about all that coming up next. The last few weeks, the hype train surrounding the Denver Broncos has been gaining steam. More and more people jumping on the bandwagon. Nationally, it's Colin Cowherd, and he's all over Drew Lock and thinks he's going to be a breakout player. But there's been this kind of building groundswell of momentum when it comes to the Broncos, what they've done this offseason. We talked yesterday about the ESPN article that ranked the Broncos as the 6th most improved team during the offseason, which certainly bodes well for them improving upon a 7-9 mark from last year. And then even earlier in this show, we talked about how, hey, Lloyd Cushenberry, he's a guy who's going to come in, he's going to start at center, day one as a rookie, all these kind of things. There's one guy, though, that has kind of been a bit of a wet blanket on all of this hype, and that's our own Mark Schlereth. Stink has been trying to pump the brakes on a lot of these conversations. He's been trying to caution people that, hey, don't get ahead of yourself with what these rookies can come in and do. Yesterday, he talked about Lloyd Cushenberry and said, hey, it's not necessarily a given that he's going to be an upgrade over Connor McGovern.
I think Cush has got the potential to be a very good center. One of the things that bothers me is everybody just acts as though that's an upgrade. So Connor McGovern signed a 3-year, $27 million deal, $9 million a year. He was coveted at that rate. And we drafted a guy in the 3rd round, wasn't even our target in the 3rd round for a center, and we've just won. See, that to me is putting your rose-colored glasses on and going, hey, we won. And I'm not saying that he can't be a good player. I'm just saying that the reality of the situation is much different than the Bronco fans would like it. I mean, I've heard everybody from you. I've heard Stokley and Zach. I've heard DMac. I've heard everybody get on like, hey, no problem, Cush. And I thought I was taking crazy pills. I'm like, I'm on crazy pills. Like, I know that Garrett Bradbury was drafted 18 overall by the Minnesota Vikings in a offensive line friendly situation, asked to call protections and knew all that, and he's a really good player, and he's a better player than Cush, and he struggled some. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't good because he was, but he struggled some, and we act like we gave up a guy making that they got paid by another NFL team. They coveted him enough to pay him $9 million a year, but a 3rd rounder is better. We just upgraded. I think I was on crazy pills until like Chad Brown came on with DMac because wait, whoa. Before you start celebrating and throwing a parade, calm down for a minute. So there's a question mark for me there.
See, for me, when you start throwing out the draft and stuff like that, everybody struggles at offensive line. Nobody comes in, and this is why Stink just got me frustrated, James. Everybody struggles. Nobody comes in and just has it all put together.
Sure.
Even we talk about Ryan Clady all the time. Clady himself will be like, yeah, my rookie year, I gave up 0 sacks. But guess what? Jay Cutler bailed me out of 7 of those, just getting the ball, getting rid of the ball fast. Everybody struggles. You're going there. You're going against guys that are more athletic than you, and you're moving backwards. So guys that they know where the quarterback is. Sometimes the quarterback is flushed out that pocket. You have no idea. So I remember I told you yesterday that Cushenberry, I thought he was going to struggle. Coming up this year, I think he's going to struggle. What I want to see out of him is making the mic point. What I want to see out of him is making the right call each and every time, and just him now, his football knowledge and him being able to understand football and where his help is. When you do have that zero nose technique, how do you funnel him into that guard that does not have anybody in his gap, that might just be looking to help the tackle, but now you could use that guard's body presence to help just slow down that nose tackle a little bit enough where you can slide your hips in front of him and continue to battle. So, but I also do get a little bit what he's saying, because I think that anybody that's saying that, oh, Lloyd Cushenberry is the answer, he's going to come in here, he's going to ball out, I think we're getting a little spoiled when we look at Dalton Reisner last year, and what he was able to accomplish. The chances of 2 offensive linemen doing that and coming in and just having a stellar season, I think it's issue. I think it's not high chances of that happening. So with me, for Cushenberry, I just want to see that he knows how to command that offensive line, that he knows how to make the right calls, that he's not making a call and now you have Glasgow like calling it off, saying no, or somebody has to later on take those responsibilities away from him. And I want to see him fight, show toughness. But that was the thing as well, that I know that I know when I watched Connor McGovern last year, a lot of things were frustrated. Didn't see the nastiness that I would want to see. I didn't see when he was in the hole and there's nobody on him and he goes to help. I didn't see him now go and just give a guy a rib shot. When the defensive end is engaged with that guard, just go in and chip those ribs and just make that defensive tackle drop down to a knee. Seen it on Cushenberry's tape and when he's playing in LSU. And another thing that I'm hoping that Cushenberry doesn't come in here and do is after that Buffalo game, when that defensive lineman Lawson gets up in Connor McGovern's face and Connor McGovern's just walking away.
Yeah.
And that defensive line is barking at him and he's saying and he's chirping him, and there's absolutely nothing that Connor McGovern says back. There's literally nothing. Man, James, I don't know if you watched me play, but in my 7 years in the league, in my 4 years here, for sure in my 4 years here, I used to tell my offensive lineman, hey, if somebody says anything to me, I'm going to say something back. And if they swing on me, I'm going to swing back. So please don't let me get ejected out of a game. Make sure that you guys are there, because there's no way that a guy's going to sit there and chirp me like that. So I just look at that aspect from Connor McGovern, and now him ultimately leaving here, and now you got Cushenberry, and I look at the aggression by Cushenberry, and I think I was talking with John Simmer the other day, and John was telling me about a play that Cushenberry had in college where it was like a late hit. It was a couple seconds late, right, John? You were saying I forgot what game it was, and I was like, man, I like it. I like the tenacity. I like it. The play was tackled behind him, and he just went and smoked like the DB. But he couldn't see the runner. But I like it. Just get downfield. Go try to lay one of these guys out. Don't be friendly with these DBs. When you get down there, go give them everything that you got. And I see those types of things on Cushenberry's film where I'm intrigued and I want to see it. And obviously, he's not going to give late hits, and he's not going to be a person that's doing that, because that hurts your pocketbook. That comes out, you get a FedEx on Wednesday. So the first time, if he does do it, he's going to be more cautious. I've had one late hit in my career here with the Broncos in 2011, playing against the New England Patriots, and guess what? Never had one ever again because they hurt my pocketbook, right? So, But I just like to see that tenacity, which I have not seen out of a guy like Connor McGovern, and I think that this Broncos offensive line needs that.
No, I'm with you, and it's funny you said some of those things, because when you were playing, it was one of the things I liked most was that you played right on that edge, right? And that every once in a while you'd cross the line, and it wasn't quite this way, but I used to think, he's good for 115-yarder a game. But they were never at a bad time to where it's like killed a drive that was, right at a crucial moment. But it was, you never know where that line is unless you cross it every once in a while. And you were great about living kind of right on that edge, which is one of the things I liked about your game. And it's something that I think they've been missing up front, quite frankly. I mean, Garrett Bowles, he's athletic, but does he have that type of personality? Connor McGovern, you're right. I forgot about that Buffalo game where,
Shaq Lawson.
Chirping him after the game, and to have no response is just sort of like, man, talk about being just flatliner. That wasn't good. I think Stink made some good points. I do.
Yeah, you can't just give a guy the keys to the city, James, at the end of the day. There's still things that he has to prove. As a rookie, especially with this without OTAs, without minicamp, I just want to see him be able to command that offensive line, make the right call each and every time, and make sure that guys are on the same page and no missed assignments. Guys are going to get beat. The biggest difference between college and the NFL is, in college, there's a bunch of guys that are 18 to 22. When you get to the NFL, you're going against guys that have 5 kids, been playing in the NFL for 9 years, just,
Yeah.
or been divorced, paying alimony, child support. Like, it's different motivations that these guys have. When you're going against some grown men, and I just think when you pair like a guy like Reisner, what we've seen, and Reisner has some of that nastiness in him. You pair Reisner and Cushenberry together, now it's like, hey, come on, you other 3, let's get on our page. Come on, then let's go type of thing where I just think it's going to be great. But yeah, obviously there's a learning curve. This guy he hasn't taken snaps. There wasn't no OTAs. There wasn't no minicamp. But I'm not going to sit here and just jump on the bandwagon of Connor McGovern. I've been watching him for the last 4 years and quite frankly, was never excited about him. This is a guy that got benched. That's another thing. Why didn't Stink mention the fact that he got benched at guard? Connor McGovern was put on the bench.
Yeah.
He was the starting right guard, got put on the bench. The way he got back on the field was when Matt Paradis got hurt. If the Broncos sign Matt Paradis, is Connor McGovern a starter last year for the Denver Broncos?
No.
Does he beat out Ron Larry? He's not beating out Reisner, so he's on the bench at that point.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the other part of it, and just because I think it was the Jets that he signed with, just because the Jets were willing to give him 3 years, $27 million, that doesn't just automatically make him a really good player and like, oh, he's a rising star in this league. Teams make bad decisions all the time. But here's the thing about it, and I think it's sort of what people are meaning when they say Cushenberry is an upgrade over Connor McGovern. Week 1 against Tennessee, if you were just playing one game, that was the only game, you would probably say, yep, you know what? Let's go with Connor McGovern at center over Lloyd Cushenberry. I wouldn't disagree with that. I don't think right out of the gate he's going to be an upgrade. But I think by the end of the year, over the next 3 years, when Connor McGovern's making $27 million in New York, in that 3-year period, 2020, 21, 22, I think Lloyd Cushenberry is going to be the better player over that 3-year period. That's what I mean when I say he's an upgrade over Connor McGovern. He's obviously not week 1. He's a rookie. He's never played. But I think over time, he's going to be the better football player.
Yeah, I agree right there with you. I mean, over a period of time. And for me, like I continue to say, as long as he comes in this year and he could call that defense, he knows how to make the mic points in certain situations when you go in a trips right formation and now that Sam linebacker's walked out and now you have Mike and Will in the box, but now you got to Mike the backside because you're running a weak side run. Like things like that, that's what I want to see him be able to do. But just come out, make that call right now. So now Cushenberry could talk to Jawan James. Jawan James could talk to Noah Fant or Albert O or Nick Vanette, and everybody's just on the same page because with the run game, the more guys know exactly what they're doing, the faster that you could know that, that's now where now you start thinking about, okay, how exactly do I want to step on this, and that linebacker's bumped out over. I could communicate to my guard, or I could communicate, if I'm a guard, I could communicate to my tackle and say, listen, that linebacker's a little bit pushed over in this situation. I'm not going to give you a lot of help. I'm only giving you hand help in this situation. Where in practice, when you ran it, I might have been putting a shoulder into this so you could be a little slower on the trail. Where now, when you're able to make those calls and get them out there fast, that offensive line is now on the same page, and that's when you're able to pick up those big yards, make those explosive plays, and have those rushers that are getting 4 yards a carry and being staying ahead of the chains.
Stink didn't just rain on the parade of Lloyd Cushenberry fans. He's not buying this perception overall that the Broncos roster is much improved. ESPN had an article where I think they had Denver maybe 15, 16, somewhere middle of the pack in terms of talent when looking at all the teams. Stink wasn't buying it.
I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm just saying, like, I don't go into this without looking at the totality, the reality of it, and give you an honest opinion about, hey, man, there are concerns there. There's question marks there, especially in a year where nobody practiced. So just to say, hey, this is all on Drew Lock, I think that ESPN has overrated this roster because I don't think they know this roster.
Well, the concerns, I could tell you right now, concerns for me, is Jawan James going to play 16 games?
Sure.
Another concern, is Garrett Bowles going to finally figure out? It looks it's pointing upward. First time in his career that he has a coach for 2 years. So Mike Munchak was able to sit down with Garrett Bowles in January and say, hey, listen, this is what I need you to work on. But did Garrett Bowles take this offseason serious enough where he worked on those things? Hopefully, especially when the Broncos come out and say that we're not going to pick up your fifth-year option. So hopefully you did exactly what your coach asked you, and we're going to see improvement. As far as the talent and the speed, I've said this once, I've said this before. Sometimes speed everybody says speed kills, right? But sometimes speed kills you now as a team offensively because of the timing. Because now you haven't had all that practice time with a guy like KJ Hamler. You haven't had all the reps with Noah Fant. You haven't had all the practice with, Jerry Jeudy. So timing has always been a big thing where I've seen when I'm around some of the great quarterbacks, the Peyton Mannings, I'm around the Phillip Rivers, they constantly talk about timing. What do we do? Like, we got to get the timing down right. Because those quarterbacks want to know that, hey, on a 3-step drop, that wide receiver is going to get to a spot. He's going to be at that spot every single time. He's not going to get jammed up on the line of scrimmage. And that's another thing. When you have young wide receivers, now how is KJ Hamler going to be able to defeat the jam? Because I'm telling you, teams are looking at that speed, and everybody hears it. They're going to have those slot cornerbacks that are coming up right at the line of scrimmage, and they're going to try to jack him up as soon as that ball snapped. So can KJ Hamler get to that spot now? Jerry Jeudy, the exact same thing. Guys are just going to test him out with the basic principle that this is a rookie. He might not, especially with the offseason that we're just had in the NFL. So he might not be able to get off of the line of scrimmage. So those are some big question marks, especially when you're talking about all the young talent. I think the defense is a lot further ahead of the offense. You got a lot of players that have played a lot of football. The Broncos are not saying, hey, you know what, day one, Agim, you got to go start at the defensive end position. Hey, you know what, day one, Sternad, we want you to start at linebacker. Now, O.J. Mudia, there's some questions there. What is he going to be able to do? So, right, because everybody has him penciled in as the starting cornerback out there. I think that, so the defense, that's the one, that question, and also the other cornerback question as far as A.J. Bouye, is he going to be able to return to the form that we saw a couple years ago? But as far as the defensive line, the outside linebackers, the inside linebackers, you got to feel good about them on first and second down right now going into training camp. We've always had question marks at the middle linebacker position when covering the tight end came into play or covering the running back came into play. But offensively, yeah, there is a lot of questions. And that's what it's all about. It's up to Drew Lock. It's up to KJ Hamler. It's up to Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton. It's all up to these guys. I'm not just going to put it on Drew Lock. It's up to those guys to work that timing issue out. But it's also up to these tackles to make sure that their young quarterback feels comfortable back there. And now he's able to keep his eyes down the field for when some of these wide receivers do get jammed up on the line and the timing issue does get messed up a little bit.
Yeah, there are certainly question marks, no doubt. When you've got this many young players who are going to be counted on, who are going to have to be a big part of the offense, certainly question marks. I wouldn't dispute that one bit. I guess I just sort of look at it and say, all right, take their starting lineup last year, week 1, on both sides of the ball at Oakland, and compare it to, assuming everybody's healthy, the starting lineup week 1 this year when Tennessee comes into town. I don't find a lot of spots where they regressed. I mean, I think you can maybe make the argument that Chris Harris Jr. to A.J. Bouye is a step backward. But if it is, it's not a very significant one. It's not as though they're trying to replace Chris Harris Jr. with, Isaac Yiadom or somebody like that was already on the roster. They brought in a guy that's probably comparable, not a huge step back. I think maybe you can make the argument that Bradley Chubb coming off an injury versus Bradley Chubb coming off a 12-sack rookie season maybe is a step backward. Okay, but other than that, I think they're better at every position. Give me Mike Purcell in the middle over Shelby Harris. Give me Jarrell Casey over Derek Wolfe. Give me Drew Lock over Joe Flacco. Heck, maybe even give me Jerry Jeudy over Emmanuel Sanders at this point. I just think, their roster, there are question marks. There are guys who are going to struggle because they're young, but in terms of just overall talent, I think they're almost better at every position heading into this year than they were a year ago right now.
Yeah, it's that sophomore jump too, right?
Yeah.
We constantly talk about that in the NFL where even when you see guys come in and their second year so much better. Look at a guy like Cortland Sutton came in, and you hear VJ talking about the jump ball with Cortland Sutton is more like 75-25. No, it wasn't. It was 50-50. He every ball that he got thrown a certain amount, he caught. I think it was 84 passes that were thrown to him his rookie year. Caught like 42. Like literally, it was exactly 50-50 with Cortland Sutton. But look what he did his second year. Going into that offense, knowing what he had to work on. Look what he did. He's a Pro Bowl player now in his second year. So you look at that type of jump. You look at guys like Noah Fant. Yeah, put together a good rookie campaign, but by far we definitely think that it could have been better. As far as the drops that we've seen him have. I feel like he left 200-300 yards out there.
Yeah.
As a rookie, and I'm excited about him because I think like he's a legitimate shot to get to 1,000 yards as a tight end. And now we're talking about, oh yeah, you got Travis Kelce out there with the Chiefs. Yeah, we got Noah Fant. Oh, you got Hunter Henry out there with the Chargers. Yeah, we got Noah Fant. Oh, Weiler was out there with Oakland. Yeah, we got Noah Fant. Like it's gonna Las Vegas, not Oakland, but it's a good. It has an opportunity to be a really good tight end division here in the AFC West. And now all four teams got studs at that position. Where last year, like I said, there was improvement that was to be had with a guy like Noah Fant. So guys are going to struggle, but they're struggling, one, because there was no OTAs, there was no minicamp, but also, two, that playbook is so much bigger and there's so much more detail in the NFL. And three, guys are going to have to figure out that this is not college. You can't just bully people and overpower people. You really got to be technicians in this league.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate the reality check that Stink brought to the conversation, because I think in a lot of ways he's right on what he's saying, but I still think there are a lot of things to be certainly enthusiastic. Hey, really quick, before we get out of here, I know you're a hockey guy. The new Seattle franchise, going to be number 30, the number 32, the 32nd franchise in the NHL. They announced their team name today. It is the Seattle. Is it Kraken? Is that how you pronounce it, or Kraken? Kraken. The Seattle Kraken.
I don't know what it is, but I know it absolutely sucks.
It's terrible. Now their logo is pretty cool because apparently John was telling me Kraken is like a sea monster. So the logo is kind of cool. It's an S and it's got the the red mark for the eye and it's kind of got the tail going up. It's pretty well done. But man, I can't stand. There's one thing I like about this name. Nobody else has it, right?
Yeah.
So it's unique. It's why Nuggets is cool. It's why up at CU, the Buffaloes, Miami, there aren't a lot of Hurricanes. Like that's cool. I like when it's unique. It's not just another Warriors or Cougars or something like that. So Kraken is cool. I don't like team names that don't have an S on it. It bugs me.
I think they should have just went and I think they should have dipped in the pool of back in the day. And I know that the Seattle Sonics was the basketball team, but I would have loved to hear that as a hockey team. I think it was already established. It was ready to go. I don't think nobody has Sonics as their name. And I would have just liked to. I think that would have been cooler. But yeah, when you do look at the logo does look cool. But that name was just like, huh? What is that? I saw it. I had to jump on Google and was like, what is this? Like,
I thought it was a joke at first. Yeah, because everything I had heard, it was going to be the Sockeyes. So I thought, which I was like, oh, that's cool. That's unique. I thought maybe it was somebody was pulling our leg with the Kraken, but that is it. The Seattle Kraken, the 32nd franchise in the NHL. Hey, as has been the case the last few days, it flew by today.
People are saying it's pronounced Kraken.
Kraken?
Seattle Kraken.
A Seattle Kraken. Well, that sounds better than Kraken, but still, it looks odd. I'm not a fan of it. But the logo's cool. I'm glad Seattle has a team. They just could have picked a better name, in my opinion. Hey, it was fun today. Looking forward to tomorrow as we wrap up the week. It's been a good time, that's for sure.
Absolutely, James. I feel like the shows just go by faster and faster. It was awesome. I enjoyed the 3 hours. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Let's keep it right here. We got Stokley and Zach coming up next.
We are here. Oh, you don't have to do that. It is right here. It is right now.
He's back.
How you doing, Brandon Stokley? I am back in the saddle.
Doing great. Good to have you back. How was your day yesterday? How'd it go?
It was great. It was
great day.
Baby boy turned 2 yesterday. Can't believe it. Considering, feels like he was just born yesterday. And you've been around the block 2 different times. So I'm just going through this for the first time. And I'll say this, and I'm not saying this to sound dramatic or anything, although that's often the way it comes across.
Here we go.
It's a little bit sad. It's kind of sad. Like, it's his birthday, but like you close this chapter, and he's just big, and it's like it feels like it's in fast forward, and you just want to hit pause. And there was definitely a sadness to yesterday. It was great. We're so lucky. He's happy. He's healthy. And that's all I could ever ask. But there is a little bit of sadness. Can you relate at all?
No. No relation.
You're just the worst, man. Oh my God! There was a little bit of that, 95.5. I don't know. I'm too sentimental.
No, I got you. I'm with you. Yeah, it is. It's just another. It's like now they're getting older. They're growing up, and but you look forward, and it just gets better. It just gets better, and but it goes quick. That's the thing. You just enjoy it while you can, because pretty soon, they'll be out of the house.
Yeah, I guess so.
Be in high school, be driving, be doing their own thing. They don't want to see you and don't want to talk to you, and so those times happen.
Right,
so
right.
It's enjoy it while you can. Every stage has its ups and downs. That's kind of what I've learned. Every stage has the good moments, but also the tough times, and then once you get rid of that, those, then you go on to something else, and there's different challenges and different fun times.
Right.
That was good though. Glad you had a good day. Did you do any running around the track yesterday and do any planks or anything?
No.
Like that?
What was with that?
Did you hear any of it?
So I listened to 3 minutes of the show yesterday. Is when we were getting pulling back into our spot. I just forgot to turn it on and heard about 3 minutes. We were coming home from Wash Park. Just a day out, and I heard you slandering my name.
Yes.
Saying that first of all, you called me a nerd.
Oh,
and
I did?
Ashley
Yeah,
goes,
I did.
Ashley, my wife, she goes, I've never heard anyone describe you as a nerd. And I'm like, well, here we are. And you're making fun of my workouts, running around the track and doing my push-ups and planks. What is wrong with that?
Yeah, well, Jerry thought it was great, and he thought it was really funny when we were talking about it. So, Jerry got some jabs in there too a little bit, which I thought was awesome. And so, we just wanted to have a little bit of fun with it. But it is kind of, when you see that guy on the track that's just running around the track, and I didn't want to say this at the time, but now that we're already going down this road, but you see that guy running on the track, and he just stops and he just starts doing different things, and you're probably doing burpees, and then you're doing planks, and you're running. It's just a little bit weird.
Look at that guy,
guy's a little bit weird.
Totally committed to getting a great workout in.
He's a weirdo.
I mean,
that's what I say.
What constitutes not being a weirdo if you're just at a track? I mean, how do you get? Do you bring the Peloton with you to the track just to go through the mental reps? I don't know.
It's just a little bit different. So,
my goodness.
But we had some fun with that yesterday at your expense. I know you're okay with that.
Of course. And someone says on the text line here, the RamosLaw.com text line, hit us up 303-713-1043. Here's a solution about the kids, ZB. Have another baby.
Ooh.
Yeah. We're starting to kick around that conversation. It's like, are we going to just run it right back? Is that what we're going to do? But then if you don't.
It's really not running it right back right now because, by the time you have the kid, now Owen is going to be 3.
I know.
And that's a 3-year difference there. That's a big difference. It's almost like you just rather just get it done, get it over with, and get it going. Because then once they get out of the diapers and stuff, it's like, yes, and then you got to start all over with that, and it's just like, oh, my goodness. So, yeah. It's tough. It's tough, especially in your situation, and I was in that situation also. You got no family here.
Right.
You got no help.
And that is one of the major – and you went through this.
Yep.
You went through this. When we first had Owen and we were bringing him home, First of all, I'm going 32 miles per hour with my flashers on in the right-hand lane. And we get that kid in the house, and I remember it's like getting
You
him.
had your flashers on?
Just puttering along.
Your hazards?
I was just scared to death. Scared to death driving home. I have this thing that's like a baby bird in the back seat that if I hit my brakes too hard, he's going to like slip out of his seatbelt. Like I was just petrified. And we get him home.
You had your hazards on.
We get him home, and it's like,
wow.
Now what?
Yeah.
It's just us. We're like looking at each other like there's
Let's
no.
go back to the hospital. I like having nurses around, right? I mean, it's so much more comfortable having them around, right? We got help. Let's just stay in the hospital.
I mean, gosh, it was so scary, and then not having family around is such a major factor. And luckily enough, we've found some people that are really great help. But I mean, really on a day-to-day basis, it's just us. There's no mom, there's no nanny, it's just us. So yeah,
hazards. Hazards?
I was petrified, dude. This little baby 9 pounds. I'm like, we got to keep this thing alive. And now he's 2 and running around and, putting shampoo on his dry hair at 7 in the morning.
Oh, my gosh.
I said, what are you doing? You're washing your hair at 7 in the morning.
Wow.
Just gets into the bathroom. Johnson & Johnson, squirt, 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 just starts washing the hair.
Well, that's better than drinking essential oil.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it is.
Let's just
it is.
Just look at it that way.
It is. It's like, all right, I guess we're getting in the bath at 7.
All right, shower time.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I'm glad you had a great day yesterday. You deserved it. A good day off. You feel Roby Day. You feel refreshed.
Yeah, I do. And another light bulb for the 1,000th time goes off yesterday. I just am not built for taking days off. I talk about doing it. It's like I talk about ordering a Bloody Mary. Like the day before, I'm like, we're going to go off to breakfast. I'm going to get a Bloody Mary tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then it's this time to order it. I'm like, no, let me just get a water and a coffee.
Ooh.
I do the same thing with taking days off. I'm like, I need to take a day off. And then I take the day off, and, you guys are on the air, and Bull's going nuts, and I feel like I'm out of the loop, I feel I get FOMO. I get fear of missing out.
Yeah. That's good. That's good, though. But, it's tough, especially when you're still in state here and you're driving around, you're listening, and your show's on. And like you said, you're talking about cool things or things that you interest you, and you're like, it stinks.
Right.
How about Bull?
Dude. I mean, that appreciating yesterday for what it was, and it was a certain kind of thing, it was awesome. And just letting yourself be okay with it being awesome. I know there's a certain, portion of people, I heard Mike in the morning, and I'm not saying he's not wrong, but he's like, him and Mark, like, their reaction to yesterday was, Bull's going to be wearing a suit on the end of the bench. Get ready for it. Like, It was like, hold on, let's just kind of let yesterday be yesterday. Is Bull going to be contributing in pivotal playoff moments?
Absolutely. And I can't wait for it. And I can't stinking wait for it. You darn right he is.
No, of course he's not. Of course he's not. He's not going to be. I told you this the night they drafted him, right? He's not going to be out there playing for the Denver Nuggets this year. Okay? Just
we'll get some real updates on that tomorrow. So we'll see.
Look, dude. Look, I'm not hating. I think
you are.
No,
yeah, you are.
No, Bull's a great prospect. That was so fun yesterday watching him fly around.
Do you see how athletic he's looking, moving up for a 7'2" guy?
Dude,
that's, really thin. The way he moves up and down the court, how fast he can get down there, how he can handle the basketball and block the shot, go down the court, pull up, hit the three. What 7'2" guy is doing that right now?
You're right, Stoke.
The potential that he has.
That was my biggest takeaway. It's not that he hit shots. I've been watching Bull hit shots since he was in high school. Okay, he played for one of the best high school teams in the country. Highly touted prospect since he was 15. Okay, and he goes to college, plays 7-9 games, but he was great when he was there too. But in terms of just his feel for the game, and that's something that my biggest takeaways yesterday weren't actually about the performance, although that deserves to be lauded. It's about how he moves among other NBA athletes at 7'2", how he physically moves, and then also his feel for the game. Bull has a feel for the game of basketball. Now, it's not totally refined yet. He's got a long way to go in so many different categories. But his feel for the game and his natural God-given gifts are going to take him places in this league. Is he ever going to be an all-star? I don't know about that. And if I were to bet,
darn right he is. What do you mean? You're darn right he is. Next year, all-star.
Look, he is a fascinating prospect. That is where I'm still compartmentalizing him.
Why can't he play this year? Why can't he play this year in spurts? I'm not saying he's going to play 30 minutes, but why can't he get into the lineup a little bit? And with his length and athleticism, if you need a little break for, I don't know, Plum Dog or somebody, or whoever, if somebody needs a little break, I mean, why can't he get in the lineup? He's a rim protector, does a really good job there in the paint, and see what he does. I mean, why not? It's basketball. The guy's a good basketball player. I know he's been down in the G League or whatever.
Yep.
But still, like he looks like one of those guys that, you know what? Hey, the transition from the G League to the NBA. I mean, and I understand what it was yesterday. Okay, I get it, but still, you're still playing.
What was it?
You're still playing hoops. You're playing basketball, right, against other NBA players that are competing.
Yes. And I'm glad
it's competition.
I'm glad you said that. Yes, it was competition. Yes, there were NBA players there, but it was not NBA basketball. And that's where I draw the hard line because I watched every moment of that game. That was as loosey-goosey as 24-hour fitness ball that had a cousin with the Summer League. It wasn't real. It was, there was 13 Nuggets turnovers in the first 20 minutes of play. It was out of control. It was loosely based on NBA basketball. And I'm saying that he's not going to play because Mike Malone is so strict with his trustworthiness and his responsibility and attention to detail. Does Michael Porter Jr. have great length? Does Michael Porter Jr. have a great stroke? Does Michael Porter Jr. have a feel for the game? Check, check, check. He has an infinite ceiling, and that guy couldn't play consistent minutes for Mike Malone. So if you think Bol is going to show up at the last hour of the party and jump into a fray with everything on the line, I think you're crazy.
Well, I'm just saying, why not? Why not give him some minutes? And you know what? Hey, if the guy continues to do good things right now, and then throughout the 8 games up to the playoffs, and you put him in there in spurts, and he gains your trust, why can't he see minutes?
Okay. So let's differentiate. I'm glad you just did that. You're isolating the last 8 games before the playoffs. In my mind's eye, I was kind of talking about a playoff basketball. But you're talking about the last 8 games. Can he get a couple minutes here and there? Yeah. Why not?
But if he does good with it, and he handles it well, now as a coaching staff, you look at that and say, okay, we can trust this guy. We like what he brings to the court, brings energy, brings length, good defender, good shot blocker, can shoot the three, tough matchup for opposing teams, and you know what? Hey, let's give him a few more minutes, and then I'm not saying he's going to play 30, but why not 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 minutes if he earns that trust and continues to do well with the minutes that he's given, especially throughout the course of these 8 games. I mean, I could see him doing that.
I don't think it's the craziest idea here. Just see if you can crawl.
Right.
See if you can crawl, and then maybe we can get to a point where you can be walking. But Bol's not going to be sprinting as an NBA player until maybe like 2 years from now, and I really mean that. And I am hopeful for Bol. I loved what I saw yesterday, just from a raw ability standpoint, and it sounds like Mike Malone liked what he saw from Bol. And how could you not, right? 16, 10, and 6 in your first ever litmus test. I know it wasn't. I know I framed it like it wasn't NBA basketball, and it wasn't. But for what it was, you can either do one of two things. Do what Bol did, or don't do what Bol did.
Exactly.
So
I'm with you there. I mean, look, it's against NBA competition, and I didn't see exactly who they had out on the court, but it doesn't matter. I mean, these guys are on an NBA roster, and you go out there and you compete against who's out there, and you try to do well. And like you said, either you make shots or you don't make shots. Either you block shots or you don't block shots. Either you get rebounds or you don't. And he was able to do all those things at a very, very high level. Now the competition maybe, isn't quite what it will be here in the next couple weeks, but still, you can only compete against who's out there on the court. And you know what? If they put subpar competition out there, you know what you do? You do what Bol did, and you go out there and dominate them.
Yeah, no, you know what? You're right. It was fun. And I let myself really enjoy it. I watched the replay. I didn't watch it live. I watched the replay later in the afternoon on NBA TV. And look, it was fun. It's fun to sort of fantasize and let yourself mentally go there on who he could be when you start talking about him with the likes of Jeremy Grant, Michael Porter Jr., Nikola Jokic. One of my favorite moments of yesterday's game was a Bull after the blocked shot when he goes down and pulls up from three.
Yeah.
In between that, you have Jokic, who was playing the point guard. Jokic is asking for the ball from him. He wants the basketball back after the Bull block. And Bull looks right at him, keeps on going down, and pulls up from three. Now, do you want to, make, bad acumen plays a habit like that? Because maybe that's not that'll get you pulled, but from Michael Malone in a real NBA game. But I like that. My college coach, Brian Bury, a New York State Hall of Famer from the College of St. Rose, he would always say, I'd rather have a horse that I need to pull back than to hit him with a spur and ask him to get going.
Yeah.
So in his first game, he's looking at an MVP candidate, Jokic, and saying, no, I'm comfortable at 7'2", bringing the ball up the court and taking a three. Why is this play in the world? Probably not. But it worked out for him. It validates that confidence, and I just love that confidence out of the gate.
Yeah, and I think this whole process, and we'll see how much he plays, how much he doesn't play, but it's got to do wonders for him heading into the offseason. You said maybe 2 years down the road when we should see the best of him, but it has to do wonders for him, just his confidence and just knowing that, hey, okay, he's up here with the big guys now, and he's on the on the roster here, and he's competing and he's practicing with them and all those things. I think that just helps for next year. And heading into the offseason and, hopefully continue to try to put on weight, stay healthy, right? He had that injury. I don't know if it was his foot
or what
it was that he had. But he looks healthy. But just got to, when you're that slender and you're that tall, health is a big issue. And so hopefully he can, put on some weight and stay healthy. And if he does, like you said, it's intriguing, it's fun. And just thinking about, Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., Bull, Murray, Grant. Oh my goodness! Wow. Oh,
it adds to the already firm upside of the Denver Nuggets. But look, I'm trying to temper myself here a little bit.
Sure.
You know what? One of my other favorite parts about Bull's game here, and not to get too in the weeds, but basketball players a lot of times feel uncomfortable in the intermediate space from 6 to 9 feet, call it, where it's not a layup. You can't just explode towards the hoop, but it's not the fluid comfortability of a jump shot because you almost have to baby it in. You follow me? From 6 to 9 feet. Bull really excels in that gap. And that's like a no man's gap that sometimes a big men feel really uncomfortable because they're not into their habits of the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of reps of finishing right around the basket where they've been trained to. And it's also not really a jump shot. And I've seen Bull through the years do really nice, smooth finishes from 6 feet out. That's important because Bull does not have NBA strength yet. And I don't know if he'll ever have the strength of NBA players at his position. So to be able to have success from 6 to 9 feet out with almost like an intermediate floater, a jump hook type of a finishing capability from that spot is, I think, for him, going to take him, it could take him a really, really long way. Does that, am I making sense there?
Absolutely. Yeah, I love it. Having that type of shot, like you said, if you can't get in the paint and, at will because maybe you don't have the strength or size that some of these other guys have, having that intermediate jumper is big. It's huge. So love that. I went to, I just started thinking, would he be getting these minutes? And we saw him in practice, right? And the Nuggets posted videos of him in practice, nice, I don't know, it wasn't really a dunk, but he kind of threw it home.
Yeah, it's like a flush.
Griffin style.
Yeah, flush.
So you're seeing those videos like, oh, man, that's awesome. Then he backed it up, played well yesterday. Would he be getting these types of minutes right now if all these other guys weren't out?
I don't believe so. Certainly not.
So a blessing in disguise here that, we have Michael Porter Jr. not practicing. Who else didn't practice? Is it Craig?
Yeah, Torrey Craig, Jamal Murray.
Barton's not practicing right now. He's there, but he's hurt or something. And so, but you have guys that, Gary Harris that didn't show up on time. would he be getting these valuable minutes right now if those guys were in the fold?
No, certainly not 32 of the 40 he played yesterday. I mean, think about that. Bol played 32 minutes yesterday. His feet have never touched an NBA floor. He played 32 of the 40 minutes yesterday. So, no, that definitely would not be happening because what happened yesterday was a team with no guards, and they rolled out the largest lineup in the history of the league. I mean, think about that. They rolled out the largest starting lineup in the history of NBA basketball, where Nikola Jokic.
Well, it doesn't count, though, because it's just a scrimmage.
Sure, I know that, but it's worth mentioning. Like, we've been watching NBA basketball for decades and decades, and I know yesterday wasn't a real game, but to have a 7-foot point guard rolled out there, you got Millsap, you got a Plum Dog, you got Bol, and who am I missing? Who's the fifth one I'm missing? Jeremy Grant. It's like, how is this? I got my buddies back east just texting me like the emoji with the big ol' eyes, like, oh my gosh, like what are we looking at? But it was fun, man. It was fun, and of course that contributed to the turnovers I referenced a little bit earlier in the conversation. But here's Mike Malone on how important that game was for Bol.
Yeah, it's his first game against NBA competition, and for him to go out there and get 16-10 with 6 blocks is great. And we put him in the middle of our zone, tried to funnel everything to him, let him block shots. He did a really good job of that. I think he got tired as the game went on, which is to be expected. He played 32 minutes, which was a team high. But he's only going to get better. He did a lot of really good things out there. Proud of him, and obviously we'll have 2 more scrimmages, and he'll continue to get some opportunities to play, to grow, and to learn against other NBA players. Yeah, it's his.
There you go.
Love it.
There you go. So it's a good thing. Like, yesterday was a good thing. It's a good day for the Denver Nuggets. And to think that our guy, Tim Connolly, all he had to do was trade a future second-round pick to get Bol. The upside and the prospect of it all. Gosh, this could go down. Now, again, we're forecasting, but it could go down as like one of the just no-brainer decisions that an NBA executive's ever had.
Yeah, and it's exciting, though, to see where they got him and how far he fell. I mean, I remember watching the draft, and you see Bol there at the draft, and it's just like, man, you felt awful for the guy. Right, just sitting there, and he's hoping to be a first rounder for sure.
Right.
And then he falls there to the second round, and Nuggets no pick there, and moved back into the second round, and able to draft him. And the potential there, his length, his size, and what he could bring to the table. I think it's just the whole story is just fascinating, and now he's actually getting on the court and he's delivering results, and so it's fun. It's exciting. It's fun. It's just another piece that we can look forward to the future of the Denver Nuggets. When you look at him, Michael Porter Jr. and some of the youth here and the talent, it's just like, okay, well, that's a guy that, every step of the way here. Now they gave him a little bit more, he responds. They give him a little bit more, he responds. So some guys just got that it factor that, when they get on the court, they're just going to find ways to make plays, and hopefully he can continue to do it.
Imagine as a Nuggets fan in about 2 years buying a ticket and going down to the Pepsi Center and seeing Michael Porter Jr. and Bol. I mean, they're one of the more intriguing groups as a whole in the entire NBA. And I'm fascinated to see how this unfolds. We're going to continue to follow it. We're just a couple days, the 30th, from really kicking off here with official NBA basketball back. We got baseball coming back. We're going to talk about that in just a couple short minutes. But maybe somewhere along the way, Bol can be a part of a mile-high memory, a real one. And we have Mile High Memories presented by Rox Heating and Air. That's ROX, Rox Heating and Air. Orlando Franklin guest stars on episode 12, looking back at the 2011 playoff win over the Steelers in just iconic and memorable fashion. Guys, subscribe wherever you download your podcast or at 1043thefan.com. All right, today's the day. We've had our doubts, but the Broncos rookies are back in the building and reporting today, sort of. All right, we'll take a dive into that conversation next. The Broncos rookies are reporting today, as well as Drew Lock. Broncos rookie class, as well as quarterbacks and rehabbing players, Stoke, are reporting today. And going into the break, I said sorta, because, of course, this is unlike any other year. It goes without saying. I mean, you used to just kind of walk in the door, and probably not long after that, you're on the football field. Am I right?
Yeah. I mean, the following day, usually you get in, you have physicals and stuff, and you'll have a meeting and a team meeting with the rookies, obviously just the rookies being there, and kind of go over the protocols, what's going to be going on, schedules, and all of that stuff. And then you'll break up at some point, and you'll go with your individual coaches. You'll go over what's going to be installed the following day, and then you go to the hotel, go to bed, wake up, time to practice. Let's go.
Wow.
Right? I mean, that's usually how it goes. Not this year.
Not this year. They are in the slow lane this year. But we're just glad that they're in any lane at all. I mean, you think about the doubts that we've had leading up to this point, and there still remains doubt. Right. So let's not get it twisted. I understand that. But in this day and age, if you ask me, we need to celebrate small victories. And today, having these guys show up to the facility is a small victory that's worth being championed a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, this thing is taking so many turns and ups and downs that, we're here and, guys are starting to report, and, so the bus is starting to move a little bit, and that's what you want. You want to get this thing on track, and hopefully it can continue to move forward. Yeah, I think it's a good day. It's a good day. I mean, it's still got a long ways to go before, we see real football, and they still got a lot of things that got to happen for, I think this thing to start and finish like we're hoping it does, where we see 16 games and we see playoffs and a Super Bowl. I think we got to be really fortunate, and so just keeping my fingers crossed. But right now, as we sit here today, it's a good start, because a couple weeks ago and throughout the last week, we're looking at the situation and we're saying, well, oh my goodness, is this going to will they even be able to come to an agreement on these changes that need to happen here with the players and the owners? And they did all that stuff, and now it's like, okay, and they still got a few little hurdles to cross, but yeah, it's a good day.
It's a good day. And the way that it can become a better day is a lot of negative tests. And that's the first step here. So the rookie class, the quarterbacks, and the rehabbing players are reporting today, and likely already have. And what's going to happen here is they take the first of 2 COVID-19 tests. So if you test negative, you get to come back on Sunday and take another test. If you remain negative, they'll be able to walk through the doors at UC Health Training Center and get started and get
on
to the
Monday.
Get to
Is
the
that
business.
correct?
That's
Monday,
right.
They'll be able to go in the building, because they'll take that second test on Sunday. They'll find out the results. They'll be able to go in the building on Monday. But they haven't. I don't think they've been allowed to go in the building yet.
No, you are absolutely correct. And
it'll be the first time they'll be able to go into the facility is this after that second test Monday, and then I guess it's almost meetings and practice. Right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Get going.
Yep, and then the veteran players will be reporting next week and going through the same type of protocols. And hopefully, at the back end of next week, we'll have the Denver Broncos padded up and out there running around and getting training camp off the ground. I mean, it's something that I am optimistic about, and I'm choosing to be. But at the same time, I'm preparing myself for almost like an avalanche of positive tests here. There's just so many players in the National Football League. I think we're going to hear reports on a whole bunch of people testing positive for COVID-19. You think about 80 players in each camp times 32 teams. That's 2,560 players. There are going to be a handful of positive tests, and I think that we should just be aware that that's coming down the pipe and not freak out when that comes across the ESPN ticker.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way around it, like you said. So it's going to happen, and hopefully they can control it as best as possible, and you don't have a huge outbreak. Because I still haven't heard, if there's a huge outbreak, what's going to happen. I mean, what's going to happen?
Like during the season, or
during the football season, you have 25 guys that get it on one football team, or 10 offensive linemen. All your offensive linemen get. What do you do?
Well,
how are they going to operate, and how are they going to handle those situations? Do you forfeit? Do you what? I just don't know what they're going to do.
Your concern is valid. Okay? I'm not telling you it's not. But what I will say is, hopefully, with daily testing, it doesn't get to a point where, 25 guys do get infected. Now, is there a scenario where that could happen? Sure. I mean, what the heck do I know? We don't even know what this is truly going to look like day in and day out. Are the players going to be responsible? Are you going to have, knucklehead 21-year-old rookies, hanging out in the club? We just don't know yet. But I'm hopeful that with daily testing and daily results, that if there is someone positive or 2 or 3 players positive, that they're able to nip it in the bud quicker or sooner than later.
Yeah, but hopefully that's the case. But, Zach, once we get in the season, they're not going to test daily if the number's under 5%. They're going to go to every other day testing.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Look, you just look at this thing, and yeah, hopefully it doesn't happen. But at the same time, if you do, you have to be ready, and you have to have something in place. So, hey, if this happens, how are we going to operate, and how are we going to handle this situation if it goes through a football team and we have 15, 20 guys that get it? Well, what's the protocol then? What's going to be put in place? So they're going to have that.
Yeah.
Just in case it happens. Now, we hope it doesn't, but certainly it could.
It definitely could. It definitely could. But here's where they lose me here. Well, yes, you're right. If the positive tests fall below 5%, it goes to every other day testing. But I go back to the question, why? Why would you ever, if getting this thing off the ground and keeping it off the ground, because a lot of people are optimistic that they're going to be able to get it off the ground, but keeping it off the ground and crossing the finish line, if that's of the utmost importance and there's billions of dollars on the line, why would the league, and the owners, who should be just as invested in crossing the finish line as the players, why would there ever be a clause where you would tamper the testing? It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. I guess if they think that all the other protocols in place are going to be good enough to keep the numbers down, and if they go through this long period here and they have less than 5%, they're kind of asking themselves, well, we haven't had a ton of positive tests. They're under 5%. Why do we need to keep doing this every single day? I don't know, though. I don't know. I would think that you would want to do it as much as possible to keep this thing moving forward and not slow down, not hit any speed bumps. Let's just keep this train moving forward. And if you've been doing it with daily testing, why not continue to do it? Obviously, it costs a lot of money, but I think that probably has something to do with it.
I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah.
And they said it's going to be $75 million. It's going to be $75 million. Is that a lot of money? You darn right it is.
$75 million for the whole season,
for the whole
training camp. Or?
No, I saw it for the whole season.
Okay,
that's what I saw 2 days ago. It's gonna cost
a lot of money.
That's a whole lot of money.
I mean, it's a couple $1 million a team.
It's a couple $1 million a team. This is a league that grossed over $15 billion just last season.
Yeah,
I don't understand why any owner would be looking for an angle to test less. It doesn't make sense to me on any front. So. That I'm just going to have to force myself to mentally check out, because I'll drive myself crazy trying to find the answers to that one. But I'll tell you what, man. I watched the video that the Denver Broncos put out. I don't know if you saw it with Bradley Chubb.
I saw it.
On what these players are going to be going through every step of their daily journey at the facility. Man, kudos to the Denver Broncos, because they have things truly buttoned up, from taking temperatures, going from room to room, from putting your cell phone in some sort of machine that, sanitizes it, from, the tests, and, you can't even put your own ketchup on your burger anymore. I mean, it's totally
the
glassed
locker room,
up.
how the locker room is, and they're going to have people, some players are going to be dressing in the other locker room in the field house, the indoor facility.
Yep.
So
2 locker rooms, 2 training rooms.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so what happens if you're one of those players that has to dress in the other locker room? You're like, dang, okay, I see where I stand here.
Pretty much.
I got to walk across over there. Oh man, that's a bummer.
Pretty much.
Yep. So, but you're right, Zach. I mean, it was impressive. they had like a thermal imaging camera or something that takes your temperature as you walk by, and if somebody reads high on it, they'll stop and pull them out and check their temperature and stuff like that. I mean, it's
I had never seen that before.
I hadn't either. It's impressive.
And what Stokley's describing, it literally looks like a camera that's hanging from the ceiling here in our American Financing Studios. It literally just looks like a camera, and it's almost like on Predator mode, where it's looking for heat, and it's pointed at the exit door of like the trainer's room. And if you walk out of that trainer's room,
I think it's pointed at the exit door of the locker room.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the locker room. But they changed it up and they did so many different things. But I think that's kind of where the players come out of the locker room.
Okay. So it's just point at you. If you're running hot, it's gonna set off a sensor and they're gonna pull you aside, take that temperature, and start taking the necessary steps if they need to. So they have gone to the nth degree to try to truly dot those I's and cross those T's. So you know what? Like, I applaud the Broncos, and we'll see how all this goes.
Right. I mean, but they've done everything that you could do to try to keep everybody healthy and safe. So you look at that and you say, great job by everybody on board, starting with Joe Ellis, and you look at Patrick Smythe, and you look at Vinny, the trainer, and, Flip and those guys, Harry, Kenny, Jason, and all those guys in the equipment room. I mean, so many people on board there to get that facility the way it is right now. It was impressive, and I watched that video. I was just like, wow, it's unbelievable. It really is cool. And so they're trying. They're going to try.
They basically rethought the whole process of how they do things.
Yep. They had to space out lockers, and they had meeting rooms. You got, obviously you'll have empty chairs, and it's just everything. I mean, there's so many things to think about that it's just like, wow, I can't believe, okay, I forgot about that. I didn't know you had to do that. I didn't even think about that, so but they've done a great job over there. And they've done a really, really good job, and so they're doing the best that they can.
Did you see nearly every single rookie here in the last 48 hours has got their deal done? Outside of KJ Hamler, Cushenberry got done last night. Jerry Jeudy, it was announced today through another sweet video of his that they came to terms and that they're agreed, and now it's just Hamler left. And I don't know what's holding that up. Maybe it'll break while we're here on the air.
Yeah.
It got done quick.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, they're usually pretty easy now. They're all slotted, and the only thing that you usually fight over is the not the guaranteed money, but the money if you get cut and another team signs you, can they get some of their money back, the Broncos? And usually that's the only – can you double dip as a player? I forgot what they call it. But usually that's the only thing that you usually, hassle over. So they're pretty easy to get done. Broncos waited to the last couple days, but they're all going to be done here pretty soon. And I'm sure, like you said, Hamler will probably be done here in the next couple hours. They'll have the whole draft class ready to go, which is a good thing. And it's just – I liked it the old way. I liked holdouts. I liked a little bit of fighting back and forth between the team and the player. Because it was entertaining. It was fun. You hear agents coming out, bad-mouthing the team, and then teams coming out. And, it's just
those were the good old days.
Yeah, it was entertaining. It was interesting.
And for those who don't know, Brandon Stokley, former fourth-round holdout. I mean, could you imagine if just Albert Okwuegbunam just dug his heels in and said, I ain't coming?
Yep, that is true. True story. Fourth-round holdout.
Oh,
it wasn't my fault.
It
was the Ravens' fault. Ozzie Newsome. Come on, Ozzie.
Come on, Ozzie. That guy didn't know what he was doing.
Come on, Ozzie.
All right. So Jeudy, I gotta mention this. All right, because I gotta hold true. Okay.
Oh.
I am about to sound like a old man hater. I just want to get out. Because I know some people are going to call me out on this. Okay.
You got more?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
It's coming out, Dave. It's coming out. I love Jerry Jeudy, and he's going to be a great player. Love him. Can't wait to cover him. Can't wait to watch him. All right. I think he's the man. Launching a clothing line. came out today. Before he's ever played an NFL snap. A millionaire, as soon as he inked that deal. Why launch the clothing line the day you're reporting to the facility for the very first time? Reminder, I love Jerry Jeudy. He's going to be great. But why launch a clothing line? You haven't spent one day in the facility. Oh, gosh. Yeah. I mean, Stoke, I don't want to sound like a hater, but we got like 6 guys on this football team with clothing lines. Okay?
Yeah. Do clothing lines ever work? Seriously, do they ever work?
Which one has? Which one has?
That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, like what clothing lines work?
Did Mile High Joe work? Did Elijah Wilkinson's? He's got a bus line, like the bus Wilkinson, the bus something. We got living legend DeMarcus Walker. I mean, we got guys with brands like out the wazoo.
And that's just here.
It's every team's
I mean, how
got
do
them.
They don't work. It doesn't ever work. So that's interesting. What is it called?
It's just Jerry Jeudy. It's like it's 2 J's and dude, it's cool. Look, first of all, let me just say this. I don't really care, okay? If I'm being real, I don't give a damn. Like I heard DMac sort of misrepresent our stance the other day. He was like, those guys were so upset. I'm not upset. I don't care. I'm just saying, like,
we were so upset about the video.
Yeah, about like
videos?
about the produced videos with all the music and the graphics and black and white. And it's like, dude, we haven't played a down of football yet. We haven't played it down. And maybe I'm just old school. And maybe if I were a rookie, I'd be putting out those videos too. And maybe I just don't have that perspective, okay? So maybe all that can be true. But I would like to think if I hadn't played a down of football, I wouldn't be putting out endless, hype videos and a clothing line. I don't know. Just, again, I don't care. The guy's going to be a great football player. I can't wait to root for him and pull for him every single Sunday that he's in orange and blue. But that being said, I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I'm not like, I don't know. It's just, I can go without the clothing line.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool, though, when a guy looks at it and somebody brings it to him and says, hey, you want to do this clothing line right here? And
he's your hometown guy and you want to help him too, maybe?
Right, or whatever the case may be. It might be a part of your agency, and they say, hey, we can do this and maybe make you a little bit of money. You want to do it? And you're like, I get my own clothing line? Yeah, sure, why not? And, I don't know how much effort and work he has to put into it or how much attention he pays to it. So I don't really care about that, the clothing line. I'd say the videos to me are a little bit out of control. That's
like he put out another video this morning. Did you see it?
No.
Dude, he put it. No, I'm not kidding. It's another video. It's another
a hype video. Or
yes.
Is it just him signing his contract?
No,
is it like
a video.
Is it like an Instagram story?
No,
Instagram stories are fine.
No,
I guess.
No, I'm talking about a pre-produced video, like coming over the top of Mile High, like flashbacks of Broncos legends, and he's gonna be like a Broncos legend, and getting the deal done, and like again, I know how I sound to some people right now. Okay, I know because but I can't help myself. Like you just signed your rookie contract. That does not need its own hype video.
No. And I think a lot of people agree with you. I agree with you. It's just a little bit too much sometimes. You're putting too much effort into these videos when you could be doing other things. When you're worried about filming your workouts and filming all this stuff, and now if somebody's just got a camera phone out there filming you,
yeah,
okay.
Whatever.
But when you're doing slow-mo stuff and it's black and white and it's this and it's that, it's a little bit like you're going out of your way to make good videos and not really.
It becomes about the brand. It becomes about the brand before you ever played it down.
Yes. You're not focusing as much on your workouts because you're worried about all this other stuff. How does it look? What does it look like?
It'll all take care of itself. You want to know what? People will do those videos for you. You're going to be a great player. Just let it happen. I mean, but again, it's a different day and age.
Yeah.
And,
it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Go play good football, and hopefully everything else takes care of itself. Just don't let it get away, all this other stuff getting away of football. Obviously a lot of people have different interests off the football field and do different things.
Of course.
It's like, okay, just don't let it get in the way of preparing and why you're here. Why are you here? It's because you're a great football player, and just don't let all the other stuff get in the way of that.
Yep. I love Jerry Jeudy. Just a reminder.
Yeah, of course
I don't
you
hate
do.
Jerry. I love him.
No. It's it is. It's just the times that we're in right now too.
Yeah.
And everybody's kind of doing it, and it's the trend, it's the fad, and so
I'm gonna release a hype video. My process coming in here, me warming up behind the mic, me putting my
I love it.
my mic cover on,
Right.
like slow mo, putting the headphones on.
Yes, strapping the headphones
like
on.
The logos, me like in between, like breaks, like eating my lunch, like taking notes. Be fire. Put it out there.
Did you hear that new promo? The snitch line?
Yeah, I heard you.
You got it? You heard that?
I heard you. I heard you.
I enjoyed that one. That was a good one.
That is funny.
You're going to have your coffee.
That is
and,
legitimately funny.
You can have your coffee over there, your iced coffee now, with like half milk, half coffee. It's pretty much all milk, 75% milk, and like.
Dude, my order is literally.
Slow-mo drinking your iced coffee.
Oh my God, we may actually have to do this. All right.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. We got to do that. Do you have your coffee there today?
I do have my coffee here today.
Lid off.
Living young, wild, and free.
I
son.
love it. I love it.
All right,
rebel.
Baseball is
thug life.
Thug life. That's it.
Bye.
Baseball is back. Sports are back, and it's happening tonight. We'll take a dive into what's on deck, what will it look like, and a peek at what's in store for tomorrow night. We'll take a dive into it next. Baseball is back tonight. How about that, man?
Awesome.
So many thought that we weren't going to get here, and who knows what the future has in store. We just really don't know. But we're going to watch Major League Baseball tonight.
Yeah, I mean, especially with some of these other sports, we figured they were going to be able to pull it off, but the baseball was the one that you looked at and said, even if things do clear up here, these guys can't get on the same page. This is not going to happen at all. And they had so many back and forths, they couldn't agree to disagree. So for baseball to be happening and starting tonight and then Rockies starting tomorrow, I think it's just awesome. 60 games, I love it. It's unique. It's different. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a sprint. I won't tell you one time it's just baseball.
Thank goodness.
Not one time this year.
Okay? My least favorite phrase in all of sports.
Because it's not baseball anymore. It's not like a normal baseball season. You can't lose 7 out of 10. You can't have a slump, a 10 or 15 game slump as a hitter. So it's going to be unique and different. And I'm excited about it, and got a couple games on deck tonight. Yankees, Nationals.
Yeah, you're right.
Dodgers, Giants.
That's right.
So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's finally here, and I've just been bottled up and watching NASCAR and UFC and boxing during the week. And last night it's 10:00 at night. I'm watching the Rapids. I'm watching the Rapids play at 10:00 last night. I've never watched an MLS game in my life, and there I was. But those days may be ending for me as the focus shifts to the 4 major sports here in the United States, and it gets kicked off tonight. I believe. I'm not going to assume. Are you going to be watching these games tonight? Or maybe the second one?
Yeah. I got a little something going on. I'm squaring up with Bearcat today on the course, so
you need to take care of business.
Yeah, I got to take care of business. But yeah, when I get home, it's right where it's going is watching baseball. So right when I get home, but I got to settle a score here with Bearcat. He's had my number.
Somehow I'm involved in your matchup today. I'm not even going to be there, and I have skin in the game somehow.
Yeah, you got action in it. So that's just usually how it works here with me and Bearcat.
I love it.
So we'll be having some fun today, and then we got our big match on Monday against Bearcat and Dreesen.
That's right,
and that's going to be a fun one. So it's getting ready for that.
You're not going to be the only one, by the way.
Huh?
I'm going to be out there today, too.
Today? I love it.
I'm just trying to sharpen my tools, Just trying to sharpen my tools. I'll be out there at Kennedy Golf Course here in the Tech Center with my buddy Tommy. And just, I'm still very much a work in progress and try to get one stroke better.
Yeah, I love it. So will you be watching afterwards, though?
I
know you will be.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to come home. And really, if I had my wits about me, when I planned this, I probably wouldn't even have planned this. I probably would have watched the Yankees Nationals game right from opening pitch just because I've been waiting for it for so much. But that's okay. I'll watch a bunch of baseball here this year, and I'll watch the Dodgers-Giants game tonight. The Dodgers, man, holy moly. That roster, that lineup is going to be as challenging as any that I think I can remember. It's just show me the weakness.
They're loaded. For sure. They just signed Mookie Betts to the long-term deal, $350 million, something like that.
How about that?
Whole lot of money.
A whole lot of money, man.
So, I mean, they got a great lineup, but I'm so excited about the Rockies. I just can't help it, man. And them the other night, and you seeing balls going out of the yard, and you see
Ryan McMahon and Arenado and
Murph.
Yeah,
Murph looks good, man. Murphy looks good. Like he's thinned up some.
What if Daniel Murphy just bats like .330 this year?
I think he is, man. I do. I've always loved Daniel Murphy, and obviously last year he didn't play very well, but he looks better. and he's thinned down. And Ryan Murphy's swing, McMahon, excuse me, his swing is just it's just so sweet.
I remember you saying that last year, opening day when we were watching him in the cage, and you were like, "Look at that guy, man! It just looks different." You're right.
And so I'm thinking that for me, those are the two guys that could be kind of under the radar, as under the radar as you could be here, and have like really good seasons for the Rockies. And whether it's 330, 320, and something like that, and just have some good years to really help this baseball team, surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, they could. But I'll tell you this: everyone's sleeping on the Rockies. Like, people have snoozed right past the Colorado Rockies. I'm looking at a poll that ESPN did, and the Rockies did not get one vote from like 18 votes of any team in the NL to make the playoffs. They didn't get a single vote.
Wow.
I mean, their over-under has been set at 27.5 or 26.5, depending on where you're looking. They are projected to be a losing baseball team once again.
Yeah.
And you know what? There are reasons if you're taking the silver lining approach and you look at the Rockies, I think a lot of what is happening to whether you're talking about power rankings or over-under win total or playoff projection, I think so much of it is an incredible, I'm hoping, overreaction to their 2019 season, where they were expected to be a playoff team for a third year in a row and ended up being 20 games under 500. And I think everyone's so down because of how things went down last year. But it's a new spin of the roulette wheel, my friend.
It is, and I think they look at their pitching though also, and realize there's some holes there, and the bullpen obviously holes there. But certainly you look at their bats and what could be if they get hot, and that's what I love about it. It's obviously you got to go out on the field and do it or don't do it, and so it doesn't matter what people speculate or guess or think you're going to be. I think the Rockies have potential. Now they got to deliver, and people are going to have to go out there and maybe play a little bit better above what we think they can do. You look at the pitching staff. We need Freeland to return to form a little bit. We need John Gray to build off of last year. Marquez to be the starter that we're hoping he's going to be. And then, like, hey, let's get some Senzatella in there, right? So, yeah, I mean, remember how excited we were about him a couple years ago. So, I mean, those guys have to deliver, and they got to stay healthy. And then the pen can't blow games, right? I mean, though Marilat was on with us yesterday when you had the Roby Day, and we're talking about how deflating it is, right? Whenever the bullpen, all of a sudden you got a 7-6 lead, you're in the ninth, and the Wade Davis blows the lead and blows the save. And, normally, that stinks, but it's just like, okay, well, that's baseball. It's going to happen. But 60-game season, it can't happen.
Yeah.
You can't have many of those or you're done. And how long is the leash for a guy like Wade Davis? If he blows a couple saves, I mean, you got to be moving on from him right away. So, look, I'm optimistic, though. I really am. And I'm not just saying that. I like their lineup. I like what they have. But obviously the question marks are the pitching, and hopefully they kind of surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, hopefully they can kind of play over their heads a little bit,
right?
For some of them. I'm just expecting Marquez to be Marquez. Let's just start there tomorrow night. Germán Marquez needs to be terrific the way he was in 2018. I mean, he was just lights out. And hopefully Kyle Freeland can recapture 2018. Hopefully John Gray can be what he was for the most part of 2019.
Yes.
And, after that, it gets really hairy. But look, we talked about this the other day. The offense needs to carry its water here. It's got to do its part. The burden, just like the Broncos, the burden of success here in 2020 should be more relied upon the defense than the offense, that young offense that the Broncos have. Same thing goes for the offense of the Rockies. Because you can talk yourself into that lineup being one of the better offensive lineups in the NL. So,
yes. It's got to carry this team. I mean, look, we talked about the question marks of the pitching staff, and look, they're going to have some bad outings. Maybe the middle relief has some bad outings. This offense has got to be the backbone of this baseball team. They got to deliver, and they can't have stretches that we've seen from this team, and it's just like, oh my gosh, what is going on with the bats? There's so much talent here.
Yep.
Why can't they put it together? We can't have that. Can't
Yep.
have that. If
Yep.
we have it, it's a wrap, and they're going to be what everybody thinks they're going to be. But I look at that lineup, and you look at, Dahl and Story, Arenado, Charlie Blackmon. Who am I missing?
Ryan McMahon, Tapia.
Ryan McMahon, Tapia. I mean, Tapia's another guy. You know I love me some Tapia.
You do.
And he's
Step-up
got
season.
the speed. He's a lefty right there. He's got the speed, and so he provides a little bit of a different dynamic for this baseball team. So look, they got some guys now.
They do. But I'm also looking at that Dodgers lineup. Oh my God. You got Mookie and Muncy and Turner and Bellinger and Seager and Pollock. I mean, murderers freaking row. Golly. But that's why they play the game.
And they've been talking about expanding the playoffs here.
Yeah,
and
how
so
about that?
we might be able to see something here pretty soon. They're talking about expanding it to, 20 teams or something, whatever it is. I don't remember, but
I think it's 16 from 10.
10 to 16, something like that. Yes, and so.
We got a couple hours to get it done. I mean,
they're going
tonight.
up into the last minute here, but it's baseball. It's baseball. That's what they do.
You said that was out. I mean,
once the season starts, the season hasn't started yet.
Dude, I mean, golly, the season's starting in a couple hours.
Yeah, it hasn't started, so it's baseball. That's what baseball does. They're fighting between owners and the union, and but we might see extra teams in the playoffs. We'll know here in the next couple hours.
Yeah, Elvis Doomerville thinks they're cutting it close. All right, the NFL and the NFLPA are reportedly at odds over what? We'll share with you next. So I gotta share this with you, Stoke, and we'll get to the NFL and the NFLPA reportedly at odds over money. We were talking about the hype video, Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah,
another hype video announcing he's agreed to terms on his contract. And I said, man, everyone's making these hype videos. I should make a hype video. All right, me doing my radio job, taking notes, drinking my coffee, talking to you, and Luke Cooper from Cooper Heating and Air just texted me and said, I need to sponsor that video. Need to make that happen. I'll be the sponsor of it. So
love it.
We may have something in the works.
There we go.
Scott Wagner of CNBC put out this tweet yesterday, quote, NFL Players Union and League at significant odds over.
Say it again.
NFL Players Union and League at significant odds over. What could it be?
Well, it's got to be salary cap, money.
Money.
A whole lot of money.
NFL Union and League at significant odds over money, according to a source. The source says the union is demanding that players get paid their full salaries, even if the season is abbreviated. Negotiations ended today with no deal. All other issues done, end quote.
So all other issues are solved? Resolved?
It sounds like it.
Figured out?
Sounds like it.
Okay. This is a tough one here. Usually if you're a veteran player that's vested, so if you have over 3 years, you're on the opening day roster, your salary is going to be guaranteed for the year.
Yep.
And if you get cut, you're still going to get paid. You can do that one time throughout the course of your career. One time. Okay? So if it happened to you your 5th year, you got cut from a team, look, they're going to pay you if you're on the roster for the first week, they're going to pay you the rest of your salary. You make that, okay. If it happens to you, year 8, nope, you can only do it once. That's the way it used to be. I don't know if that changed in the new CBA or not. Looking at this year.
That's interesting, by the way, Stokey. You just taught me something. I did not realize that.
Yes.
That one time in your career, you can get cut and you keep your salary?
Yes, if you were on the opening day roster.
Right.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes.
I just learned something.
After you're vested, after year 3. Okay? So it doesn't matter. If you're year 1, nope, they can, play roster roulette with you.
Right.
And just kind of put you on, take you off. You could be on opening day roster. They can cut you the second week. So you have to be a vested player, and that's after year 3. So this is interesting. Now, for everybody to have their salary fully guaranteed for the whole season, I mean, that's a big deal because if it gets shortened and all of a sudden you only play 6 games, 8 games, wow. I mean, that's a big commitment from the owners for a shortened season. So
the massive commitment. I can't think of a bigger one.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's going to be very interesting. And I know, they were fighting over also what's going to constitute a accrued season, meaning a player gets credit for a season.
Now, I still haven't heard the answer to that one.
If the season's cut short, I know. They've been going back and forth, and so.
What do you think it should be? By the way, I didn't ask you that. What do you think should be worth an accrued season?
So if the season gets cut short and you only play, 4 games, should Justin Simmons be a free agent next year?
Oh,
again. See, that's what we're looking at here.
Right.
Or should he have to play under the franchise tag again?
Right. And that's what McManus was saying the other day because he's going to be a free agent. He referenced that same thing.
Right. And so then that got me thinking, well, what's the number of games that it's going to be at? And we haven't heard, and they haven't come to an agreement there yet. So for me, what would it need to be to constitute a full season? I mean, usually it's 3 games. So, look, I would say 3 games. If you play 3 weeks, there's your season. If the season stops after the 3rd week, hey, sorry, we played our 3 games. So I would say probably like it normally is, right around 3 games is what it should be.
That sounds fair. I mean, because you're going to make
they
it
ought
less
to just
than
have
that.
me
Is
in
it
there
2?
negotiating.
Is it 1?
Just have me in there negotiating. I'll get it hammered out quickly.
You may have missed your calling.
Yeah, I think I did.
You may have missed your calling. You have gone to to war with teams holding out, injury settlements, all sorts of experience.
Yeah, I've done it all. So I think I could help both sides come to an agreement here, get this thing done quick. Let's go to the golf course.
Right.
All right, easy peasy, bam, bam. Hey, you want 8? You want players? You want this? How about 3? How about 3? Let's go 3, guys. What does it sound good? All right, let's go.
Could you imagine a scenario like the Denver Broncos want to see more from Justin Simmons? They want to see him do it again. Could you imagine Justin Simmons going out there playing on a franchise tag, the first ever under John Elway to actually play on the franchise tag? He goes out there, he plays great football for 4 games, and the season gets shut down.
Yeah.
What do? You tag him again?
Either that or you try to get a long-term deal. Yeah, you probably tag him again. That's what you'd have to do. Probably tag him again. Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, that's an interesting scenario there.
Yeah.
So it's you look at the situation here. Okay, so how many games will constitute a season for a player? So they could be done with their this year. Justin Simmons would be done with the franchise tag. He'll be able to be a free agent next year. The Broncos would have to re-tag him. But also the other thing, like you were just talking about, the money wise. Look, if you only play 6 games, players want the full salary for the full 16-game season. I think they're going to have to be give and take on both of those sides right there, for the money for the players and for the games. Hey, we'll come down. Owners say, hey, we'll come down on the games played to count for your season, but we're not going to pay you a full 16-game season if we only play 8 games. Maybe we'll bump 2 more paychecks in there for you, something like that, right?
Yeah.
But to think you're going to get paid for the whole season if the season gets cut short, I think is I don't know. I can't see the owners going for that.
I can't either. And I wonder if this is going to be a wedge between the two that creates a stalemate. And gosh, I hope not. I mean, we got players reporting today. And the fact that this is not ironed out yet and players are reporting today is bizarre.
Yeah.
It's just, whoa, different. Okay. Well, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. We have to get news on it here eventually. And no news is not good news in this case. So, all right. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. You can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line if you want to become a part of the show, 303-713-1043. And someone just says, really appreciate you guys sacrifice your afternoon to entertain us. You're welcome.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to do it.
Someone's got to
do it. Me and Zach, we'll take one for the team here.
It's all right. It's all right. Is there here's a good question. Is there going to be a true competition at left tackle? And maybe a better question, can there be? Details next. Is there going to be a true competition at left tackle? I'm talking about.
Was this your favorite Nickelback song, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah, me too.
This is from their second album, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
the best one. Yeah.
In the Key of Life, I think the name
photos.
was.
Other than the photos, this is a photograph. This is my favorite. Yeah.
Is there going to be an up and up competition at left tackle? And maybe a better question, can there be? Stoke, with no preseason games, can there be a legitimate competition between Elijah Wilkinson and Garrett Bowles?
I really don't think so. It's going to be very difficult to have the kind of competition that you're going to need to have to unseat a Garrett Bowles. I mean, the guy's been the starter there for 3 years now. I understand his play's been up and down, and he's had some bad moments. Okay, I understand that. But still, it's going to be difficult for somebody to come in here like Elijah Wilkinson and be able to go out there and show the coaching staff enough to say, okay, yep, we're ready to pull the plug on Garrett Bowles now. Because once you pull the plug, I mean, you're going to have to give Elijah Wilkinson a long leash here. And I just don't know if there's enough opportunities available for a guy like Elijah Wilkinson to unseat Garrett Bowles. Now, it could happen throughout the course of a season. But to start the season, there no preseason games. You see the process here before you even get in the pads. How many padded practice are they going to be able to have? How are you going to handle training camp as a coach? Will you be less physical? Will you be more physical, more demanding? So how many opportunities will he legitimately have to go out there in team situations and go full speed and show what he can do? I think they're going to be very, very limited. So, no, I don't. I don't think there's any chance that he has a legitimate chance to unseat Garrett Bowles, and it's not because of anything that he can control. It's just the factors that we're in right now, and the situation that we're in right now is not going to provide him enough opportunities to go out there and get the coaching staff to trust him enough to say, Garrett Bowles, we know you've been the starter here for 3 years, but now you're on the bench. Now, it could happen during the season, like I said, but to start the season, no, I don't think so.
This is Elijah Wilkinson last night with Nick and Cecil about the competition at left tackle.
Making sure I'm sharp on my plays, even though we haven't really been, really in the classroom at all. The Zoom meetings were helpful, but it's a little different this year. You kind of, have that self-discipline and be able to really hone in on the details on your own and be able to adjust to the playbook on your own, really. So that's been something kind of new, but, it's all, it's football, man. So I'm just ready to get back to it and to have a good competition, in camp.
How can the Broncos mock it up the best they can in practice to make it as legitimate as possible?
I mean, I guess you go live and try to, do some scrimmages, things of that nature. But, coaches are so scared to get guys hurt. We've seen it, Zach. You're seeing these guys less and less in preseason games. You're seeing hitting less and less in practice than ever before. So will it be cranked up this year because no preseason games? So do you just gamble and say, you know what, we're going to hit a lot more this year. We're going to do more live football than we have in years because there's no preseason game. We got to get these guys ready to play week one. So if you do a lot of that, you'll be able to get a decent look at him, but I still don't think it's going to be enough to be able to unseat Bowles first game of the year. Do you think there'll be enough time? Do you think you'll have to show what he can do and the coaching staff start him over Bowles?
Well, I think – let me answer that question this way. I think that this competition, there's more to it than just this competition. And I know on its face that doesn't make sense, but what I mean is I think – we have a 3-year sample size of Garrett Bowles. And I think some of that has to come into play with this competition. That is information about the guy that you're evaluating. So I think back to last year when Juwan James becomes healthy and Vic Fangio is openly saying into a microphone that they were planning on rotating at left tackle, which is, of course, just not what you want to do, but it's an indicator how they felt about Garrett. Do those feelings from a year ago bleed into the competition this preseason, and how much of an impact does his already a firm reputation play into it?
Yeah, I think it has obviously something to do with it, but we got to, how much does Pat Shurmur play involved here with the decision? Because it's his offense. He's calling the plays, and, he wants to be able to trust his left tackle. And so, how much of a voice does he have in this whole situation? I think he has a big voice. So you look at that. You look at I think Bowles would have to fall on his face, really, and just be awful throughout the course of this month for them to unseat him. I think it's a lot easier to go the other way, right? It's a lot easier to go, okay, we'll just start Bowles, even if it's close. Maybe Elijah plays a little bit better. You keep Bowles in there. Well, let's see Bowles in this with this new offense, and let's take a look at him. And then if he doesn't perform well, you can remove him and put Wilkinson in there. But if you go with Wilkinson to begin with, now what'd you do to Bowles? Is his confidence shaken? I know a lot of people say, who cares? But still. So I think it's easier to start with Bowles, and if he doesn't play well, to remove him than to start with Wilkinson. And then all of a sudden, if Elijah can't handle it, now you got to try to go back to Bowles. I think that's another reason why I don't think that Elijah Wilkinson will take the job from him to start the season.
Really quick here on the way out, I heard an interesting point from James Marillette, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, that he believes that Elijah Wilkinson's versatility in a bizarre twist may actually work against Elijah. Because if he doesn't win that job, he can play inside, he can play right tackle, and he could fill in for left tackle if needed, where Garrett, he just plays left tackle.
Right.
And if he doesn't win the job, he's just sort of sitting.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And so
I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah, that's another good point. And, you have the versatility of a backup in Elijah Wilkinson that's very valuable. What's going on with Juwan James? Oh, well, we can put Elijah Wilkinson over there if we need. What's going on with the right guard, Glasgow? He's used to rotate. Let's rotate with him again this year. Make him comfortable.
Interesting conversation that we're not going to have to wait too much longer.
You weren't paying attention to me.
What was I not?
No.
Did something go over my head?
I threw a good joke in there, and you just didn't get it. It was a good joke.
Was it
solid? I thought it was solid.
Was it?
Yeah. I can't do it again. I mean, you only get one crack at it, and there's no going back and trying to nail it again. It's just going to mess it up. So
all right,
go listen to the podcast. I don't know. Hey, who caught the joke out there? Hit Zach up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Let him. Was it good? Was it bad? Did I miss it? Am I hyping it up too much?
Any other week, I might feel a little bit bad about it. But you really stumbled out of the gate earlier in the week. So I'm going to give myself a break here.
Yeah, you get a pass. You definitely get a pass. First hour and a half on Monday.
That's just in shambles, right?
Yeah, it was a tough hour and a half.
That's right.
Better second half, though.
Oh,
came out of the locker room and performed better.
That's what life's about, man. The bounce back.
That's right.
The bounce back.
Steven, did you get the joke?
He wasn't listening. He's shaking his head no.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Too. What are y'all doing in the studio? Besides drinking coffee without the lid on it.
What is the future of this competition? And we will bounce that question. Is it truly going to be authentic? And what adjustments does Vic Fangio have to make with training camp practices? And what does that look like with no preseason games? We'll talk to Mike Kliss about that next. I went back and heard your little joke. I heard your little joke about Graham Glasgow and
Did you
rotating.
like it? Was it okay?
You know what? It was okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, it wasn't a great one, but I expected a chuckle from you or something, and I got nothing. So I'm like, oh.
Yeah, we were nearing the end of the segment, and I was just trying to organize what we were just about to go into, and just,
it's all right.
I missed it.
I threw a little joke in there, and Zach gave me nothing. And did we got any reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line?
Yeah, Tyler says, good joke about Glasgow, Stoke.
There we go. Thank you, Tyler.
Someone else says, don't hype it up like the panini maker, Stoke.
No, I wasn't trying to hype it up, but I thought it was an okay one. It wasn't like great, but I got nothing from
it. It was subtle. It was subtle.
Yes.
It wasn't some big punchline. It was just shoehorned right in there.
Right. Just kept it going and didn't miss a beat, and I got nothing. So all right.
Mike Kliss, our Broncos insider and resident troublemaker with the Broncos these days. Mike, has that blown over enough for you?
Yeah, I'm out here on the Green Valley Golf Club deal with the Colorado Open. Followed Brandon McManus around for 3 holes.
How's he doing?
2 over. He's playing well. He's not putting. He's got a 3-putt from 25. Tough green. It was a tough green. And then a 3-putt from about 15. So putter's not working for him. He's hitting the ball well, but we'll see what happens. He's out here hanging with some really good golfers.
Nice. That's and I'm sure you're out there. You're trying to follow the news on what's going on. Is KJ Hamler the only unsigned Broncos rookie right now?
Correct. Yeah.
What's holding that one up, Mike? Do you have any idea what's holding that one up compared to the other ones getting done?
Well, he is represented by CAA, and they generally really try to fight for everything they can. Sometimes with the second rounder, it can be a guarantee in year 3 and 4. It can be offset language. They try to get it. They don't usually get it. But they often in these kind of things, why sign today if you don't have to, is kind of their. But I would think he would sign today, but you never know. But all the other 9 of the 10 were signed, including 7 yesterday. So Rich Hurtado very busy getting this thing done.
Mike Kliss at 9 News, one of our Broncos insiders, joining us here on Stokley and Zach. Today, most of the rookie class did report to the facility, as well as the quarterbacks and rehabbing players. And today, they take the first of 2 COVID-19 tests. If negative, the players will test again on Sunday. And if they remain negative, they'll be able to walk through the doors at UC Health Training Center and get started here next week. And then you have the veterans reporting, going through the same process. So, Mike, when will, just assuming most of these guys pass the test as negative, and we're going to have some positive tests for sure, and we should be prepared for that. But for the majority of the group, they should be on the field all together by when? Say Thursday or Friday?
The full squad will be Saturday, August 1st. So you got the rookies and quarterbacks will be in the building on Monday. And it's not like they're going to line up 11 on 11 on Monday. And then when the full squad reports Tuesday and they get done with their 5-day, it's actually 4-day pre-entry COVID tests, it won't be till Saturday, August 1 that everyone's together. And I assume once they get together on Saturday, August 1, they'll have a full team meeting in the field house, not in their regular meeting room because of social distancing guidelines. Right. But probably that meeting will be moved. And then from what I understand, it's going to be conditioning and meetings the first few days. And I'm not sure how many days. The helmets go on after about a week, maybe 10 days. And then the pads, the way I got it figured, the first time they put on their pads is August 16th. So we got a while. That's almost a month away yet.
Why so long? Why so long, Mike?
Acclimation period, right?
It's just
acclimation. They've been they've been all off season is a big thing. They didn't have OTAs, they didn't have conditioning, so that was a big thing right there. The acclimation period, and just the whole concern on COVID, taking it easy, slow the roll. A lot of these guys with wives and kids are very concerned about all this, and they're just taking every precaution they possibly can.
Yeah, we're joined by Mike Kliss. And Mike, looking at the Broncos situation, I know you saw the Bradley Chubb video that they put out, and it was just really cool to see all the precautions and their protocols that they have in place for the players and their staff to try to keep everybody healthy. And like you said, you look at the meeting rooms and how they're situated. You look at the training room, putting one training room in the field house, making another locker room in the field house over there, the indoor facility. Broncos are very fortunate, though, because they have the space. And they have the luxury to do that. What do other teams do that don't have this type of space that the Broncos do? They just redid their pretty much their whole facility, all of it here in the last 5-6 years. I mean, it's awesome, but they have the space to be able to do these things, which I think is great. Other teams, not quite the case like the Broncos have it.
Yeah, they're going to need some extra shuttle buses, I think, to borrow some facilities here and there. And, that's another part of this COVID protocol is you can only have a certain number of guys on a bus. So that's going to be an added expense for the NFL.
Right.
But, you're right. In some of these facilities, Vegas and L.A. are still under construction. They definitely have some challenges. And then you got some other people that some teams with antiquated facilities, they are going to be challenged. It's probably why, the Broncos were among the first three to have their IDR plan, infection disease, emergency response. They were among the top three to have it approved by both the league and the union. And as of yesterday morning, there were still only 8 teams that had it approved. So I don't know specifically the challenges, but you're right, Stoke. You facilities around the NFL better than anybody, and some teams probably can't space it out the way the Broncos can.
Mike, we were just talking about, and once again, Mike Kliss dropping by, our 9 News Broncos insider. We were just talking about the competition at left tackle between Elijah Wilkinson and Garrett Bowles. We're told that it's a thing, but on the other hand, there's going to be no preseason games. Can it be a legitimate competition for the starting left tackle spot without games? And if it can be, what does that look like?
I agree. I'm not sure how it can be. And on top of that, Elijah Wilkinson had a little minor ankle surgery. Had a scope on his ankle about 6, 8 weeks ago. So he should be ready, but you know how those things go. Maybe he'll be ready, maybe he won't. So I think what you're probably going to see is Bowles be the starting left tackle and Wilkinson be the swing guy, which is what they've always thought he was. They always thought he was that sixth man, so to speak, on the offensive line. He can play both tackles. He can play right guard. With this injury and no off season, no preseason, it's not just left tackle. That goes for a lot of spots. Number 3 corner. You pretty much got to have your guy at number 3 corner decided today. How much is going to change in 3 weeks of practice? So, I would think that Bowles is going to be the left tackle, and that's consistent. I tell you guys, Fangio and Munchak, they see something in the kid. I know it's been frustrating. They haven't lived with the holding penalties for 3 years. They just went through it last year.
Right.
But I think they think Garrett Bowles can be a really good, above average. Let's put it that way, above average starting left tackle in the NFL.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, and we're joined by Mike Kliss and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes up, but I think you got to start with Bowles probably. It's easier to flip that way and go to Elijah Wilkinson if Bowles isn't doing well than to start with Wilkinson and then have to make the change back to Bowles. So I think it's going to be Bowles to start it, and if he plays, if he has some bad moments, they'll take him out and put Wilkinson in. But, Mike, how do you think this training camp, obviously it's so much different than any training camp we've ever seen. No preseason games. You have a big, long acclimation period where they, do conditioning stuff before they even go into doing any kind of practice, and then you put pads on. Do you think once they put pads on, it's going to be a more physical camp than we've seen in years because you got to get ready to play some football?
Yeah, probably. Fangio likes physical practices anyway. We saw that last year. I mean, he went, I think the max was, he had one where he went right up to 3 hours in practice in the morning. He consistently, and he went pads something like 14 days in a row. They had mandatory off days in between, but when they practiced, I think they had 14, 15 padded practices in a row. So Fangio believes in that. Whatever the limit is on physical practice, Fangio is going to go up against it. More so than other teams. Right there with Belichick, I hear Belichick really has physical practices. He loves to be in pads. Fangio might be right there, close second, if not tied with Belichick, as far as how physical they'll go. It's still, the old timers out there are listening are probably laughing because they had to go pads 2-a-days, 3 hours each session. But it's nothing like that with the new CBA rules. But as much as they can, the Broncos will be physical in practice.
Well, I think they're going to have to be, because if you're not doing that, there's going to be some shock value up front when you play the Tennessee Titans on Monday Night Football. So however you have to prepare to get the calluses before it matters, and I've said this for the last couple of weeks, with no preseason games now, I am adjusting my expectations for the front portion of this season, Mike, because I'm looking at a Titans team coming into town that was just in a championship game this past year. I'm looking at a Steelers team that could straight up come out of the AFC with a Hall of Fame quarterback as well, who's played hundreds of football games. I got the most accomplished quarterback in NFL history coming into town week 3, and then back-to-back cross-country road trips to the Jets and the Patriots in weeks 4 and 5. Before there's any sort of even mini reprieve with the Dolphins at home. Have you started to adjust your own expectations with the new information that's come here in the last month for at least the front portion of the schedule for this very young offense?
Well, before all this adjustments happened, I had them lucky to be 2-3 after 5 games. And if it's 1-4, that would be the Tennessee Titans game. I got a kick out of the fan, when the fan went through the Broncos schedule. Everyone had them beating Tennessee. Every single one of you.
Yep.
Got them beating Tennessee. And, Tennessee was a Final Four team last year. So, and, you got Tannehill coming off, no off season. He's been around, a veteran, versus Locke coming off a no off season. The Broncos are favored, but, would any of us be shocked if Tennessee won that game? I don't think anybody should.
No.
I think the Broncos got a chance to be – the bottom line is I think the Broncos do have a chance to be a pretty decent team this year. The defense has got some talent. The offense has young talent. It depends on how quickly the offense gels. But I think, like last year, this is again setting up to where this team will be better at the end of the season than it is in the beginning.
Mike Kliss joining us here. Last one for me, Mike. Have you been following, what's been going on between the union and the league? There's still things they haven't ironed out. You're looking at trying to get the salary cap thing figured out, and Owners want it spread out for over the next 2 years. Players and the union want it spread out over the life of the CBA over the next 11 years. You have that. You have how much are they going to get paid if the season is shortened? Players want their whole salary. Obviously, owners don't want that. How many games is it going to take for a player to get his season counted towards his benefits and towards free agency? Things like that still haven't been ironed out. Are you concerned at all about these things?
I talked to McManus before his round today, and he's the player rep with the Broncos, and he said there basically are two components. The safety component, which is they've got an agreement there, with all the testing. The players are satisfied there. There are some major differences fiscally, the financial component. And no, I'm not concerned. I've covered so many labor negotiations in sports over the years. I think, they talk, they say it doesn't look good, and then the deadline comes and they get the deal done. And that's the way it's been really with the NFL and the union here this year, going back to March with the CBA. It didn't look good, and then all of a sudden it got done. I think there'll be a lot of rhetoric between now and whatever they decide the absolute drop-dead deadline is. But come the absolute drop-dead deadline, they'll have an agreement, and I think there'll be a 2020 season, all 16 games. That's the way I'm betting right now. I wish there was some preseason game for 9 News and Channel 20 to broadcast here this preseason, get the players warmed up a little bit. But absent that, I do think they'll play all 16. And I'm also, by saying that, I'm optimistic that the virus, won't rear its ugly head any more than it has.
Well, I'm with you there with being optimistic and hoping for the best. And I, like you, do believe that we are going to have 17 weeks of NFL football. But until we truly know, we truly don't know. So, but we'll leave it there for now, Mike. Really appreciate you dropping by here.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
See you, Mike.
There he goes. Mike Kliss, 9 News, Broncos Insider. We just don't know.
No, we don't. But, you brought up something when we were talking, when you started talking about the early part of the schedule for the Broncos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I started thinking of, I asked Kliss about the training camp schedule and, how he thinks it's going to go and how he thinks Vic's going to operate because preseason games last year, if I recall correctly, Vic didn't – I thought he would be more aggressive with the guys and make them play a little bit more than what they did.
Same.
Right? And that kind of surprised me there. Obviously, no preseason games this year. So you look at their first game of the season, okay? The Tennessee Titans, hard, smash-mouth football team, right? A very well-coached football team. Tough football team. They play the game the right way, and they're a tough. I would categorize them as a tough football team, a good offensive line, a physical football team.
You're talking about the Titans, Stoke? Yes. Oh, of course.
Isn't that how you would categorize them?
Yes. Old school a little bit.
Yes. So looking at that, I think it's even more important to have a very, very physical training camp. You have to get ready for the Tennessee Titans, who have been in the same system now for multiple years. And who, their identity is to be physical. And Derrick Henry just got signed up. They're going to run the football. They're going to try to whip you up front. Really good offensive line. They're a well-coached defense. That's a physical defense, and we saw that, especially in the playoffs last year. So you're looking at your opponent if you're Vic Fangio, and you're saying, you know what, we got to match that physicality. And the only way that you can match it is by going out there and doing it in a training camp. So I think yes, even more so this year, you want to be a more physical football team and have a more physical training camp. But you look at their season and their opener, and that's a team that you better be ready to come up with your fist out and be ready for a fist fight because that's who the Tennessee Titans are. And the only way you can accomplish that is by having a physical training camp.
I could not agree anymore.
Cheers to that, brother.
Full endorsement for everything that you just said, because who they are as an identity absolutely matters, and how you operate as a team in terms of the Broncos leading up to that game. Because if you're not ready for that, if you're not ready for that, you can think that you're ready, but if you're not ready for that, and I don't even know if there's a way to be ready for that without playing preseason games, to be totally honest with you. And I don't feel great about it. I don't feel great about it.
You got to hit as much as you can in practice. Scrimmages and things like that. I mean, that's all you can do. But certainly, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be difficult to mimic that style of football because you do try to walk that fine line. But I think this year you got to throw caution to the wind. You really do because you haven't had any off season. You got to throw caution to the wind about worrying about getting guys hurt, and I understand that philosophy, but at the same time, it's like, hey, now I don't need to see Von Miller out there, right? Guys like that, but most of these guys, well, you got to get them out there, and you got to be hitting. It's got to be a physical training camp because you got to come out the gates fast, and you're coming out of the gates against one of the more physical football teams in the NFL.
Yeah, and I'll just say this: I disagree with you about your Von Miller comment. I think Von Miller and the coaching staff and the way they handle Von Miller should be reset with a beginner's mindset. Just get back to basics. Get back to basics. And if this defense is going to be what we think it could be, a lot of this depends on Von. And that guy has to be ready to play football on Monday night against the Titans. And him not being a full go, I'm not saying full go day after day or anything like that, but I don't think he should be treated that much differently. This is not a 36-year-old veteran. He's in his very early 30s. Let's get ready to play. It's a fist fight on Monday Night Football. You can't.
I'm with you, but I think certain players you still got to be a little bit cautious with, right? Other young players, you're like, hey, let's go. I mean, you're going to be a lot more physical practices than a guy like Von. I'm not babying Von, but at the same time, I'm going to be cautious with a guy like that to a certain degree. And you'll have a few of those guys that, you know what, hey, these guys we need to be cautious with because we can't afford to get them hurt. If they get injured in training camp, it's going to alter our football season. Other guys, it's just like, hey, it is what it is. If you get injured, you get injured. Like this offensive line needs to be out there the whole time. And just physical. Our defensive line, Jarrell Casey, I don't need to see you out there as much. Draymond Jones, yep. Mike Purcell, yep. You kind of follow me there?
Sure.
And not saying that Jarrell Casey's not going to be involved in any physical practices at all, but it's going to be very highly monitored. So Von, yeah, he needs to be hitting and getting involved, but to a certain degree. I'm not going to take the reins off of him and say, hey, I'm going to treat you just like I'm treating everybody else.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, you are making sense here. I just think, if you look at the Broncos' schedule and teams on it, a team that profiles as a club that you may not want to start with no preseason, the Titans are in that conversation.
Yeah. Yep.
Just by the way that they play. It's like if you haven't sparred stepping into a ring with Tyson. And that initial shock of who you're up against is going to be very, very real. And you look at that Titans defense, you talk about the offensive line for sure, and the running game and the smash mouth, we're going to run it down your throat style of play. But you look at that defense and the secondary and the safeties that they have, it's one of the better groups in the entire league. So,
yes. And on top of that, Zach, so you have all of that, right? Very physical football team, and it's kind of you'd rather play a style like I don't want to say Kansas City Chiefs, but that kind of team, right? Not the Chiefs because they're really good, but probably
like the Patriots,
more finesse team, more of a finesse team.
Oh, okay.
And on top of that, with the Titans, when you look at them, they got no changes. They're bringing back the same offense. The defense is the same. Mike Vrabel's the guy. I know Dean Pease left, but, their head coach, they're not missing a beat there. So they have consistency and continuity with their offense, with their defense, with their coaching staff, and their physical.
Yeah.
So it's not a great start for the Denver Broncos, that style of a football team.
It's not. And the Broncos are going to have to find their sea legs, if you will, in terms of physicality. Right, there's an initial shock when
Explain that.
I mean, if you're not used to being out at sea and then you go, you're out in the ocean for 6 hours with
That's
those
why
waves.
You take Dramamine, right?
You take Dramamine, you could still get a little bit sick.
Oh,
still
the
could
sea
go.
legs. That's what you call it?
You build up that, you build up that stamina, if you will. You don't want to be caught like, Tyler Polumbus on our fourth possession down at the Nuggets facility. When you just can't feel your legs.
Build up the what?
Sea legs.
The stamina?
Stamina. Or stamina.
Yeah,
stamina.
Yeah, come on, say it with me. Stamina. Yeah, you're throwing N's in there that shouldn't be there. You're throwing M's in the wrong spots. Goodness gracious.
They made a trade.
Day off, and
they
made a trade.
They swapped.
They made a trade. They traded for each other. I like that, Zach. I really like that. That's a good one. You build up your stamina, right? You build that up. And so,
really,
yes, with your sea legs, because you forgot your Dramamine. Brought to you by
right.
Zach By.
That's right. Don't forget to plug your nose.
That's right. Plug your nose and wear your basketball jersey and another shirt over the top of it to the pool. Do we need to get you goggles also? I got goggles. My wife bought a 6-pack from
I can't open
Costco
my eye.
or whatever. So we got goggles for you too.
Yeah, no, I do need them. I cannot open my eyes underwater either.
Yeah, I don't open my eyes, but I'm used to it. I just go without open my eyes.
Yeah,
that's what I used to do. And just kind of figure it out.
See, here's where I really thrive in the water. If you can get me the set where the goggles and the nose are all part of the same housing there.
Oh, gotcha.
They're
right.
all
then
just suctioned to my
2-in-1.
That's
the
right.
2-in-1.
That's right. That's right.
You're living a good life then.
And looking like, Urkel.
Man. Oh gosh.
You build up that stamina. Steven picking on me.
Man.
That's not right.
No, that is right, Steven, because he was throwing some blows at you. I don't know. I think it was last week. He took a couple shots at you, Steven. So good for you, buddy. Good for you, buddy.
Oh, Lordy. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 if you want to react to anything that we were just talking about. Someone does make a point here on the RamosLaw.com text line saying that I don't understand if these teams are, and this is from Bill from Philadelphia. Appreciate you listening from Philly. He's talking about, look, if you're going to take all these precautions and make sure that no one is testing positive for COVID-19, why do they then have to socially distance within the facility if it's so stringent to get in that facility in the first place?
Yeah, look, because you can have a situation where a guy goes in there and he thinks he's negative and he's actually positive. So you want to take as many precautions as you can along the way. You don't know what's going on. You're trying to wear a mask to help the situation. Is everything foolproof? No. So do as much as you can to help everybody out. I think that's the best way to look at it. Because you might get a false negative and you might actually be positive, and it might not be till the next day until it comes back positive, and then you're around people. But if you were social distances, now that just helps the situation out, right?
That makes sense.
That's the way you got to look at it, because these tests aren't 100% accurate. I remember who's Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR driver.
Right.
He tested positive for it, and then like a day later he tested negative or something. He's just like, I don't know what's going on here. And so conflicting test results. So there could be situations where guys have a false positive and they're actually contagious. So continue to have everything available to keep everybody else safe.
All right, Stoke, we will pivot from that conversation because we have one of my broadcasting heroes for sure, the legendary Mike Greenberg dropping by, of course, the longtime host of Mike. You can see him every single morning on Get Up on ESPN. Mike, appreciate you stopping by here on Stokley and Zach yet again. I think you joined us maybe a year and a half ago.
Yep.
We appreciate your time. There have been so many moments of doubt over the last couple months leading us to today, this moment, tonight, where the Yankees and the Nationals and the Dodgers and the Giants are going to play Major League Baseball. Talk about the journey from your standpoint and the ups and downs of optimism and pessimism leading up into tonight.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Good to talk to you again. I would say there were moments of pessimism. It was actually, I hosted a special on ESPN in the middle of June in which I interviewed all of the commissioners, including Rob Manfred. And that was the one where I all I did was say hello, and he took it from there. And he got into how this was a disaster. He wasn't confident. He didn't sound like he thought baseball was going to be played, and that didn't even have anything to do with the coronavirus. It was all about figuring out the money. So they showed you a little bit of their dirty laundry through this process, and it wasn't always pretty. But as we all sort of suspected, once they got to the finish line, all of that feels like ancient history. And tonight, if weather permits in Washington, and I know that seems to be a little questionable right now, Garrett Cole and Max Scherzer, two of the best pitchers on planet Earth, are going to get the ball and they're going to throw it. And we're going to watch a baseball game that counts. And as a person who has loved sports all of my life and has dedicated my entire adult life to it professionally, I can't remember the last time I was looking forward to anything quite in the way that I'm looking forward to this.
And the great Mike Greenberg joined us. Thank you, Mike. Brandon Stokley for joining us today. Looking at football, Broncos rookies are reporting today. I think Houston's and the Chiefs have already reported or have taken the first step. It's a lot different, obviously, this training camp compared to previous ones. What's your level of optimism here that we're going to actually see a 16-game season, playoffs, and a Super Bowl for the NFL?
Well, it's so hard to say. Here's the answer that I've been giving to that basically from the beginning, and that is that I'm going to be optimistic because it costs the same as being pessimistic, but I'm not going to be unrealistic. And as I sit and, like anybody else, watch the news and see what's happening all across this country, it's very difficult to picture life outside of a bubble. I mean, I think the NBA has a really good chance to pull this off with what they're doing there in Orlando, but it is very difficult for me to picture the thousands and thousands of people that are required to pull off a football season, managing to stay healthy in the numbers that will be required long enough for this football season to be played out to its conclusion. No one wants to see it more than I do. So I will remain hopeful and optimistic, but I would be lying. I would be completely lying to you and to anyone listening if I said that it didn't concern me greatly, and I don't see how it could possibly not. I will say this also. I will be watching the Broncos when they play with great envy because you guys got the guy I wanted, and that is Jerry Jeudy in the first round. He was sitting right there when my beloved New York Jets had their selection, and they didn't take him, and my son and I immediately turned the television off in frustration because that's the guy I wanted. I think that kid is going to be unbelievable.
Well, I'll say this, Mike, and Mike Greenberg joining us here live on Stokley and Zach. I think you guys got yourself a terrific tackle in Mekhi Becton, who you guys picked at 11. Talk about the New York Jets here, and hopefully that can go and pay many dividends for Sam Darnold, who is in a pivotal year, by the way. I mean, there are folks who you talk to 10 different people or 10 different Jets fans really about Sam Darnold, and you could get 10 different answers. But I'll say this. The guy that you got in the second round, Denzel Mims. I mean, Stoke, you played that position for 15 years. You are very high on Denzel Mims.
Love Denzel Mims. Yeah, I think y'all got a good one there in the second round.
I love to hear that. And I've had him described to me as very raw but extraordinarily talented, and I'll take that. Let me give you a quick thought on Darnold. If you're getting 10 different opinions on him, ignore 9 of them and just listen to this. The kid is the goods. He is extraordinarily talented, and he's been placed in a terrible situation. There is the coaching staff that he inherited or that drafted him, the people who were the coaches when he got there, just terrible. They were waiting to be fired. They should have been fired the year before they were. They cleaned house on that group. Then the extraordinary dysfunction of the organization took over, where they let one general manager hire the new coach, handle free agency in the draft. Then they fired that guy, the general manager, after he spent all of this money, including $50 million on Le'Veon Bell when the coach didn't want him and has made no secret of that. So they are a dysfunctional mess, and throw into the middle of that the kid contracts mononucleosis right before his second season. None of the things that you have seen from the struggles from Darnold, I'm not going to say none of them are his fault, but none of them have made me waver for 1 second. He has the potential to be an outstanding player. The problem is, it is my belief that more young quarterbacks in the NFL are ruined than developed. And the Jets have made it a specialty in ruining good players, and I'm very, very worried that they're in the process of doing that to Darnold. But I actually think he's too good. I think he is so good that he will overcome even the extraordinary dysfunction of the New York Jets.
I love it. Mike Greenberg joined us. Last one for me, Mike. Looking at the Broncos and their young quarterback, what's your views on Drew Lock? I know we only saw him for 5 games, but how do you look at the Broncos quarterback?
Here's what I'll say is that the people whose opinions I value are very high on him. And I didn't see a ton of him last year. I would defer to you guys who obviously have watched every snap that he has taken. I know that people loved him coming out of college, and I know that there are people who are talking about him as the guy who is going to take the league by storm this year, that the guy that people generally don't see coming. And when I talk about Jerry Jeudy, everybody always says what a beautiful combination that has the potential to be. So I would defer to you on what you've seen from him, week in, week out, snap in, snap out. But I can tell you that the people who I talk to are very, very high on him.
Well, it's going to be a fun matchup on Thursday Night Football, October 1st. The New York Jets hosting the Denver Broncos, 2 young quarterbacks, 2 teams that their respective fan bases, hope are trending in the right direction, trying to get out of the muck and the mire of, the NFL doldrums. But we shall see. Hopefully, enough good things happen between then and now where we are watching that game in New York, Mike.
I sincerely hope so. I was about to say, you don't know what it's like to root for the Jets if you're describing that game as fun. But you're right. In this case, any and every football game we get to watch will be fun, and I sincerely hope that we do.
Before we let you go, Mike, you are coming back to the radio side, which I think is great. I grew up listening to you and being fascinated by your teases and trying to replicate some of that myself. But just talk about how you are diving back into the deep end of the radio side.
Yeah, thank you. I'm coming back to the radio August 17th, so 3.5 weeks. I'll be on for 2 hours. It starts at noon Eastern. You should know that Mountain Time is my favorite time. I think I've mentioned this to you guys. We spend as much time as we possibly can in Colorado. It is my favorite place, and it is where I plan to retire. So I plan on talking a lot about all of Denver sports, specifically because when I retire, I want to be well taken care of when I move out there.
Smart man.
But all kidding aside, no, I have missed it. I love the TV show that we've built in the mornings, and I'm certainly not leaving that. But there is an intimacy to the relationship that you can form with your audience in radio that just isn't possible on television. And I've missed that over the last almost 3 years, and I'm looking forward to rekindling it. So we will talk in depth about all of the sports news, and I will have the opportunity to tell my silly jokes and talk a little bit about myself in ways that I've not really had the ability to do on TV for the last few years. Just some of the fun stuff that I've missed. So I am looking forward to that, and I will be, as I used to say, back and better than ever, and I'm really excited about it.
Well, we are huge fans of yours here on Stokley and Zach. We really appreciate your time, and we look forward to hearing you because we're going to carry your show right here on our sister station, ESPN Denver 1600. So looking forward to your return to radio the way that I grew up listening to you. I'm thrilled to hear that you're getting back in it. Very best of luck. Continued success on Get Up, of course, but very best of luck on you getting back into radio.
Thank you, fellas. I'm looking forward to it. Let's talk again soon.
All right. There he goes, Mike Greenberg, broadcasting Hall of Famer. No doubt about it. I mean, that guy's put together a career that few have matched.
Yes. Awesome. Great to have him on. It was fun when we had him on the one previous time, so it's always great to have him.
No doubt. All right. Do we have a phenomenon happening here in Denver, Colorado on our sports side? Very, very interesting last 24 hours. I'll tell you why it was so interesting next. Is there a phenomena happening here in Denver, Colorado? Well, actually Orlando, but the ripple effect can be felt all throughout.
We're feeling it.
The Centennial State has been talking about Bol Bol. Bol Bol, who has never played an NBA game, somehow played well enough yesterday to garner one of the lead headlines on ESPN.com. 16 points, 10 rebounds, an incredible 6 blocked shots in his first NBA experience, I'll call it. Stoke, what did you make of what the world saw yesterday?
I mean, just remarkable. Yesterday, you had your Roby Day yesterday, and so I think it was off air in between one of our breaks, and Steven and I were chatting about something. I said, watch, Bol Bol is going to go 20 and 10. And I was just really joking and didn't think that he would get close to that. But there he goes, 16-10, and then 6 blocks. I mean, are you kidding me? Just awesome. What a great start. What a great debut. It's got me excited, got me optimistic, and 7'2", you don't find those guys just all over the place. They're just growing on trees, like John Elway was saying about left tackles or quarterbacks. I mean, and to be able to have that athleticism where you can shoot the jumper, shoot that 3-pointer, and then just be a rim defender. I think I love the potential that he has, and you look at this young basketball team and just throw another name in there now.
Yeah, he certainly shook up NBA Twitter and Nuggets Twitter yesterday for sure. I mean, that guy was like a worldwide trend at one point yesterday afternoon. Bol, man.
What do you make? I mean, are you really excited about him? You optimistic? Or are you just like, oh, it's just one game, guys, slow your roll? How do you feel about it?
Well, I think all those things, what you just said, I think they're all true at the same time. I think I'm optimistic. I'm excited to see the next step of development, but at the same time, I am keeping yesterday within the framework of what it was. So what was it? It was not an NBA game. It was on an NBA court with NBA players, but that was not NBA basketball. What I saw yesterday is what I see when I go to Wash Park on Saturday mornings. Guys just throwing the basketball all over the place. Loosey-goosey.
Put a little bit more respect on what went down yesterday. I get it.
Hold on. Yeah, no. I'm going to.
Okay.
But yesterday was what it was. I mean, it wasn't even a tune-up. It wasn't even that. It wasn't even a preseason game. They changed the length of the darn quarters. They had Joker starting at the 1. But that being said, all Bol could do is show up and play great basketball or not. And he showed up and played great basketball. Knocking down shots, finishing around the rim, running the floor. I mean, a guy that's 7'2" that can run the floor like that, I cannot tell you the value of that, because he's going to suck a guy with him running the floor, and that's going to lead to guys jumping to the perimeter and being able to stretch it out and knock down shots. I mean, it was terrific. It was fun. That's what yesterday was. It was fun. The first ever sample of Bol, it was fun. Am I expecting Bol to be logging playoff minutes? No, I'm not. Could he get some minutes in the last 8 regular season games that are getting set to start on the 30th here in about a week? He could do that and maybe make the most of it, but I don't want to mischaracterize what yesterday was.
It was awesome is what it was. That's what it was. I loved it. So I just think it's great, and we'll see how it plays out here. But you're right. It's hard to all of a sudden come in the fold here with 8 games left, and then you got a playoff team that's trying to win a championship. That's their goal. I mean, they're third in the West right now, and so it's going to be hard to crack that lineup, obviously, right now. But I think what it does for him moving forward, this offseason, heading into next year, just gives him confidence that he knows he can go out there and play with the big boys, and he can be very successful. And so I think that's what it does for him, a guy that's been playing in the G League all season, and now he gets a chance, and he does he plays awesome. And so I think confidence heading into the offseason is the way I look at it, and I think that's a great thing for a guy like that to continue to say, hey, you look at all the work you've been putting in. Look, it's paid off. Continue that, and let's continue to try to get a little bit bigger and put some weight on. And so I think that's really, for me, what all this is doing is like, hey, this is a great first step. And then that next step, hopefully we'll see a big step next year where he'll be, an NBA player from the start of the season through the end of it.
Because this is not a perfect analogy, but it's sort of the way that Drew Lock ended his first season.
How about that? Yes, I like it.
He doesn't really play a lot, doesn't even really practice with the team, gets a chance to play on the back stretch of the schedule, and performs great and goes into the offseason with a lot of momentum and a lot of positive vibes, just feeling good about your place within the organization. That's what Bol Bol did for himself yesterday.
I love that analogy. I think that's a really good one. But you're absolutely right. It's not the same, but I like that. And just heading into the offseason, you saw Drew Lock. Those 5 games, what it did for him and what it did for the organization. I guarantee you, Tim Connolly and company are looking at it saying, wow, okay, all right, yep, this is the guy that we've been seeing in the G League. He's showing that potential, and this is why we moved into the second round and got him. So I think he put everybody on notice, just like Drew Lock did in those final 5 games.
This is Bol Bol on his favorite part about playing yesterday.
Really just getting to play after so long, because I've been waiting a long time and just working hard and waiting for this moment.
Well, he got his opportunity. And you know who someone just brought up on the RamosLaw.com text line? Is Serge Ibaka. What a really nice analogy. When Serge Ibaka came into the NBA, now he's been in the league for over a decade now. He's 30 years old. But when he first came into the NBA with the Oklahoma City Thunder in 2009, somewhere right around there, he was as raw gets. A 7-foot guy who moved incredibly well.
Serge Ibaka, 7 foot?
Yes. Someone who moves that well.
Are you sure? Gosh, he doesn't seem like he's that tall. Unbelievable. Wow.
Are you saying that because of the way he moves?
Yeah, no, just because just his frame. He just doesn't seem like he's a 7-footer. I would have said he's more like 6'8", 6'9".
Oh yeah, no, yeah, he is. I think he's 7 foot on the nose. Is he? Oh. Yeah. Steven's nodding his head. He's listed at 7 feet. But when he first came in, and he was with the Sonics, all right, in the NBA draft when they were a thing, and he was so raw. But he was so long and skinny, but you saw the way that he moved, and it was like, okay, this guy, if he commits himself to the game, has a real shot at being a great player. And Serge dedicated himself to being a great defensive player and a great rebounder and a great athlete, running the floor, doing, setting great screens, and just being a valuable role player. And then later in his career, he actually developed a shot by putting a ton of time in. Bol Bol has the skill set that Serge Ibaka took 6 years to get. He has it right now. And he's 2 inches taller than Serge and has a feel for the game that Serge Ibaka didn't even have when he came into the league out of the Republic of Congo. So, and that was one of my favorite parts about yesterday is Bol Bol has a legitimate feel for the game of basketball. He knows where to be and where not to be. And there's certain things when it comes to that acumen/feel that you just can't teach. You can try to drive it home into someone, but and I'm sure there's a lot of similar instances in the game of football, these idiosyncrasies that it's not in the playbook. You just sort of have this intuition, and I saw a lot of that from Bol Bol yesterday. So between that and just the raw talent that he is, I'm just, he's exciting. And I'm letting myself get excited about Bol Bol long term. Not for the next month and a half, but for the prospect of him being a Denver Nugget. And by the way, I think the Denver Nuggets are the perfect organization to develop a player like Bol Bol.
Yeah, I think that's well said. You look at developing him and being patient with him, and that's what they did early on. I think they got a great plan in place for him and how they're going to handle him and what they want to do and accomplish. And so I think that was well said there about the organization and also the team that he's coming to on top of that. So he's in a great situation. I got to ask you, I want to get to some more of these cuts of Bol, but I got to ask you about Jamal Murray. Golf fatigue, did you see that? Day off, golf, too much golf fatigue. Did you see it?
I don't think that's a real thing.
You don't think it's a real thing?
No.
It was out there.
Yeah, no, I know that's out there, but I don't think that's an actual thing. Like, I think that's because yesterday, again, you got to take it with a total, like, not just a grain of salt, but like 2 tablespoons of salt. If they had a game like one of the 8 to play, forget even playoffs, he would have played. So I just don't think. I think Mike Malone is treating.
He's got golf legs, Zach.
Right.
Look, it'll wear you out. I mean, 18 holes of golf, and hey.
Is he walking the whole thing?
No, but I mean, you're swinging a lot, and it wears you out.
Yeah.
It does. It can wear you out. So, look, I was like, hey, golf fatigue. Okay, rest up.
Golf fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Too much golf.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do they have to do? It's got to be boring in the bubble. There's only so much you can do. And I saw, I don't think it was on Twitter or something, they showed him swinging his lefty, swinging and without his shirt on. It must have been the driving range or something. So he probably swung a lot if he played 18 holes of golf. So golf fatigue is real now.
Yeah. We'll track that, see if that's a thing here when they start playing. But what did you say, Steven? Yeah, he said he had no stamina. Hey, did you see?
Yes.
Did you see Bol tested random drug test right after the game?
Yes, I did see that. I couldn't relate. I sent a tweet out. I couldn't relate. I never got tested after a game. He had an unbelievable game. He gets tested. You hear about all these guys that play well and they get tested. I just never got tested. What does that say about me?
Not even against the Lions that day. 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Nah, I think Marvin had a better game. He got tested.
Oh, gotcha.
He had 3 touchdowns too. Reggie, one of those 2 had 3 also. So, yeah, no, never got tested.
This is Mike Malone. How important that game was for Bol.
Yeah, it's his first game against NBA competition, and for him to go out there and get 16-10 with 6 blocks is great. And we put him in the middle of our zone. Tried to funnel everything to him, let him block shots. He did a really good job of that. I think he got tired as the game went on, which is to be expected. He played 32 minutes, which was a team high. But he's only going to get better. He did a lot of really good things out there. Proud of him, and obviously we'll have 2 more scrimmages, and he'll continue to get some opportunities to play, to grow, and to learn against other NBA players.
And that's really what it is about for me at this stage in the game. It's the learning curve. Like Bol, and I'm being told, on the RamosLaw.com text line, let's slow down, Zach, on the Bol mania. Dude, that's what I'm doing. I am trying my best to articulate how we should feel about yesterday and then measure it up with the realistic expectations for him moving forward. Like, yesterday was a good day for the Denver Nuggets and Bol. Let's not find different ways to be negative about it, Mike and Mark in the morning. It was great. It was fun. It was awesome. It's hard to, and I know it's not a true debut because it wasn't an actual game, but it is hard to make a better impression against NBA competition yesterday in his very first litmus test than what Bol did yesterday. Like, it's hard to do better. A double-double out the gate, 16, 10, and 6. 6 blocks, that's incredible. 6 blocks, I would be willing to bet that, like, the single game high this season in the NBA is probably around 6 blocks. I mean, that's insane and probably not sustainable. So you appreciate it for what it was, but within the framework of what it was. It wasn't an actual game. It wasn't even a preseason game. It was a game where they took time off the quarters. Literally, we're like, yeah, I know we play 12 in the NBA, but we're just gonna have 10-minute quarters. Like that. That's how seriously the league was taking it. Mike Malone played Bol for 32 of the 40 minutes yesterday. So that it's just not reasonable to expect moving forward. But also, like, here this season, again, on the heels of what I just said about it being a terrific pseudo debut, don't expect Bol to be, and I will agree with Mike and Mark in this point, don't expect Bol to be out there in the NBA playoffs. Look, you can talk to me about the length and potential. The Nuggets already have a guy like that. The Nuggets have a guy who is one of the longer guys in the league at his position that can knock down threes, that is an incredible athlete, that was the presumptive number 1 pick in the draft before he got hurt, and that guy gets coaches DNPs in the regular season in Michael Porter Jr. So why would I expect Bull to be on the court at all during the NBA playoffs? In fact, I'll go so far to say is that I don't believe Bull will play 1 minute in a game uniform for the Denver Nuggets in these playoffs. And I'm not telling you that because I'm like down on anything. Again, this is on the heels of me, being thrilled about what I saw yesterday. I just don't think it's realistic. To play for Mike Malone, he has to trust you. And it is impossible to trust someone that you haven't seen. Bull's been with a G League team throughout the whole season. He hasn't even practiced with the Denver Nuggets. So to think that he is going to step into a portal and poof, just come out the other end, ready to play NBA possessions when it matters most, I think is a little bit foolish. Now, could we see Bull contribute in the last 8 games? Yeah, we could, but I'd still venture to say, here's another prediction for you. In these last 8 regular season games, I bet Bull averages 5 minutes or less. And I feel pretty confident about that. But in 2 years, could Bull be logging major minutes for the Denver Nuggets and having actual games where he has 6 blocks? In 4 years, could Bull be a starting member of a team that's competing for a championship? Maybe. Like, who am I to say that that's not the case right now? Especially based on the optimism of what we saw yesterday. So I think we live in this world where it's like these absolutes. That like there's like a group out there that's leading the Bull charge and he's going to save the day, and there's another group that's like maybe like Mike and Mark who sort of like kind of poo-pooing yesterday. Both things are true. Yesterday was awesome, and we shouldn't expect Bull to be logging playoff minutes for the Nuggets, right? And I think most fans with their heads screwed firmly on their shoulders understand that. And if you want to have a little fun with it and get overly optimistic, you can go ahead and do that too. Because there's not a lot of guys who are 7'2", who are getting to the top of the box, clapping a shot, and then coming down and pulling up for 3 on the other end. So if you want to let yourself today believe that Bull is a 7'2" Kevin Durant, who am I to get in your way? Who am I to get in your way? You can have that. You can have that victory today. All right. Great show. We will run it back tomorrow and finish the week the right way. We got Rockies baseball tomorrow night. Cannot be more excited than I am to watch this 60-game sprint. Pedro Gomez of ESPN is confirmed for tomorrow, so we'll check in with Pedro, and we'll be talking all things Rockies, making season predictions and all that. Enjoy sports back tonight. Yankees, Nationals, 5 o'clock here local on ESPN, followed by the Dodgers and the Giants. We've had our doubts leading up to this point, so let yourself, like the Bull impression last night, let yourself enjoy sports being back. Major League Baseball on the doorstep here in just a couple hours. Stephen Priest, shout out to my guy behind the glass. We got our guys, The Drive, coming up next.
really just get into play after so long because I've been waiting like a long time and just working hard and waiting for this moment.
Bears be walking in the crib and everything.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
KKFN, HD1, Longmont, Denver.
Just doing that for Stoke because nothing Stoke likes doing than dropping in the legal ID.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I know. He absolutely loves it. What's happening, Marshawn? You
What's
good?
happening with your word?
All right. Everybody good? Here we
I
go.
talked to my man Marshawn today.
What?
I did.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Did you? Well, there was an awesome article in Sports Illustrated about Marshawn and his return to the Seahawks today. It was a very lengthy read, but it's fascinating stuff, just going behind the scenes on what it really took to get him back in the building. And really, man, I mean, John Schneider, Pete Carroll, there was bad blood for sure, and everybody talks about it in open terms. So
wow.
I didn't talk to him much about it, but I checked in with him a little bit, and it's all love,
No
man.
kidding.
He loves the organization, and it's just a great read. Great read.
When you say you checked in with a text, or did you really talk to him?
No, I texted with him.
Oh,
I
okay.
texted with him.
All right. Zach Bye's still here. My man Zach. What's going
up,
on?
boys?
What's
What's
going
up?
on? What's up, bro?
How we doing?
What's up? Dude, how much are we digging Bol Bol? How much do we love Bol Bol?
I loved what I saw yesterday, and how could you not? I mean,
how could you not?
How could you watch this guy touch NBA competition for the very first time, go 16, 10, and 6? I don't know what the game high this year for block shots is. I'd be willing to bet it's around 6. For him to just show up out of the gate and do that, it's either one of two things. You show up in that setting, and you either do what Bol Bol did, or you don't. And he played out of his mind. He did it, and he deserves credit for it. Now, within the framework of what yesterday was, I think that's got to be another huge part of this conversation. Yeah, I mean, it was awesome.
It was awesome.
7'2", pulling up for 3,
awesome.
6 blocks, finishing at the rim.
And then I read, it just looked awesome, but it was happening while we were on the air. I read later, it's the first time in 20 years a rookie has had the points and rebounds like he did in his very first NBA experience.
So, and that's where it kind of gets cloudy because you have to phrase it the way that you just did. An NBA experience. It was certainly an experience.
Everybody's NBA experience starts the same, doesn't it, in a preseason game?
Just so you are well aware of where this is headed, there is a very strong belief on my partner's behalf that we're all in. We are all in. He has got to be a part of the future. He's got to be a part of the immediate future and significant part of the future, just so you're fully aware of where this is headed.
And that's where...
Oh, well, that's true. That's all true.
I'm just giving him context.
And that's where, I eject my optimism from this portion of the conversation because let me just tell you plainly, without an opinion, that's just not going to happen.
He's not part of the future?
No, as in the immediate future.
He's not going to play this year?
Not in the playoffs, no.
Why not?
For many different reasons.
Like what?
Okay, just here we go.
Okay.
Yesterday was not representative of an NBA basketball game. From the league saying, this isn't real, so we're going to take time off the clock, to playing the largest lineup in NBA history, literally.
Which Bol Bol kind of mocked after the game, by the way. He was like, yeah, that was pretty unusual. I don't think we're going to be doing anything like that.
Of course not. It was a carnival game.
Right.
I mean, there were 13.
Carnival game?
Dude, it was. Did you watch the game?
I did.
Okay, I watched every possession of the game. It was totally out of control. You can pull up to Wash Park on a Saturday morning and see, that style of play. It was totally loosey-goosey. No accountability.
You can pull up to Wash Park and see a point guard who's 7 feet tall match up with a 7'2" small forward.
Touche.
With a 7-foot Mason Plumlee with this. Really? That's at Wash Park, huh?
I think you understood his point.
Yeah.
I think you did.
I was trying to.
Of course he did. I'm talking about that, that was on an NBA court against NBA players. That was not NBA basketball. And if for you to play for Mike Malone, he has to trust you. He cannot trust someone he does not know. It's not even as if Bol Bol has been practicing with the team up until this point. He hasn't. He's been in the G League. So to think that he's going to walk in after really just spending the time with Mike Malone for the first time ever and be playing NBA playoff minutes, dude, the Nuggets have a guy that is nearly 7 foot tall, that strokes it, who is an incredible athlete and was the presumptive #1 pick, who is DMP Coach
coach's decision in regular season games. Bol, I'll make a bet with you right now. I'm not putting any ink on myself, but Bol ain't logging 1 minute of playoff basketball.
Wow, coffee bet right there, Richie. Write it down.
I'll do a week of coffee with you.
Write
It's
it
almost
down.
verbatim with everything I've been saying. Like,
Not
look,
1
man,
minute,
it was
huh?
awesome. It was fun. Like,
Yes,
that was exciting
it was
basketball.
sweet.
It was some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen. The guy had 6 blocked shots, 10 rebounds, 16 points on the game. Of course, you can be excited about it, but the reality is, it's kind of like Justin Simmons. If the Broncos wanted to get a deal done with Justin Simmons, they could have. If the Nuggets wanted Bol on the roster all season long, they could have, And to think that Coach Malone is going to go to a point right now when everything's on the line in which he starts playing fewer players and he goes to the guys he trusts the most, it's just a little unrealistic.
You don't think putting Bol halfway through the second quarter for 2 or 3 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes?
I personally am fine.
Do you think there's a problem with that?
I'm personally fine
Really?
with it. I would be excited by it. It would be a lot of fun to watch.
Guess
but
who else
no,
would
I
be
don't expect that.
Guess
to
who
happen.
else would be excited about it?
Who?
Everybody.
Okay.
His teammates, the fans, the broadcasters.
But then they go the same logic for their first round pick with an even higher upside than Bol. Mike Malone does not give a damn what his own players think.
I can't tell you about how they feel about Michael Porter Jr. I don't know or understand it.
Well,
I just know what I saw with Bol.
Well, you can know enough by their actions. They took him in the lottery, so they have high hopes for him. Bol. But look, Bol. This may go down as the biggest feather in Tim Connolly's cap. Do you know what they gave up for Bol? A future second round pick. It's the ultimate no-brainer. But I don't know why we're drawing this hard Sharpie line in between optimism from yesterday and that he's got to contribute today.
Right.
Both things are true. Yesterday was freaking awesome. Bol can be a big part of the Nuggets' future. Is he going to play playoff minutes? Absolutely not. Name the bet. I'll sign it.
All right. I mean, what do you want with his coffee bets? But I mean, he'll play in the playoffs.
He's DMac. He's not going to play in the NBA playoffs.
All right, it's on. He can just do things that other guys can't do.
You do realize that, like, all the NBA insiders that we've spoken with, they've all said the same thing as Zach.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Nothing can change ever. There can't be a changing set of circumstances.
I think that Bol did everything he possibly could.
Dude, yesterday Bol played 32 of the 40 minutes.
Yeah, he played a lot. Got a good run in.
He got a great run in. This is awesome. Here, first and foremost, that's what it is. Bol is actually embedded into the basketball culture. He's like a phenomena unto himself. I was watching Bol highlights when he was 15 years old.
Me too.
And did you
see the game with him against Shaquille O'Neal's kid?
Of course I did. And in fact, Shaq said if he was starting an NBA team and he could pick one player, he'd pick Bol over Zion Williamson. He said that before the draft. Now, is that just loose lips because that he's boys with Sharif? Maybe. But
and he got over on Sharif in that high school. At least the YouTube video I saw.
Well, look, Bol was one of the highest touted prospects in his class. He goes to Oregon. He plays in 9 games, averages over 20 points a game in his first experience at the college level. So yesterday...
Do you know why he went to Oregon?
I forget no.
He loves art design, and he was impressed by their art design program, that sort of thing. There was I didn't know he was only going to go to school there for like 6 months, but I mean, there was a reason, beyond just basketball that he really liked Oregon. Why else would he go to Oregon?
Oregon's got a great basketball program.
Well, I get it, but Bol could have gone to anywhere.
SpongeBob program.
A great SpongeBob program?
They did, yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
He's got a tattoo of SpongeBob.
Oh,
he does.
Yeah. All right,
he does.
That's right. He's into art, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
like the graphic art, cartoon art, whatever that art.
You didn't know this about your guy? You didn't know he had a SpongeBob tattoo?
I just said he's into art. I didn't know it was about SpongeBob, but yeah, now you're ringing some remember bells.
It's awesome. I think we all should be rooting for the guy.
Did you hear what Stink said? Did you hear what Stink said about Bol?
I did. It was a little aggressive.
They were just
If you had to say, okay, here's the delineating line on a guy with 2 first names, Bol. All right, and the delineating line is full-time contributor starter or bench player, role player. What would you say, Bol?
I think this guy could be a starter in the NBA and be a good, solid 15-8 guy.
I look at Bol, and you know what I see? I see full-time role-playing bench player.
Jeez,
I know he knocked down some shots and he blocked a shot.
Wow.
I see a career on the bench. 7 minutes a game.
It's so good.
That type of player.
Mark is so good.
Why say anything positive if you're the morning show when you'd say something negative? I mean, why,
Yesterday was
There they are.
Yesterday was a good day. I just I can be of sound mind with my head on my shoulders and talk reasonably about the immediate future while also acknowledging how excited fans should be about his future. He's a raw talent. You know who he reminds me of a little bit, but a more exaggerated version is Serge Ibaka, who came into the league out of the Congo, 7 foot tall, extremely raw. It was a defensive a player, a rebounder, shot blocker, really, really good defense player. And then in like year 5 and 6, started to learn how to knock down shots and became like a reliable shooter. Bull's 2 inches bigger and has some of that skill set now out of the gate. So I don't want to be the guy that limits his potential. I sort of giggle at, he's a 7'2" Kevin Durant. Well, Durant's one of the greatest scorers in league history. We've seen 32 minutes in a pickup game of Bull. But I think we should allow ourselves.
Yeah, let me ask you this. What's the rush to anoint him? Why can't we just say that was cool, that was fun, that was awesome?
Yes,
but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be a huge part of what we're doing in the playoffs. Like, why do we have to anoint him?
I didn't necessarily say he was going to be a huge part of what we're going to do in the playoffs, but I'm excited for
yes,
him.
you have.
He's going to be a star in the NBA. Mark's wrong. He's not going to be a bench role player. This dude's going to be a star in the NBA.
Okay, well, that's fine. Next year.
Nobody knew Jokic. Everybody forgets like it was Jokic against what's
Yusef Nurkic.
Jokic and Nurkic, right?
Yeah.
Nobody knew about Jokic. You know who knew about Jokic? Tim Conley knew about Jokic.
But you know who knew about Bull? Everyone.
Everybody's known about Bull.
Yes, and everyone passed on him.
Because he had a foot injury.
Well, you don't pass on someone because they have one foot injury.
He had a foot. Why do you think they passed on him?
Dude, Michael Porter Jr. hadn't played basketball since high school and he got taken in the lottery.
Yeah, it was a risk by the Nuggets to do that.
And it's an appropriate to scale to Bull in the second round. Because when they selected Michael Porter Jr., it was in the perfect spot of risk-reward with upside. And to scale in the second round, I think Bull, it's a perfect investment for the Nuggets. And by the way, I think the Nuggets are the perfect team to develop a guy like Bull the same way they did Nikola Jokic.
Right, hold on. I'm only looking out for you because I love you.
On.
Well, hold on. I'm looking out for Zach because I love him because he told me he had to go at 310 and it's 313. I'm not trying to chase you out the studio.
I know.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Tyler, but I'm trying to look out for our guy here.
You got to let our guy go.
I appreciate it.
He told me that he had to go at 310 and it's already 313.
Yes, and I have to go.
Do you gotta go?
We appreciate you, brother.
Let's and even in terms of you saying Bull be a star next year,
he doesn't want to go.
I don't want to go. This could be a 3 and 4 year process, and I think we should be excited about the climb with Bull.
He's 20 years old. In 3 years, he's 23.
Right.
Yeah.
And you want him to be the Nuggets starter here in the playoffs.
Again? What are you, Evans? I didn't say that.
You guys have a great day. Cheers.
Appreciate you, man.
See ya.
Great stuff.
Man. I feel like we have to settle family business to start every show. Every show is like Festivus.
Well, here's the
we
deal.
have to settle
you're
grievances.
You're going to your extremes that you always go to. You never could just live like right there in the middle where like it's kind of normal land. Like why do we got to go to the extremes right now? Just enjoy the moment. It was an awesome moment. It's an exciting moment.
By the way, I can't wait for the Nuggets because this does happen in the playoffs. They're winning a playoff game by 30-something points.
Right.
And here comes Bull. And I cannot wait to collect coffee from a week from Zach By because as a reward to a team winning by 30, here comes Bull for, I don't know, the last 3 minutes of the game.
I do think he has got a pretty
good
chance.
That's a terrible bet by Zach.
I do think he's got a pretty good chance of being on the roster. You know, playing is a different question, but being on the roster, being available, I think he's got a pretty good chance. What else would he have to do?
Why wouldn't he be on the roster? Somebody would have to explain that to me. Why wouldn't this guy be on the roster? It wasn't just how he played, which was fantastic. It was the reaction of all of his teammates as he was playing fantastic. They obviously loved this kid. And by the way, he's a kid. I don't care how tall he is. He's 20 years old. In my mind, he's a kid. He was barely in college.
20 is absolutely a kid. I mean,
in my opinion. I mean, he's 20. He's the same age as my oldest son. And trust me, my oldest son's a kid. He's a good kid, but he's still a kid.
But he's a kid.
Yeah. And it's one step at a time. But if my kid was 7'2" with a 7'9" wingspan,
He'd be starting in the playoffs.
He'd be playing. Zach's thing is he won't get 1 minute. Mark's writing him off as like a career bench player.
Well, that's ridiculous.
It's unbelievable.
I have no idea why Mark said that. I really don't. I also don't understand why it's so hard to just kind of live right in the middle right now.
Should I hear from the king of pessimism, Mike Evans?
The king is here.
The king is here. All right, here's Evans firing back at me about Bol.
So he's all upset now because I won't go gaga over Bol. And that is so typical DMac. I mean, you want to talk about the champion of the underdog or the champion of the little people, although this guy is so little. He's like the
short person
squirrel, like the moment a shiny new object comes into the Denver sports.
Could not be more false. Bol has been, like Zach just said, people have been talking about Bol for years. Just because Mike hasn't, and Mike's not aware of it, and Mike's not paying attention to it, he's not a shiny new object. Bol in the world of basketball has been a huge figure for years. Mike just isn't aware because Mike, hasn't been paying attention to it. So for Mike, it's new. But Mike doesn't know anything about him because Mike hasn't paid attention. All right, I'll listen to the rest.
Orbit. He's like, oh, this is going to be the next big thing.
It is.
Right. I mean, it's the same guy who wrote a manifesto on Tim Tebow and claimed, seriously, that Tim Tebow would win multiple Super Bowls as quarterback of the Denver Broncos. So it should surprise absolutely.
All right, so this is what Mike likes to do. He likes to say, well, I said something and not put anything under context. But I did say that, and I'll stand by it. If you commit fully to what a quarterback presents to you, you can win championships. And I think the Broncos could have done that with Tim Tebow.
Said quarterback has to be pretty good at being a QB.
How was Peyton Manning's final?
It doesn't matter what you commit to the guy if he can't play quarterback.
Oh, really? How was Peyton Manning's final year as quarterback?
That is not even remotely a comparable deal.
How was your team? How was your offense?
Peyton Manning was fantastic for our team. Fantastic. Now, was he physically playing like Peyton Manning? No, of course not.
9 touchdowns,
but mentally,
17.
Was he able to put us in the right spot at the right place at the right time?
Yeah.
Every single time.
Would you have a problem being the number one running offense in the NFL and taking your shots with a great defense to win a Super Bowl?
I will tell you right now, Tim Tebow would never, ever, ever in the history of the NFL win a Super Bowl. Never.
You'd have a shot.
You just had John Fox on when I was on vacation, and he just told you in a playoff game he was going to insert Brady Quinn on third downs because he didn't trust his starting QB. But yeah, you're going to win a Super Bowl with that guy. Why are you digging in on this one? Like, you pick dumb things to dig in on.
9 touchdowns.
This is a really dumb one for you to dig in on right
9 touchdowns, 17 interceptions for Peyton Manning.
All you could be like is just, nope, that was my bad. I was wrong on that one.
I'm not wrong on it.
You're allowed to be wrong on something.
They were 1-4, and they made it to the playoffs with Tim Tebow. Had they committed to him, but it takes a full commitment, and they weren't willing to do it.
DMac,
because John Elway hated it.
It doesn't matter if they were fully committed to Paxton Lynch, he was never going to win a Super Bowl because he was terrible at playing QB.
Yeah,
Tim Tebow was terrible at playing QB, so they're never going to win a Super Bowl with him.
Who had a better? Who did you have more faith in running a team and getting a win? Tim Tebow or Paxton Lynch?
Of course, Tim Tebow.
All right, that's good.
What does that have to do with anything?
That he thinks Bol is going to be the Nuggets' secret weapon and will lead the Nuggets to NBA championship glory this summer.
I never said that. This is, again, what Mike loves to do. He likes to say things that I said that I just didn't say. I never said any of those things.
Okay.
I understand Cecil was talking about stuff, saying that I said things that I hadn't said.
What big Cecil say?
Oh, we can get to that.
No, save it.
But the most convenient thing to do is to create reality from your own fiction. And the easiest thing to do is just, expect failure, predict failure. Is to say.
That's where you and I find mutual common ground here. Why in the world would you say the Bol's going to never be anything but a bench player? I don't know about that one.
Mark doesn't watch the NBA. He doesn't know what he's talking about there. Come on. I love Mark, but, and it's not like I'm the biggest NBA expert ever, but at least I've heard of Bol.
I can't believe you doubled down on Tebow.
Well, because that's the most, outrageous thing Mike can think of. That's like the craziest thing he can think
of.
of.
In your case? Instead of trying to double down on it, be like, yeah, you're right, I was wrong.
I wasn't wrong.
I was wrong.
I wasn't wrong on that. But
I'll let it go.
The manifesto, and I did write a lengthy manifesto about it, goes into what you have to do to support a quarterback. Also, it goes into the concept that you can win a Super Bowl multiple different ways. True or false? There's multiple ways to win a Super Bowl.
Of course. I mean, you could win with offense. You could win with defense. I mean,
now,
sure, of course.
Would I have drafted Tim Tebow in the first round? No, I would not, because he violates every single rule I have about drafting a quarterback. Every single thing about drafting Tim Tebow, I object to.
Well, what does it matter whether he was drafted in the first round or the second round? It's got nothing to do whether the guy could win a Super Bowl.
I would have never had him on the team is my point. I'd never, if I was making the decisions, I'd never, ever would have had Tim Tebow on the team. Never would have had him on the team. But I can't, what am I supposed to do?
But yet you're willing to fully commit to a guy that you never wanted.
Because there's multiple ways to win. There's not just one way to win a championship.
There's ways to temporarily win, like in the short term, and then there's ways to win a championship. And Tim Tebow was never going to win a championship.
Huh?
You don't think Tim Tebow would be in the NFL unless there was an opportunity to win
You think
a
the
championship?
Broncos are in the playoffs the next year?
With Tebow? No. Nope. I think yeah, absolutely. I think it gets exponentially worse.
You win the AFC West.
Night and day worse.
You have Von Miller as one of the best defensive players ever.
Next year, everybody knows everything they need to know about how to beat Tim Tebow. He caught him by surprise.
All right. You don't believe.
No.
You would have had the number one rushing offense. You would have had a great defense.
Okay.
I'm not saying you would have scored a lot of points, but you guys didn't score a lot of points the year you won a Super Bowl.
You could win 8 or 9 games.
You can win 8 or 9 games. You can win 10 or 11 games. You can be 7 and 9 and make the playoffs, and as you did. There's other ways to do it. I'm telling you, I've used this story 10 million times. Bill Belichick was asked by a great reporter. The question was how the process of winning. How do you do it? Or how do you build a roster? That was the question. I'm sorry. How do you build a roster? And Bill Belichick said there's 3 or 4 different ways all the time. There's 3 or 4 different ways you can win, and for every player you have on the roster, there's a different set of circumstances.
Of course.
Some guys you need for a long time, short time. I need the guy for a week. I need the guy for a month. I need the guy for 2 years. I need the guy for a year. That's the process of building championship teams. So you mean to tell me a team that had John Fox, Von Miller, was in the playoffs, was set up nicely to make a nice run and just won a playoff game, was going to miss the playoffs the next year?
Yes. I'm telling you right now that the league would have caught up to him, just like it happens with many first-year stars.
You got Orlando Franklin.
Become a bunch of duds.
Who's your offensive line? You got Ryan Clady. You got
I don't care about the rest
Orlando
of the team.
Franklin. You got Chris Cooper. You don't care about the rest of the team.
No.
You had the number one rushing offense.
I don't care about the rest of the team.
And you had a top 5 defense.
You of all people should know that it all starts and ends with the quarterback.
Tim Tebow had more touchdowns than giveaways. Peyton, his final year, had 9 touchdowns and 17 interceptions.
I don't care.
Oh, all right. Listen, the whole Tebow thing. If you want,
I cannot believe you were sitting here trying to fight this thing. Dude, I got text messages in the middle of the year from players on that team saying, I literally have no idea how we are winning football games.
I know. I talked to those guys.
Yeah.
I talked to them.
But none of those guys knew what they were talking about, huh? John Fox. How about John Fox? Did John Fox know what he was talking about?
No, he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you were smarter than John Fox.
I'm not smarter than John Fox, no.
Oh.
Say that.
Oh, well, you kind of just did.
I remember talking to Brian Dawkins and Champ Bailey off the air one time, and I go, you guys are always so upbeat about Tebow. And they're like, what were we supposed to do, dude?
Thank you.
But it's that's the wildest of points. Okay, fine. You want to, run rows, try to, Mike likes to bring that up. And I never said that they're going to win championships with Bull. That's another, kind of Evans.
I never heard you say that.
The thing is that it blows me away with some people here at the radio station is just how they want to. The glass is half empty, man. The glass with some of these guys here on the radio station is constantly half empty. I'm like, wow. I mean, how in the Mark? Come on, man. You think this is a terrible? There's got to be a bench warmer forever. Grr, where's my Ovaltine? Jeez, Louise. If you're going to be critical of somebody, be critical of the coaches for certain decisions, or frankly, management for putting teams together. That usually is the biggest disaster.
You can be critical of players. You absolutely can be critical of players. Players that don't meet a standard. It is very reasonable to be critical of them. That's like our job, man.
Oh, we didn't even get to the Washington thing. Do we have the Washington fight song, Richie? We couldn't find that, really? Your old team.
Oh yeah, the Washington football team.
Yep. Yeah, I have a new theme song for him.
Hail to the Washington football team.
Yep.
Hail to old DC.
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know what they say for the next word.
Doesn't matter.
I'm going to fight for victory.
What a bold move. What's your name? The Washington football team. Let's go. How about Nikki saying Washington football team is a little bit too close to WTF?
Right.
All right, we'll get into that. We got the water cooler, Mike Tyson. All right, it's going to be an ethical dilemma in the water cooler. Is it great or is it the most pathetic thing of all time? That's coming up next. Great news. Longmont Ford, your hometown dealer for over 30 years, bigger and better than ever with a new name, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. And I'm so pumped. I'm going to get a F-150 for the weekend with all the great camping gear they got. And I'm going to hit the Colorado Outdoors, and I know it's in their showroom right now. You can see it. And I know Mike Maroney Ford Longmont is Colorado's truck and SUV headquarters. This is something you might not have known. So you want to do a test drive wherever you live in the state of Colorado. Wherever you live, get a hold of Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, and they'll bring the vehicle to your house for the test drive. You got a question about the DMac deal, which is spectacular. Colorado State Parks Pass, first 20 people to purchase. Yeti cooler, fan t-shirt. Listen, if you got any questions, DMac deal at MikeMaroneyAuto.com. And you can always set things up going to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Press the DMac special button. This is going to be spectacular. By the way, today is going to be like having a coffee with Salazzo, and I'm about to enter the bathroom and come out at Cecil here shortly.
Oh,
we're taking care of family business.
War cry.
We already took care of Evans and Stink.
This one's a little bit more personal, though, isn't it?
Well,
they're both pretty personal for you.
The degree that Cecil was wrong about something is off the charts. So I was, listen, the amount of things Cecil says that are just way off, I mean, for the most part, we just let slide.
Jeez.
But when he invokes our names with it, or my name in particular, here we go, Salazzo, settle in. That's right. Straighten out.
I can't wait. I can't wait to
straighten out all the family business today. No problem.
All right.
That's right.
Hey, man, don't make enemies for me, though, all right?
There's no way this is making enemies for. Wait till you see what he got wrong and how he got it wrong.
I know.
So there's no risk for you today. There's risk for you at a lot of other times. All right. The water cooler. Did you hear this? Mike Tyson at age 54 will fight Roy Jones Jr. By the way, how old is Roy Jones Jr.? In a 8-round exhibition on September 12th. Now, there's some irony where he's getting the fight. The fight is being held at Dignity. The fight is being held at Dignity Health Sports Park. If there's anything that is without dignity, it's Mike Tyson at 54 fighting.
Stop.
It'll be broadcast on pay-per-view as well as on Triller. Is that some sort of
that's like for young hip people that know what Triller is.
Triller?
I mean, I'm not like one of those young hip people that knows what it is, but yeah.
So it's going to be on Triller and pay-per-view. So there's been a lot of highlight videos of Mike Tyson boxing and all sorts of other stuff. But, dude, the last time he fought, boy, I'll give you a side of bacon as a reward on a bet if you can tell me off the top of your head the last guy he fought 15 years ago in a real fight.
Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
I don't know. Evander?
Good guess. Some, chump named Kevin McBride.
Kevin McBride.
Yeah, he stopped Tyson in 6 rounds. Roy Jones Jr. is 51. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I just told you that.
Who would ever want to watch this fight?
Me.
Why?
Why would I not want to watch this fight?
No. Why do you want to watch this fight?
No, why would I not want to watch this fight? It's Mike Tyson. Of course I'm interested in watching Mike Tyson.
All right. I can go through why you wouldn't. But I'm way more curious why you're interested, not
because
why
I'm interested in watching Mike Tyson box. I mean,
but why?
What other reasons do you need than that? Mike Tyson is an incredibly interesting human being.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in phenomenal shape. I watched him punch at the bags, and he looked absolutely terrifying. And I'm highly interested in seeing what Mike Tyson looks like.
At 54.
Yeah.
Against Roy Jones Jr., who's 51.
Yeah.
Did you follow the trajectory of Roy Jones' Jr. career?
No, tell me.
Well, first of all, he was pound for pound. He was the best in the world for a period of time.
I know, but did he have major fallout or something?
Yes.
Okay.
It was terrible.
Well, what's the point?
You're watching this incredible fighter fall from grace. It was sad. Tyson was chump change for the vast majority of opponents that he faced near the end. He was terrible.
Again, what is your point? I mean,
this is awful.
You're talking about decades ago. This is not like for a championship belt.
What is it then?
This is to watch two guys fight. I mean, it's.
Now listen. I don't want to be a hypocrite here because we are the hockey guys.
You're telling me you're not going to watch it?
I have no interest in watching this.
Gosh. I mean, look.
None.
If you're trying to imply that it's sad that they're out there boxing, you're just absolutely wrong.
Really?
100% wrong. There is nothing sad about a human being doing what they want to do. Nothing sad whatsoever.
Hold on.
If Mike Tyson feels like he's got the itch to box, I would love to see him go out and box.
You realize there's a difference between a human being doing what he wants to do, like taking an art class, and boxing, right?
Okay.
It's not all the same.
Sure it is. Yes, it is.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
Watching a guy get his head beat in at age 54 is right up there with taking like guitar lessons.
That's right. Because it's what he wants to do, and he's choosing to do it, and he's an incredibly talented human being.
Yeah, but why do you really want to see it, though?
What
Come
do you
on,
mean?
be honest. Why you want to
D-Mac,
watch?
Don't try to put words in my mouth. I want to watch it because it's Mike Tyson. I want to watch it because I watched the videos. I watched him on Twitter. I've seen him training. I've seen the body transformation. And no, I don't think he could go out and fight with some young buck. No, I don't think he's in there for some sort of boxing comeback. But Mike Tyson is always going to be intriguing to me. I listen to his podcast sometimes, and it's crazy, man.
Okay, I agree. That's interesting.
Yeah, so he
had a one-man play. That was interesting.
He's a guy that's captured my attention.
He hasn't fought in 15 years.
What does that have to do with anything? I mean, what in the world would be sad about two guys going out there and doing something they love? If Mike Tyson feels like he had something left in the tank that he never got to do.
This isn't about having something left in the tank.
No. Oh, yes, it is. To one degree. Here's what it is.
Sad.
It's not about thinking you could go out there and fight with the Young Bucks, but it's wanting to do it again. Like this happened to me to some degree. I'm not even gonna lie to you. The first 2 years of being retired, it was awesome. I was like, man, this is total freedom. I've got no accountability. I don't have to train for my body. I don't have to take care of anything. I watched that first season, and it was a little bit hard because I was like, man, I think I'm better than a lot of those guys. I think I could still do this. But 2-3 years later, after I was retired, I cannot tell you. I had nights where I was crying with my wife, straight up crying because I wanted to go play football again. Like I've just got this desire to go out there and play this game, and I can't do it ever again. Well, Mike Tyson can go do it. He can go do something that he loves and he wants to go do. So good for him, man.
Well, enjoy the fight then. And what's even sadder to me actually than Tyson is actually Roy Jones Jr. I loved Roy Jones Jr. He was incredible. My brother loved Roy Jones. We would have lengthy conversations about how incredible Roy Jones Jr. was. And then he just fell apart. Tyson, I don't know. I guess it's a curiosity thing. I guess you're just curious. But we're talking about, I don't know. Are they wearing headgear? Are they wearing protective outfits? Is it like Olympic boxing? Are they wearing bigger gloves?
I would imagine the answer to that is yes. I don't know the answer, but I would imagine the answer is yes.
I really do think people at the core of it watch boxing to see one guy just,
Well, so here's what would
guy.
be sad, DMac. It would be sad if Mike Tyson was coming out because he needed to make $5 million and he was willing to put his life on the line to go do that. But that's not what this is. This is just an exhibition boxing match.
What is it then?
It's just an exhibition boxing match of two guys that want to go back and do something that they loved.
All right, well, enjoy it, I guess. Tell me all about it when it happens.
I will.
When's it happening? When are we doing this? September 12th. At Dignity Health. The one thing that this thing doesn't have is dignity or health.
Yes, it does. It's got all the dignity in the world.
There's no dignity.
You're an extremely judgmental human being.
And no health.
Well, there's no health. I'll give you that part.
It's happening at Dignity Health Sports Park. Come on, man. At some point, it's just not interesting watching old people do things.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, man. There is a time in sports.
If Peyton Manning came back in 5 years, would you not want to watch that game? If Brett Favre came back this year, would you not be like, I have to watch this game? Yes, the answer is yes. The answer is, of course, you would drop everything to watch it.
What if it was just terrible?
Well, then you watched something that was terrible, but you watched it because you were interested.
Oh, okay. I hate seeing my sports heroes stumble at the end. Listen, I'll give you this. You're right. There's nothing illegal about it. If you want to do it, go do it. Sure, okay. But seeing your sports idols fail is just, I mean.
That's not what this is.
Oh, yeah, this is what it's going to be.
Oh, my gosh, DMac, you are looking at this like these are two guys trying to go win a belt. That's not what it is.
What is it then?
It's just an exhibition boxing match.
Okay, so we're just going to watch them work out.
You're going to watch them punch each other, yeah.
They're going to punch each other in the head?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Actually, maybe they won't.
I bet you're bored when you're watching it. I bet you when you're watching it, you're like, why am I watching this?
Now, let me ask you this. Is there charity involved? Because I know initially it was supposed to be for charity.
No idea. Don't know. All right, well, hey, we're on a roll here today. I got Cecil lined up next. Maybe we can get on the same page with that. But we'll hear Cecil say something just absolutely, completely 100% wrong, and we have the audio to prove that. How about that?
I got your back on this one.
Well, that's coming up next. It's like we're at the christening. All family business has to be settled. Do you, Michael, promise to be the godfather? Yes, I do. What's in that box? Can you remember all the ways that that'd be a good question. I think it was a shooting outside of a store, and then there was the guy getting off the elevator, and how did they settle all the business? Well, that's what we're here today to do, Tyler. You ready for Cecil? Firing fireballs at each other today. All right, here's my guy, Cecil. What do you think a poor man's version of anything is?
Like not as good as the original version.
Right.
I think by definition, a poor man's version is not the rich
so
man's version.
what is Cecil saying here? That he's going to be as good as Isaiah Simmons? Is that what he's saying?
Like apparently you can't even try to use characteristics that are similar and describe them as not as good as the other guy.
Hey, I'm lost here sometimes around here, man.
What did you say? What was really said?
I mean, it was said that, you know, the connotation that I have some sort of high expectation for Justin is preposterous.
So my recollection of this, and this was a long time ago, so I guess like, hey, kudos to Cecil for having like an elephant memory.
Yeah, I'm glad he remembers stuff.
Because seriously, this conversation was months ago in which we had this, but I believe this came up during a fan film review of which I was giving my opinion of Justin Strnad.
Well, what do you think of him?
Well, I think that more or less was my description of him. You know, I said that I like Justin Strnad a lot. I think that when you watch the film, you saw a guy that we might finally have somebody that can hang with tight ends. You saw a guy that was a little bit thin. I wasn't entirely sure if he was made to play within the box. He kind of looked like a safety to me. And so I honestly don't know if that was your description or my description, but it sounds like something similar to what I would have said.
Again, this is just like, oh my God.
He's not Justin Simmons, or excuse me, he's not Isaiah Simmons.
No.
But if you're talking about like characteristics of their play,
right?
Sure, there are similarities.
But what's going to happen? This is another thing. This is kind of the business of predicting failure. If you just want to say every guy is not going to work out, Tyler, you're going to be right more times than wrong.
I do have to point out, for a guy that's been mad at people being grumpy, you've been awfully grumpy today.
All right, so I'll just get off it.
You've been awfully judgmental today.
I'll get off it.
No, go on.
I'm looking at the text line.
I do like, by the way, I do like Justin Strnad. I'd like to hear Cecil say does he not like him? Does he not think he's a good prospect?
Got me. I guess not. No. What are we doing here? We have no idea how these guys are going to be. You give a guy, oh no, he's not going to be like that. Oh, all right.
Well, you kind of like, it was like a backhanded, like,
all right.
Like you're not that good.
It's all right.
But you got.
You know what? I'm seeing this. It's cool. I actually started off today in like a really great mood.
No, you really didn't.
It's not coming across like that. So, I'm happy to move on.
Well, I think you got a little bit upset that I didn't agree with your bull take. And then it got a little bit, it just got a little bit out of control. Now all of a sudden you're being judgmental about Mike Tyson, and I'm like, man, what's wrong with you? Like just let the man live his life.
I see the text line. People like watching other people bash each other's heads in. There's no doubt about it. And the irony, of course, being the hockey guys, there's nothing we like more than fighting. Right. I mean, we said just yesterday they should throw out the gentlemanly play, trophy, the lady binge trophy, as I think you called it, and
because we need more fighting.
Yeah, we should have the fighting trophy.
Yeah.
What do we call it?
The Scott Parker Bada Bing Award.
Right. Not the Lady Bing, but the Scott Parker Bada Bing Award. Right. Dude, nobody is more optimistic about sports coming back than me. I have not seen. I heard, people are wondering where everything's going to go. Tyler, things are going to go. I guess the Rapids stink at soccer this year. I didn't know that. Sorry. I think did they play last night? I'm going to guess they were tied at one point. Right, I don't know. We'll have to look it up.
I saw Zach By tweeting about soccer.
I've been watching quite a bit of the
He was
soccer.
making fun of it, but he was tweeting about it.
I loved watching the NBA yesterday.
You've been watching soccer?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
What have you watched?
Well, the MLS stuff is on all the time on ESPN. It's on in the morning.
What have you watched?
I don't know the names of the teams and everything.
You haven't watched anything.
I swear to God. And I was catching up on the Rapids, and I guess the Rapids aren't very good. But I think, is it done for the Rapids? Because I don't know, in pool play, don't even worry about it. Baseball's back. Football's
Keep
coming
asking
back.
me more soccer questions and just keep looking at this blank face.
Name one Rapids player ever.
Tim Howard.
There you go. Good job.
How you like them apples?
It's fantastic. When we come back, football 4. Did you see, boy, is it too early for this? I saw Leggy put out his predictions for the roster.
Ooh, 53-man?
53-man roster. Again, I feel like, holy cow, we have seen no OTAs.
Hold on. Let me give you an opportunity before you go too far.
Yeah.
Are you about to now throw a zinger at Jeff Ledford?
No.
Is that what you're doing?
Not at all.
Throw another fireball?
Not at all.
We're just going to do 4 hours of fireballs today?
Not at all. Captain Sunshine here.
Right.
Mr. Optimistic. The most I'm positive, happy about what the Rockies got.
You're super positive about Tim
Tebow.
Let's I will give you that. You're the most optimistic guy about Tim Tebow.
I am. I believe. Here's who I was back then. I believed that the Broncos were a playoff team, deservedly so, and would continue to win. That is what I am essentially guilty for. Do I believe Peyton Manning was an upgrade over Tim Tebow? Yeah.
Remember when you compared Tim Tebow and Peyton Manning?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you asked me. Yeah.
What did I ask you?
Like, how was Peyton Manning? Well, he wasn't any good, but you guys were winning games.
Well,
you guys won a Super Bowl.
His final year wasn't
Don't
great.
You try to compare that with Tim Tebow.
Oh, my God. My point was there's different ways to win, even when, of course, I would take Peyton Manning over Tim Tebow.
Why doesn't anybody ever understand your points?
That is a great question. I must really, you know what? I'll give everybody something today.
You've got great points. Just nobody ever understands.
Roll the tape on it. I must suck at this job because I can't explain anything to anybody. Like, literally, it feels like nobody gets it, so that's fine. But I'll give you Leggy. I'll give you Leggy's what he's got for the roster. We'll have that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for Premier Heating and Air, 303-993-9060. My guys at Premier, well, they've teamed up with the Fan to announce their massive July AC sale. This is fantastic, and we have another mid-90s day today. I want you to stay cool. Premier Summer AC sale can keep you cool with savings up to $3,000 off as they're offering a free furnace with AC install, good for every level of system. They're even upgrading you to 0% interest with zero money down. The installation process, it's easy. It takes only about a day. They'll be done. They'll be in and out. They do an incredible job for you. The guys at Premier can replace your old AC or even add an AC to your heating system to keep your home comfortable. Premier's annual AC sale, it's a limited time offer. I've used Premier for years. I trust these guys. They will do such good work for you. And if you ask for that DMac special, the free furnace with AC offer, man, you're going to absolutely love it. So, call or text my guys at Premier, 303-993-9060, premieraircolorado.com. I got some cool stuff to dig into, Tyler, but let me read some text real quick. Kurt in Arvada. Now it scares me that I understand DMac's theories. I didn't realize I was the only one. Headed to therapy now.
Yeah, you should
Kurt
probably do
in
that.
Arvada.
That's not good.
Darren. It's never good when they call me Darren.
No. I thought about doing it in the last segment.
Darren.
Darren, did you park the car?
Darren.
Did you turn the car off?
By the way, did you hear our snitch promo hotline thing?
I did. It was funny. Why'd you call me Big Bird?
Darren, remind me, but as a self-proclaimed hockey guy, I thought you hated fighting in hockey and said there should be rules against it. No. What? We're the hockey guys. If there's one golden rule of being the hockey guys, it is a complete and utter enjoyment of fighting.
Violence.
Yeah. Any form of violence is supported by the hockey guys and greatly encouraged.
Right.
That's probably before
there
we
was a
became the
brief
hockey
period
guy.
before you became the hockey guy.
Right.
I personally was always advocating the fighting.
Correct. And once we became the hockey guys together, of course, the fighting it was like rule one, more fighting.
I mean, you came around, you're like, you know what, if I'm all in, I got to be all in.
Right. That's right. So there you go. That's something I'll admit. The Tebow thing, no. That's something I'll admit. I was against it because it slowed down the game and it was boring to watch, and most of the hockey guys that fought weren't really great skaters. But now, forget all that. Put as many poor skating fighters on the ice as possible and make sure the game...
I don't feel like you're doing yourself justice right now.
Make sure the game stops as much as it possibly can so you can slug it out.
No, I really don't think you're doing yourself justice.
DMac, did you ever watch Tim Tebow throw? My 4-year-old has better throwing mechanics. Love Tebow, but a fluke is a fluke. Yeah, everybody...
It's probably true.
Well, okay. It's the concept of centering your entire offense around the quarterback, but don't worry about the facts.
No.
Rapids don't suck.
I hate when you get just a one-liner in there that you just put it in there and you think that it's going to be quick enough that I don't have time to respond to it.
Yeah.
But in reality, if I respond to it, I'm kind of derailing the show.
Right.
But I just can't let it go by.
Right.
And it just bothers me when you do that.
Right. Rapids don't suck, but underperformed. I'm sorry, I was doing that right there. Is there something you want to extrapolate on? Is there a point that I made that you want to?
No, we've already done it 12 times.
All right. Rapids don't suck, but they underperformed. Yeah, they are done. Oh, so it's over for the Rapids. That's it. Okay. It's sad as a fan that it's about the extent of y'all's coverage. Well, be a good team. Listen, talk about a pet peeve in sports talk radio. People that want you to talk about their favorite sport when their team stinks. Well, what do you want? More talk about how your team stinks? You want me to talk about how the Rapids, were terrible and the opportunities they had? You want me to break out the three games?
Listen, I would love to talk about the Buffs more often. Trust me, I would love to talk about them more often.
What do you want to do?
I just don't have very many opportunities.
Right. Let's get into some serious Buff talk. How many years? What's the...
Well, no, I mean, you don't have to get personal.
What's their Pac-12 record?
You don't have to get personal.
When you guys say you're the hockey guys, is it sarcastic?
No. What's wrong with you?
Oh, my Lord. We are going to, tomorrow, have Adrian Dater on to sample moose meat from his quarantine at a Airbnb in Edmonton. Do you think that's not taking hockey seriously?
By the way, I don't know if you were listening or not, but I heard Big O this morning. He had a big oopsie, big time oopsie. The hockey guys on this show would never let it happen. But
what did he do?
Oh, he had an interview with Troy Rank this morning, and as soon as it was over, he was like, you know what? Why didn't we ask him about hockey? We should have talked about hockey. Well, Big O, clearly if you were the hockey guys, you would have.
It would have been a bigger priority.
Yeah.
Do we let a day go by that we don't talk about hockey?
Never.
All right, our guy, Leggy. He's got the roster all figured out. Curious to hear what the projected roster for the Broncos is, Tyler?
Of course.
Shout out when you hear any shocks or surprises. This is actually interesting right off the top. Quarterback. Drew Lock, Jeff Driscoll, Brett Rippon.